Behind the intimidating vermilion walls of the Forbidden City unfolded a world of opulence and anguish, known only to a select few. This was the inner court of China's Qing dynasty, 1644 to 1912, where hundreds of imperial concubines led lives at once privileged as perilous. To the outside world, these women might appear to inhabit a fairy tale life of silk gowns, sumptuous feasts, and imperial favor. Yet inside the harem, it was a gilded cage of rigid hierarchy, ceaseless surveillance, and of course, crippling loneliness. Life in the imperial harem meant surrendering one's freedom and identity to a system designed to produce heirs and display imperial glory. A life of silent mornings, anxious evenings, where a concubine's fortunes could rise or fall upon a whim, and in most cases never rise at all. So today we're talking about those forgotten residents of the imperial city, how they were chosen, how they lived, and of course the daily life and trials that they faced. But allow me to welcome you to the channel first. Hello to any newcomers. Consider subscribing if you've not done so yet, and allow me to remind you that we are a sanctuary free of ads here on YouTube because we hate them as much as you do. We choose to be supported by Patreon, the YouTube members, the occasional donation on YouTube Super Thanks and the PayPal link, and of course the merch store, all links available in the pinned comment and the video and channel description. And short of that, you can do us a solid by just spreading the word, leaving a comment for the algorithm, liking the video and hyping it too. And yes, tell your friends and all the rest. You know what it's like. In any case, with all of that out of the way, I won't say anything more about it, so thank you in advance, and let's get on with the video. So let's talk a little bit about Qing dynasty China. Perhaps you're not too familiar with it, but we've already set the timeline, which is from 1644 to 1912. Well, at this time, the emperor's household exemplified the Confucian ideal of polygamy taken to its extreme. The emperor, who was also called the Son of Heaven, was expected to have multiple wives and concubines to ensure a multitude of heirs and reinforce his virility and power. And it's all by tradition. The emperor maintained a large harem within the Forbidden City, that is the imperial palace in Beijing, an enclosure separated from the outside world by towering red walls and monumental gates. If you've not been there, I do advise you take the trip. You don't need to book in advance, as far as I know. Last time I was there, there was a different ticket counter for the foreign guests. But Tiananmen Square you will need to book in advance. In any case, I digress. Inside the imperial city, access was strictly controlled. No adult men except the emperor himself, and of course the eunuchs, those neutered male servants, could enter the women's quarters, and the women were forbidden from leaving. And thus the harem was a nicely decorated prison, a city within a city, where the emperor's wives, consorts, and concubines lived in this kind of secluded luxury. And of course, at the time China was not, well, the standard of living was universally pretty low, so there would have been many people putting their hand up to trade away their freedom for a bit of security and luxury. Well, let's talk about the layout of the Forbidden City, because that reflected the separation. At the heart of the inner court lay the residences of the imperial women, traditionally known as the 6 Western Palaces and 6 Eastern Palaces. Now each palace, which is a bit of a loose term, was a set of elegant pavilions and courtyards that served as the home of one or more consorts. The empress, as the emperor's primary wife, presided over these palaces and supervised the conduct of the concubines who lived there. Life in these quarters was intensely formal and ceremonial, regulated by palace rules that dictated absolutely everything. And I mean everything, even how a concubine should dress and even walk, to show how she must greet her superiors each day. Let's look at the morning routine, for instance. Lower-ranked concubines were expected to pay their respects to the empress, and often to the emperor's mother, the empress dowager, if she was alive. In these ritual gatherings, the women of the harem would line up according to rank, impeccably attired and composed, to perform bows and courteous phrases. The forms of address, seating order, and even the pouring of tea were all governed by protocol. A concubine's standing in the hierarchy was pretty visible at a glance. You could tell by the richness of her attire, the color of her robes, and her assigned place in the assembly. It was all very regimented. Now, this strict hierarchy was not just mere formality, it was the pillar that sustained polygamy in the palace. According to Confucian teachings, a harmonious household required clear roles and ranks. The emperor had one empress, who was called Huang Ho, the official chief wife and mother of the nation, who held the highest status. Below her were the ranks of consorts, of concubines in descending order of prestige. Now, during the Qing dynasty, the imperial harem was formally divided into 8 ranks. Directly beneath the emperors were a handful of high-ranking consorts, typically 1 noble consort, Huang Guifei, 2 imperial consorts, Guifei, 4 consorts, Fei, and 6 imperial concubines, Pin. These elite women held significant authority within the inner court. Each of them was granted her own residence, a suite of halls and courtyards staffed by eunuch servants and palace maids, and enjoyed privileges commensurate with her station. Beneath them, the remaining concubines filled the lower ranks, such as noble lady or guiren, first-class female attendant, and second-class female attendant. There was theoretically no fixed limit on the numbers at these lower ranks, so the emperor, well, he could have dozens upon dozens of minor concubines. Unlike the higher consorts, the lowest-ranking women often lived communally in smaller apartments. They would share space and attendants, and they had little influence, and were expected to be at the beck and call of their superiors at all hours of the day. So what we see is a pretty clear social stratification. But despite that, all of these women, from the empress down to the newest maid, were part of the emperor's inner household, and they lived under that same gilded roof. In the Forbidden City's innermost sanctum, they were surrounded by splendor. Polished marble courtyards led to halls with lacquered screens and carved furniture. Silk tapestries and porcelain vases decorated the chambers, things you just wouldn't see very much on the outside. They also wore ornate silk gowns appropriate to their rank, and their wardrobes included dazzling ceremonial outfits adorned with embroidery, pearls, and kingfisher feathers. Then, of course, there were the grand occasions. The highest-ranking consorts would don robes of yellow gold, of a hue just slightly less exalted from the emperor's own imperial yellow. Well, while the lower concubines might wear softer tones like champagne or light gold to distinguish them, their headdresses glittered with jewels and finely crafted ornaments. A well-known example was the intricate kingfisher feather headdress, a gorgeous blue adornment reserved for imperial ladies. So to an observer, a concubine's life might seem like that of a pampered court lady, surrounded by servants, and finery. But the luxury came at the price of personal freedom. Every single door was guarded. Every aspect of life was regulated. The concubines lived in an environment that was sumptuous, but I suppose we can say claustrophobic. A kind of golden cage from which they could never freely depart. But no young girl entered the imperial harem by mere chance, and you couldn't just show up and knock on the door either. Each concubine's journey began with an elaborate selection process, orchestrated by the imperial court officials themselves. In Qing times, this selection of imperial consorts, often referred to as a xiaonu draft, meaning a gathering of beautiful and talented women, was held periodically, typically once every 3 years, or on special occasions as the new emperor's ascension or a royal wedding. Across the empire, officials were ordered to identify eligible candidates to be presented for the emperor's inspection. Unlike in earlier dynasties, the Qing emperors, who were themselves not Han Chinese but rather Manchu by ethnicity, which, that's a whole other topic that we won't get into. We'll touch on a few Manchu cultural things. In any case, they imposed certain restrictions on who could be considered. Now, after the Qing became the ruling dynasty, Emperor Shunzhi decreed that candidates for the imperial harem should come principally from the 8 banners families, that is, the elite Manchu and Mongol clans that made up the aristocracy of the realm. This policy meant that the daughters of Han Chinese commoners were largely excluded, at least in theory, from becoming imperial concubines, narrowing the pool from girls of Manchu and other banner lineages. And so in practice, social status and pedigree were very important. The imperial household sought girls of good family background, with no dishonorable relations. That being said, how deep are you going to have to dig to find, quote, dishonorable relations? Well, it was commonly expected, for example, that the empress herself should be from a high-ranking noble family, to ensure that the principal wife had both the virtue and lineage considered suitable for the mother of a future emperor. And there's that dishonorable relation, noble lineage. Well, how far back are we going to go in the lineage? If we're going to go back to times of rebellion and all the rest, surely you could find one uncle who was on the wrong side of things. In any case, when the time came for a new selection, official notices were sent out to banner garrisons and clans across the land, and families who had eligible daughters were required to present them. You couldn't say no, you had to present them. An eligible candidate was usually an adolescent girl around the age of 13 to 17, unmarried, and physically healthy. For the girls, this summons was momentous and often frightening. Many were essentially drafted into the palace against their personal wishes, and refusal was not really an option if one's family was called. Parents who took pride in loyalty to the throne might prepare their daughters eagerly. Strange kind of brainwashing, I suppose. They would see the chance for the family to gain imperial favor if the daughter was chosen. Other families, however, reputedly felt dread, knowing that life in the Forbidden City could be harsh and competitive, and the fact that their daughter would be taken away from them. Nevertheless, on the appointed date, hundreds of young maidens arrived in the capital, accompanied by their parents or guardians and local clan officials. They gathered at the Forbidden City's Shenwu Gate, that is the Gate of Divine Might, or another designated palace entrance, forming a long queue of nervous candidates just outside the emperor's domain. Well, the imperial selection was essentially a grand and exacting court beauty pageant. Though beauty was not the only criteria, of course. Historical accounts describe a multi-stage evaluation, almost like an examination, through which these girls had to pass. In the first round, they were inspected as a group for basic physical attributes. Dressed modestly, often in plain Manchu robe and without heavy makeup to let natural looks show, the girls would line up in rows by age. High palace officials and sometimes eunuchs scrutinized them in this lineup, weeding out any deemed obviously unsuitable, too tall, too short, too thin or too heavy, or perhaps some with visible physical imperfections. So dozens upon dozens might be eliminated at a glance in this initial culling. The next rounds grew progressively more detailed. Surviving candidates underwent close examinations by palace matrons and eunuchs skilled in appraisal. Their posture and gait were observed as they walked. Their skin was checked for any sign of disease or blemish, and even their voices were listened to, as a gentle voice was prized. They were also required to show their hands and feet. Graceful movement and well-formed limbs were desirable, whereas something like a heavy limping step or bound feet for any Han Chinese candidates would disqualify them. Young Manchu women did not practice foot binding, by the way. That was a custom that Manchus actually discouraged, so a natural gait was expected. The examiners also looked for any defects or bad habits. A girl who squinted, or had an awkward laugh, or even one who seemed overly shy or assertive, might be noted down and judged harshly. In one reported stage, physicians or senior attendants conducted a gynecological examination to verify that the girls were virgins and in good reproductive health. Pretty invasive and obviously quite humiliating, bit of an ordeal for the candidates, yet deemed necessary to ensure any future consort could bear healthy children. Each step of the process could eliminate dozens or even hundreds. Contemporary descriptions suggest that out of a field of perhaps several hundred or even a few thousand initial candidates, that only a few hundred would remain after the health and appearance screenings. Those who passed the physical and etiquette assessments were then tested for their accomplishments and intellect. The Qing palace valued women who, besides being attractive, had some education and cultivation. Surviving candidates might be kept inside the palace for a period, sometimes reported as a few weeks or up to a month, for further observation. During this time, they were taught the basics of palace protocol and tested on their talents. They might be asked to demonstrate skills like embroidery, music, painting, or even reciting some poetry, or to show their ability to read and write classical Chinese characters. They were under constant watch, too, by experienced palace women who trained and evaluated them. Older consorts or eunuch instructors would note their temperament and moral character during this probationary period. The girls were also lodged in palace quarters together, where even their private behavior could be observed. According to one account, a final group of candidates were assigned for a few nights to serve in the household of the emperor's mother, the empress dowager, dowager's usually the term we use, or another senior matron in the palace. And this was, under the surface, quite a clever test. You see, because while acting as temporary maids, the girls would be watched at night for any bad nocturnal habits, snoring, sleep-talking, or even sleep-walking, things that might be considered disruptive or inauspicious. That's pretty rough, isn't it? It's not like they can help that. Well, a young woman who snored loudly in her sleep, for instance, could be disqualified for lacking the grace expected of an imperial consort. Well, at last came the final selection ceremony. typically presided over by the emperor himself together with his senior female relatives, often his mother or grandmother if they were alive. In a grand hall, sometimes the Palace of Heavenly Purity, or another major throne room in the inner court, the remaining finalists, sounds like a competition, would one by one have an audience with the emperor. Dressed in their finest, each girl performed and perhaps answered basic questions. The emperor, and perhaps the dowager at his side, would make the ultimate choices, and only a handful of the very best would be chosen to join the imperial household as consorts or concubines. In many cases, the top candidate might be designated as a primary wife for an imperial prince, or even as the emperor's new empress if that position was vacant. Talk about the top job. Well, a few others might be assigned higher concubine ranks, like imperial consort or consort. The rest of the selected ones just entered the harem, but in a lower rank. It was also possible that some finalists, not chosen as the emperor's own concubines, could be married off to his brothers, sons, or princes, thereby still becoming part of the extended imperial family. These candidates, who weren't chosen at all, were usually dismissed to just return home. Now, for them, it could be a relief, or it could be a disappointment. That would all depend on their aspirations and their family ambitions. Many families considered it an honor even to have reached the final rounds. For the girls who were chosen, however, a new life began that very day, one from which there was really no turning back from. They crossed the threshold of the Forbidden City to take up residence as imperial women, effectively giving up their previous identity. A chosen girl was often assigned a new honorary name or title upon entering the harem, symbolizing her new status. For example, she might be given a poetic title like Consort Virtue or Fragrant Concubine, by which she would be known in court records instead of her birth name. And so from that moment, she was a concubine bound by palace law. Her familial ties became secondary, although her family could gain prestige from her position. She herself would see them rarely, if ever. Many concubines were not allowed to visit home, except perhaps under special circumstance or after many years of service. The grandeur of the Forbidden City became her entire world. So you can imagine the mixed emotions of such a young woman, a teenager, stepping into a resplendent palace hall as an imperial consort. Maybe there was pride at wearing the embroidered phoenix robes and knowing she now ranked above all the women outside. But obviously there's a trepidation. She'd effectively lost her personal freedom. Surrounded by stern eunuchs and unfamiliar ladies, bound by these rules of etiquette, and uncertain when or if the emperor would favor her. The newly minted concubine quickly learned that palace life was as much about survival as it was about privilege. But before a new concubine ever saw the emperor's face, she typically underwent training in palace decorum. Senior court ladies or eunuchs tutored her in how to properly speak to superiors, how to behave in the emperor's presence, how to carry herself with measured grace expected of a lady of the palace. She would practice the formal kowtows and courtesies, the slow ceremonial walk, and the various forms of address for different ranks of people. Now, mistakes in these matters, that would bring swift censure. The atmosphere was no doubt intimidating, everything from the angle of one's bow to the volume of one's voice was prescribed. A concubine was expected to be obedient, demure, and cultured, and display virtue above all else, any hint of arrogance or disrespect toward higher-ranked persons that could earn punishment or enemies from the start. Thus, even a newcomer, a concubine, learned to mask her true feelings behind a facade of courtly politeness. In effect, the selection and initiation process shaped these young women into compliant members of the imperial household, schooled to uphold the hierarchy and never challenge it. Now, before we move on, it is worth noting that while some families maneuvered eagerly to get their daughters into the harem, setting potential power and influence as priorities, many girls themselves likely felt fear and sadness upon entering the palace, being used as this kind of tool for their families to get rich. I mean, they must have felt like it's being sold into slavery almost, you know. Childhood ended abruptly at those palace gates for the young ones, 13 years old. A former life was left behind, the comforts of one's family home, the familiarity of parents and siblings, even their original name was all gone. But in exchange, the concubine gained a lofty title and luxurious surroundings, along with a strict new family, the emperor as a husband or master, the empress as a sort of senior wife or mother figure, and dozens of fellow concubines as competitors. The transition must have been pretty profound. As one foreign observer in the 19th century remarked, to be taken into the emperor's harem was considered a great honor in Chinese society. But if we look at it with our modern eyes, well, it certainly seems like a sentence to splendid imprisonment. The candidates themselves likely had varying attitudes about their situations. Some may have felt proud anticipation. Others might have felt complete despair. Well, for those with romantic notions, reality in the Forbidden City would soon to prove far less poetic. So once installed in the harem, a concubine's day-to-day life was governed by a web of rules and expectations, as was seen. Everyday existence in the Forbidden City was at once highly regimented, but also strangely idle. You see, on one hand, there was a fixed routine of domestic schedule, ceremonial duties. But on the other, a concubine didn't really have many practical responsibilities beyond maintaining herself and observing protocol. Pretty much go over there and look pretty. That was pretty much the main thing. Most of her time was essentially leisure, yet it was a leisure that felt more like waiting, since all of it revolved around the central uncertainty of whether and when the emperor would call for her. A typical day in the inner court began early. At dawn, the great bronze bells of the palace might sound to signal the start of morning activities. Concubines would rise from their carved wooden beds, attended by their personal maids. These maids, often themselves young girls from Manchu families, selected to serve in the palace at around age 13 or so, helped the concubine dress and do her hair and makeup each morning. Dressing itself was quite elaborate, layer upon layer of silk robes according to the season and occasion, and the donning of the headdress or ornaments appropriate to rank. Even at home in her own chamber, a concubine could not simply lounge around in casual clothes. If there was any chance, she might be summoned or might cross paths with the empress or the empress dowager. She needed to be presentable. Appearances were paramount. We hear of descriptions of concubines spending significant time applying makeup, arranging their hair into approved styles, and selecting jewelry each day as part of maintaining an image of flawless composure. And indeed, with imperial favor potentially hinging on beauty, many of these concubines became devotees of whatever cosmetics and beauty treatments were available. Fine rice powders, rouge for cheeks, jasmine oils for skin, herbal tinctures to keep a youthful complexion too. They had at their disposal the best cosmetics of the empire, provided by the imperial dispensary or perhaps bought by traders. Pearl creams, flower essences, and other luxuries, things that were unimaginable to common folk. Yet these beauty regimes also gave structure to their otherwise empty hours. Attending to one's appearance was almost a duty in the harem. In the morning, after dressing, lower-ranked concubines typically went to offer greetings to the higher-ranked consorts. For example, all concubines might assemble in the halls of the empress, who wished to wish her good morning, rather, as a sign of respect and ultimately obedience. In these gatherings, the women observed a strict pecking order. The empress would sit on an elevated seat with the concubines bowed before her in turn. She might offer kind words or advice, or simply acknowledge them with polite nods. An empress, who was benevolent, could make these morning greetings cordial affairs, perhaps inquiring after the health of the ladies. An empress who was harsh or insecure, however, could turn the occasion into an intimidating inspection, noting if any concubine's attire was out of place or if someone seemed indisposed. In Qing history, empresses were officially supposed to act as models of maternal benevolence to the harem. But personal temperament, that certainly varies. There's no one-size-fits-all, especially for someone in power. There are accounts, and of course many later legends, of empresses who grew jealous or annoyed by the younger concubines and, well, treated them quite unkindly. For the concubines, the morning greeting was thus both a daily obligation, but also a subtle test. A concubine had to show perfect manners, from the angle of her curtsy to the phrasing of her respectful wishes. Any lapse, an incorrectly used honorific, stepping out of line, or appearing with disheveled hair, could draw criticism, and perhaps, depending on the mood of the inspector, a harsh reprimand. The women also keenly observed one another in these moments. Who stood nearest to the empress? Who exchanged a whisper with her and perhaps earned a smile? Small signs like that, they could speak volumes about the current favor or disfavor of individuals. And one could imagine, with dozens of women living together in competition, that rumors would run wild. Imagine the gossiping. My goodness. Well, after obligatory calls and breakfast, a concubine often found herself with many hours to fill inside the palace walls. Of course, she couldn't just leave. You couldn't get out of the palace precincts and stroll freely in the city or visit family. So, she had to seek amusement and purpose within the confines of the imperial compound. Some concubines took to scholarly or artistic pursuits to pass the time. They might read scrolls of poetry, practice calligraphy, maybe do painting. The imperial library could send books to those inclined to literary study, and a cultured concubine might lose herself in novels or histories, though of course anything too politically sensitive was off limits. Other women enjoyed needlework, not out of necessity, since their clothing was provided by palace workshops, but more as a refined hobby. Embroidering delicate silk flowers on a handkerchief, or weaving decorative tassels could occupy one's mind and demonstrate one's feminine virtues of patience and skill. Board games were also popular. Chinese chess, called xiangqi, and weiqi as well, which is kind of like the Japanese game Go. Well, they were all available, and it is recorded that imperial consorts sometimes played chess or card games with one another to kill the time on the long afternoons. The palace also had its own entertainments. On special days, the emperor might summon the women to watch opera performances or musical concerts in the inner court theaters. If he did not invite them, the higher-ranked consorts could still arrange smaller entertainments, such as inviting storytellers, musicians, or arranging amateur theatricals among the palace women. The extensive imperial gardens were also another respite. Within the Forbidden City were carefully landscaped courtyards and large gardens with pavilions, ancient cypresses, and rockery. Concubines, under the watch of eunuch guards, could take walks in these gardens for exercise and fresh air. They strolled along the jade-colored ponds and over little stone bridges, enjoying the seasonal flowers, peonies in spring, lotuses in summer, chrysanthemums in autumn. Physical activity was limited, but Qing court records mention a few leisure pastimes. One charming example is that the Manchu concubines and even the emperor sometimes indulged in playing in the snow during Beijing's cold winters. Manchu tradition celebrated winter sports and fun. An emperor might join his consorts for a snowball fight, or to slide on the ice within the safe palace confines yard, momentarily shedding off stiff decorum for playful relief. You can only imagine the scene of that. Definitely people letting their guard down, that's for sure. But who would dare to get a snowball and throw it straight at the emperor's face? You better hope he has a good sense of humor, if that hits where its target. There were also swings installed in some palace courtyards where younger concubines could play on them for amusement. Additionally, keeping pets was another distraction. Imperial consorts kept songbirds in ornate cages, and cats and small dogs were especially popular companions. It is said that at one time over 100 cats and dogs roamed the inner courts, doted on by bored palace ladies. Well, these pets offered a rare outlet for affection in a life where human relationships were fraught with formality and rivalry. Yet, despite all the diversions, many concubines experienced crushing boredom and isolation. The day could feel interminably long for a woman who was not in the emperor's favor, and thus had to hope for a summons to his side. After a concubine finished her morning routine, did her obligatory social calls, perhaps practiced an art or took a walk, she might just sit there in her sumptuously furnished chamber with nothing urgent to do. She couldn't leave the palace to explore. She couldn't take up an independent project or occupation. Correspondence with the outside was tightly restricted. She might only occasionally receive a letter from family which would be censored by the palace officials. Surrounded by high walls and eunuch guards, she lived in a world detached from reality beyond. Many concubines never even saw the world beyond the Forbidden City's gates from the day they entered until the day they died. The Forbidden City was self-contained, with even shopping done by eunuchs at special internal markets. So a palace woman had virtually no chance to visit the vibrant streets of the capital. For an intelligent or lively woman, this cloistered existence could be akin to solitary confinement in luxury, pervasive loneliness. Although concubines might form tentative friendships with a few peers, true companionship was hard to find. Any one of them could suddenly become a rival for favor, and real trust was scarce. They were always surrounded by people, maids, eunuchs, other concubines, but they remained isolated emotionally. Moreover, the presence of eunuchs everywhere was both a help and a hindrance to a concubine's life. Now, if you're not familiar with it, eunuchs were basically castrated male servants who managed almost every practical aspect of the palace. Each concubine, depending on her rank, was allotted a certain number of eunuchs as her personal attendants, perhaps half a dozen or more for a high-ranking consort, fewer than a lower lady. These eunuchs would clean her rooms, guard her door, carry messages, present her meals, and assist her with the needs, within the bounds of propriety, of course. They were intermediaries between the women's world and the outside. If a concubine wished to request something from the imperial kitchens or send a note to another part of the palace, it was done through her eunuchs. Because of their close proximity, some eunuchs developed a loyalty or fondness for the concubine they served. A kind eunuch might become a confidant of sorts, though one must note that eunuchs themselves were always under the thumb of higher officials too, and could be notoriously fickle. In the Forbidden City, eunuchs wielded considerable power. They were the eyes and ears of the palace administration. The chief eunuchs reported every significant happening to the emperor or empress dowager. Thus, a concubine's private comments or indiscretions might easily be relayed upward by a eunuch seeking favor. Out of prudence, concubines learned to be very careful about what they said in front of servants. Of course, even though these men had no sexual capability and thus were allowed into the women's world, they were not harmless in terms of influence. They could grant or deny small favors, circulate rumors, manipulate access even. For instance, if a concubine wanted news from the outside, say how her family was doing, she might need to bribe a eunuch to find out. If she wanted to send a gift or a message to the emperor, she often had to persuade a eunuch to carry it to the emperor's attendants. And consequently, maintaining good relations with one's eunuchs was a subtle part of survival. Yet this too could be fraught. Overly trusting a eunuch or giving him too many rewards could backfire if others accused her of conspiring, or if the eunuch himself turned traitor. And then there were meals in the palace. They provided another window into daily life. The imperial kitchens provided lavish spreads of food every day. Innumerable dishes of meats, vegetables, delicacies from all over the empire. All the emperor's women were entitled to partake from this abundance, but naturally, rank dictated the quality and variety of what each received. The empress and top consorts enjoyed the richest selections, and it was said, for example, that the empress might be allocated an extravagant portion of fine meat daily, along with rare fruits, ginseng soups, and other tonic foods. Whereas a low-ranking concubine, by contrast, would receive a simpler fare and smaller quantity. Still, even the simplest palace meal was far more sumptuous than what commoners ate. A concubine's diet might include delicacies like bird's nest soup, lotus seed porridge, or succulent roast duck, depending on the season and the imperial menu, of course. However, don't imagine dining as a convivial social time. Meals were usually taken in solitude, or with one's personal maids, especially for those of lower rank. A concubine might eat alone in her chamber, served by silent maids or eunuchs, the only sound the quiet clink of porcelain. Mealtime, therefore, could feel more like ritual than relaxation. In any case, through all these routines, one central fact dominated the concubine's existence. She was, above all, there to serve the emperor. And this meant that no matter what she was doing during the day, she had to be mentally prepared for the possibility, however remote, that she might be summoned to the emperor's presence. Particularly in the evening hours, the atmosphere in the harem grew tense with anticipation. On any given night, the emperor might choose one woman from his harem to spend the night with him. It could be a favorite who was with him frequently, or it could be someone he had not seen in months or years, maybe even a newcomer. The choice was the emperor's alone, but it was facilitated by a unique system, a roster of concubines. High-ranked consorts did not simply visit the emperor at will. Everything followed protocol and scheduling. So let's look in the next section at what it meant to get an intimate summons from the emperor. It was often said in imperial China that the well-being of the realm depended on the emperor producing sons, and thus even his private bedroom business took on a matter of state importance. In the Qing palace, the emperor's sexual life was managed with almost bureaucratic precision, cloaked in ritual and record-keeping. The stakes were high for the women of the harem. To be chosen to spend a night with the emperor was not only an intimate encounter, but also potentially a path to power, and certainly a source of envy among rivals. Conversely, to be consistently passed over was a kind of living death in the harem, condemning a woman to obscurity. This dynamic made the nightly selection of concubines one of the most anticipated and fraught aspects of palace life. So each evening, after the emperor had finished off his official duties and his supper, the court eunuchs in charge of the imperial bedchamber would visit him with a set of name plaques or tablets, one each with a small tablet inscribed the name or title of his consorts or concubines. Well, we can imagine a large tray or box of these tablets being brought before the emperor. According to tradition, the emperor would review the names and flip over the tablet of the women he wished to join him that night. This simple gesture set a whole process in motion. Once a concubine's name was selected, eunuchs swiftly went to her palace apartments to inform her and help her prepare. If the chosen woman was of high rank, the selection might not be very surprising. Perhaps she was a regular in the emperor's rotation. But on occasions when a lower-ranked concubine or newcomer was chosen, the news would spread around quite quickly through the inner court, and that would stir up jealousy and gossip. What's she got that I haven't got? That kind of thing. Well, you don't have to be a historian to sort of draw those conclusions, I suppose. In any case, for the chosen concubine, it was a moment of triumph and anxiety. She would likely have only a short time to ready herself. The palace regulations prescribed a careful routine. The concubine had to bathe thoroughly, often in scented water, to ensure cleanliness. An imperial physician or appointed court doctor might even give her a brief examination before she went to the emperor's chambers. This was to confirm that she was in good health, free of any illness or skin condition, and of course not menstruating. Imperial tradition usually excused menstruating women from conjugal visits, both out of respect for ritual purity and, well, you're not going to get much luck with conception at such a time, aren't you? In any case, after bathing, the concubine would be dressed in a special bedgown or robe. Usually this would be made of light silk. Notably, accounts describe that she was not to wear any metal ornaments or pins in her hair or clothing when going to the emperor's bed, likely a security measure to prevent concealed weapons. In fact, one dramatic detail often recounted is that the concubine would be wrapped in a thick blanket, without other clothing, and carried to the emperor's quarters by eunuchs, kind of Cleopatra style almost. And that image is pretty striking, don't you think? A young woman bundled up in a quilt taken through the cold night air across courtyards, her feet not even touching the ground, as protocol dictated. The reason for this unusual practice was twofold. It both ensured the women came with nothing hidden on their person, and as symbolized her complete surrender to the emperor's will, she arrived literally unveiled and completely defenseless. The eunuchs carrying her were usually older, trusted servants who would deliver her to the emperor's bedchamber doors. There, the female attendants would unwrap her and usher her into the waiting sovereign. Inside the imperial bedchamber, whether it was the emperor's primary bedroom in the Palace of Heavenly Purity, or another residence like the Garden of Mental Cultivation, the emperor would spend the night with the chosen concubine. These intimate details, of course, were private. I don't need to go into too many details, yet even the intimacy had its formal constraints. For example, an old custom not strictly confirmed in the Qing sources but often mentioned in earlier dynasties was that when the emperor slept with the concubine, officials or eunuchs might note the time and later the tally of how long the encounter lasted, all to keep precise records for astrological or medical purposes, which makes you wonder if the emperor's performance was lacking, if he would say, just put a few more minutes onto that one. Well, that is, of course, something we can't really go into too much speculation on. He probably couldn't care less, to be honest. Well, indeed, it was recorded in a meticulous manner, the emperor's sexual schedule. Court secretaries or eunuchs noted that each night which lady had accompanied the emperor, sometimes even logging it with a vermilion brush in a special register. This was partly to avoid any ambiguity about paternity if a child was conceived. They would know exactly which nights and with whom the emperor had been. So if you all of a sudden fell pregnant and they couldn't really find your schedule, well, you'd be in a little bit of trouble. Someone is obviously sneaking over the walls for a moonlight rendezvous. But it was also rooted in the belief that balancing the emperor's yang energy with the yin of various women was critical for his health. According to traditional theory, an emperor should not overindulge in one beloved woman or neglect the others too much. He was expected to distribute his favors and to maintain cosmic harmony and fairness in the harem. There were even calendrical guidelines. Some sources say that at the full moon the emperor was encouraged to be with his empress or the highest consorts to try for a noble heir, whereas during the new moon he might visit lower-ranking concubines, symbolically nourishing his yang. That's one way to put it, with their yin in a less procreative context. How closely these guidelines were followed likely depended on the emperor's own inclinations, but it shows the extent to which personal life was ritualized. I can't get over that saying, nourishing his yang. Well, you could imagine, oh, where's the emperor? We can't find him. Oh, he's off nourishing his yang. Oh, again, is he? Every night. Well, for the concubine herself, a night with the emperor was a pivotal event. If she had never been with him before, it was the consummation that officially elevated her status from mere nominal concubine to a recognized partner of the Son of Heaven. And that might have been a little bit terrifying. The emperor was pretty much a stranger, perhaps much older. Some emperors were in middle age or beyond when newly selected concubines could be in their teens, and that's a little bit, Well, the pressure to please him, of course, loomed large. You got to remember that these women had zero sexual experience, whereas the emperor had, well, as much as you could possibly get at the time. Now, concubines were expected to be submissive and graceful during the act, following any imperial lead. Of course, genuine romance or affection was rare, especially on the first encounters. Some emperors were considerate or even tender with the new girls, but often they might be perfunctory. The concubine's duty was to serve and satisfy, and crucially, to try to conceive an heir. In the imperial mindset, the highest honor for a concubine was to bear a son. Therefore, from the moment a concubine began sharing the emperor's bed, she would be conscious of the possibility of pregnancy, which of course back in those days was an equally frightening prospect. Well, if the night passed without any incident, by dawn the ritual continued. The concubine typically had to depart before or at daybreak. again under eunuch escort, and returned to her quarters. In some accounts, the emperor's attendants would note whether the emperor was pleased or not with the encounter. There was even a practice that if an imperial consort became pregnant, the emperor might report which night that conception likely occurred, again for record-keeping and to verify legitimacy. For the time being, the concubine who had shared the emperor's bed might bask in a sense of elevation. She had been chosen over all others that night. Other women would undoubtedly notice this, and, well, perhaps it's mixed reactions. Some might pay her a grudging respect. Others might quietly fume or plot. There might be a few who thought, well, at least it wasn't me. If she was a newcomer or of lower rank, and had been noticed by the emperor, her peers might anticipate that her status would rise. The very next day could bring tangible rewards. The emperor might send her gifts of silk jewelry, or promoted status if he was especially pleased. In some cases, a single night of favor led to a concubine's promotion in rank, changing how others had to address her. However, being chosen once did not guarantee a steady stream of imperial attention. Much depended on the emperor's own attachment. Some concubines became particular favorites, whom the emperor would summon frequently. Even against the ideal of equal distribution, human nature often overrides the guidelines. Emperors did develop personal favorites, it's only natural. A famous example is Consort Zhen, a young concubine of Emperor Guangxu in the Qing era, the late Qing era rather, so we're talking 19th century sort of thing, who so captivated him with her lively personality and modern interest that he spent an unusual amount of time in her company, to the exclusion of his empress and other consorts. For a favorite like Zhen, imperial favor could bring influence. Guangxu reportedly discussed politics and reform ideas with her, but it also brought peril, because it invoked jealousy of more powerful figures. On the other hand, many concubines experienced the opposite. They might be summoned only once or a few times and then forgotten. It is known that some emperors had far more women than they could ever meaningfully engage with. The Qianlong emperor, for instance, had a very large harem over his 6-decade reign. Inevitably, many women in it never spent a single night with him, or perhaps did so only rarely. In fact, there are sorrowful accounts upon the death of an emperor. When the ladies of his harem were released or examined, some were found to have never been touched at all. They entered the palace virgins, and remained so until the emperor died, having never been chosen. Well, to spend one's youth in expectation and never once get chosen. For a concubine, you have to understand that that was the cruelest of fates. But for those who did become regular companions to the emperor, the stakes grew quite a bit higher. The most coveted outcome of a concubine's night with the emperor was pregnancy. A concubine who conceived a child, especially a son, immediately saw a dramatic rise in status. By law and custom, the mother of a royal son would at least be elevated to the rank of consort, if she was not one already, and after the child's birth she might even be titled noble consort, or granted some kind of honorific. Her living quarters and stipends would improve, and she gained a new identity as the mother of a prince. Importantly, motherhood provided a form of security. An imperial son was the most valuable asset you could have, and the emperor and his family would usually ensure that the boy was cared for. The mother, by extension, became someone who had contributed to the dynasty's future. However, palace history also shows that motherhood could paint a target on someone's back. Rival consorts might not be so happy about another's pregnancy. They might fear that the new child would diminish their own standing, or If they had kids of their own, it would diminish their prospects. So there were whispered incidents, especially in the earlier dynasties, of consorts resorting to sabotage or even infanticide to eliminate each other's children. Though such heinous things were severely punished if discovered. In the Qing era, open murder within the harem is less documented, but suspicions linger around certain early deaths. For instance, Emperor Tongzhi's principal wife, Princess Alute, became pregnant after he died, and her sudden death was officially termed as her taking her own life. But no one really believed that. It was widely suspected to be orchestrated by those who did not want a posthumous son complicating the succession. Likewise, it was rumored that some infants born to concubines were quietly removed or their mothers poisoned if their birth threatened a power balance. Thus, a pregnant concubine often lived in a mix of joy and fear. Extra guards would be assigned to protect the unborn child. Ironically, those same attendants could be double agents paid by someone to harm her. She had to be cautious of her food and medicine, lest they be tampered with. In many cases, the emperor's mother or the empress herself might take charge of overseeing a pregnant concubine's care to ensure a healthy birth, and perhaps to keep a keen eye on the mother too. Another noteworthy aspect is that after giving birth, an imperial concubine was not typically the primary caregiver of her own child. Royal children were often raised by appointed wet nurses and tutors. Sometimes they were even given to the empress to rear if the empress had no children of her own. This meant a concubine might see her child only at scheduled times. While she gained prestige, she might also use the daily intimacy of motherhood to palace protocol, and that could understandably be quite heartbreaking. But it was simply a part of the system that treated children of the emperor as belonging to the dynasty rather than to their mothers. Still, having a living son gave a concubine unparalleled leverage. If her son one day became emperor, as did happen in a few cases, she would be catapulted to the highest female rank, that being Empress Dowager, effectively the queen mother of the realm, outranking even the empress. The most famous case, of course, is the Empress Dowager Cixi, who began as a low-ranking concubine to Empress Xianfeng. Cixi bore him a son, not bought him a son. No shops open for that, I'm afraid. Cixi bore him a son, rather, the only surviving son of the emperor. And upon Xianfeng's death, that boy became Emperor Tongzhi. Cixi, as the mother of the new child emperor, was elevated to Empress Dowager, and eventually became the de facto ruler of China for decades. Her extraordinary rise from concubine to regent is an exception, but it does show how the birth of a son could utterly transform one's fortunes. Now, for most concubines, such outcomes remained a distant dream. They lived under the constant shadow of competition, striving in small ways to catch the emperor's eye. Some might attempt to stand out by their talents, perhaps composing a moving poem that, if it reached the emperor's ears, would make him curious about the writer. Others relied on physical allure, adorning themselves in especially beautiful clothes or jewelry, in hopes that during some festival or palace banquet, the emperor would notice their radiance. Still, others engaged in more cunning tactics, like persuading friendly eunuchs to speak a good word about them to the emperor. Eunuchs who attended the emperor could sometimes influence his choice subtly. Say something like, consort so-and-so has been practicing the guzheng a lot, which is a kind of zither instrument. You should go and hear it, something like that. Just sort of nudging him in the direction, you know. It was an intricate dance of subtle persuasion and luck, because outright boldness was forbidden. Concubine could not explicitly request the emperor's company. She had to remain outwardly passive, waiting to be chosen. But to do otherwise would be seen as shameful, and might incur punishment if it reached the wrong ears. Life in the imperial harem was often described as a battlefield without smoke, a constant war of wiles fought not with swords but with rumors, favors, and secret stratagems. With so many women vying for the attention of one man at the top, competition was inevitable. I mean, look at the drama that goes on TV programs like The Bachelor. Good Lord. Maybe they could make a Qing dynasty Chinese version of that called The Emperor. Now that's a good idea for a program, isn't it? Maybe a second channel coming soon, who knows? In any case, the court tried to impose ideals of harmony. Confucian teachings encouraged the emperor's wives and concubines to be like sisters, kind of, each knowing her place and supporting the greater good of the family state. Jealousy was denounced as destructive. Women were supposed to overcome this emotion. In theory, the empress as mother of the harem should guide all the consorts to live in peace and mutual respect, but in reality, jealousy and rivalry were ingrained in the very structure of the harem. After all, the emperor's favor was not just about romance or affection. It translated directly into privileges, power, and security. A concubine who won his heart, even temporarily, could see her enemies humbled and her requests granted, whereas one who languishes in neglect had very little to protect her from the malice of others. History provides numerous examples of intrigue within the harem, and the Qing dynasty is no exception to that. One area of conflict was rank and promotion. The emperor had the authority to promote or demote concubines in their titles. For instance, a concubine who pleased him might be elevated from noble lady to concubine, or from concubine to consort, and so on. Well, these promotions were eagerly sought because they brought tangible improvements, a higher stipend of silver and silk, a better residence, more servants, and greater say in palace affairs. While women of lower rank, they might spend years hoping to climb that ladder. As a result, they often viewed each other with suspicion, each fearing that another's gain would be her own loss. If one concubine started getting more imperial visits or gifts, others might conspire to undermine her before she rose too high. Conspiracies took many forms, usually covert. Slander and rumor were common weapons. A jealous rival might spread whispers that a certain concubine was ill-behaved, or had broken a minor rule, or was secretly communicating with outsiders. Maybe even saying that she snores at night, I don't know, anything to tarnish her reputation. Since direct accusation could rebound on the accuser, these rumors were typically spread via gossip through eunuchs or low-ranking maids, until they reached the ears of the empress or the dowager, who could then reprimand or investigate the target. So in a world where women's virtue and propriety were paramount, even an unfounded hint of scandal could be damaging. For example, if a concubine was rumored to have flirted improperly with a eunuch or a guard, which is a grave offense, she might be put under scrutiny, or have her movements restricted even if she was innocent. The mere cloud of suspicion could stall her rise, and her chances of being with the emperor at all. Another tactic was engineering a faux pas. In the rigid ceremonial life of the palace, a clever enemy could sometimes arrange for a rival to accidentally commit a breach of etiquette in front of the emperor or the dowager. Now this might involve tampering with her wardrobe so she appeared in the wrong attire on formal occasion, or misreporting the time so she arrived late to an important ceremony. If, say, a concubine showed up wearing jewelry above her station or failed to appear when summoned, it could be interpreted as disrespect. The blame would fall on that concubine, who might be punished with loss of privileges, or in severe cases, confinement. Meanwhile, the instigator would hide in the shadows, feigning innocence. We have accounts of palace women who were suddenly banished to the cold palace. That is a colloquial term for disfavor, essentially being sent to live in a remote, shabby part of the palace with minimal attendance. Transgressions were likely plotted by their adversaries would lead to that sort of thing. That was the goal of the rival, to get them thrown into the back corner of the Forbidden City where they'd be forgotten about. Now, what about physical harm? That was rarer, but it wasn't unheard of. The imperial harem had its share of dark rumors, poisonings, and assaults. It was exceedingly dangerous to attempt violence in the tightly guarded palace, but a ruthless concubine might bribe a maid or a eunuch to slip a little something into a rival's food. Perhaps not an outright lethal poison which would cause inquiry, but a substance to make her feel ill or ruin her complexion. A concubine falling mysteriously sick at a critical moment, such as when she was newly pregnant, or about to attend a banquet with the emperor, raised a few eyebrows, and could be traced conclusively to foul play. One notorious case in Qing history involves the consort Lady Wang from Emperor Qianlong's reign. It is recorded she was demoted after a palace maid under her service died from severe beatings that she had ordered. This suggests that Lady Wang was an abusive mistress, and her actions came to light, resulting in punishment. Not very ladylike, isn't it? But one can wonder, what drove a concubine to beat one of their maids so badly? Maybe the maid was caught spying, or suspected of sabotage. In any case, it shows that life in the harem could turn violent, and when it did, imperial justice would be harsh. In any case, Lady Wang's rank was stripped for her cruelty. Meanwhile, another concubine named Shun in Qianlong's court was suddenly demoted 2 ranks in 1788 for reasons not officially recorded, leading to speculation it might have been due to some kind of intrigue or misdeed. The palace chose to keep quiet. In any case, penalties like confinement, demotion, or even, forcing someone to take their own life, were typically decided by the emperor or the dowager if a concubine was deemed troublesome or disgraceful to the court. And then there's the empress herself, who could be a pivotal figure in these power plays. Ideally, the empress was to remain above petty jealousy, acting as a neutral guardian of order. Some Qing empresses did manage to uphold a dignified impartiality, punishing genuine misconduct, but not abusing their power. But others, however, became active participants, or even instigators of intrigue. After all, the empress had the most to lose if a concubine became too influential over the emperor. There were cases in earlier dynasties of empresses directly ordering the death of concubines who bore imperial sons, out of jealousy or fear for their own position. In the Qing, a dramatic example of an empress's downfall due to harem strife is Empress Nara, excuse me, often called Step Empress or the second empress of the Qianlong. Well, she wasn't felled by another woman, but rather by violating a taboo in a moment of emotional distress. During a trip in 1765, she cut off her hair, a severe breach of Manchu custom. Haircutting signified mourning or rebellion, and it wasn't the first one. This act, of course, infuriated Emperor Qianlong, who took it as a personal affront and a sign that she had become unstable or disrespectful. He swiftly stripped Empress Nara of her title and essentially put her under house arrest for the rest of her life. While this wasn't exactly a typical harem intrigue, it does show the precarious nature of even the highest-ranking women. One mistake, one weak moment, and an act of defiance, and she was utterly ruined. Empress Nara's servants were downsized, and she was never mentioned in Qianlong's presence again. History remembers that even her name was struck from some records. The vacuum left by her fall likely intensified rivalries as other consorts jostled to fill the influence she once wielded. And then there's the infamous case of harem intrigue in the late Qing, the tragedy of consort Zhen, the Pearl Concubine. Now, as we mentioned earlier, Zhen was a beloved young consort of Emperor Guangxu. She was known to be modern-minded, fascinated by Western gadgets and photography, and she encouraged Guangxu's reformist tendencies. This put her at odds with the formidable Empress Dowager Cixi, who effectively ruled China and was deeply conservative. Zhen's very personality, free-spirited and outspoken, was the antithesis of the obedient concubine, which antagonized those in power. Cixi grew increasingly suspicious and resentful of this girl, who had captured her adopted son's affection and was pushing him toward policies that Cixi opposed. Court gossips said that Zhen Fei, that is consort Zhen, hated rules and regulations, and sometimes ignored the strict decorum of the palace, which in Cixi's eyes was intolerable. At one point, Cixi punished Zhen by demoting her, hoping to remind her of her place. Even Guangxu's entities couldn't fully shield Zhen from Cixi's wrath. The situation reached a climax during the crisis of 1900, when foreign armies of the Eight-Nation Alliance invaded Beijing to suppress the Boxer Rebellion. As the story goes, Empress Dowager Cixi decided to flee the capital with the emperor to avoid capture. She deemed it too dangerous to bring consort Zhen along. Perhaps an excuse, perhaps genuinely fearing a young, attractive woman could be victimized by foreign soldiers. According to palace law, Cixi ordered consort Zhen to take her own life before they left. When the 24-year-old concubine begged for a chance to speak to Emperor Guangxu one more time, the dowager cruelly refused, and instead had her eunuchs carry out the deed. Consort Zhen was unceremoniously thrown down a palace well. The well where she died, a dark, cylindrical tomb, remains today at the Forbidden City grounds as a quiet testament to the brutality that could unfold behind palace doors. Consort Zhen's fate is a dramatic example of how being the favorite could backfire horribly. Her prominence made her a threat to the established hierarchy, and ultimately it cost her her life. Poor girl. Well, while there are few cases as violent or as high profile as Zhen's, fear was an ever-present undercurrent in the harem. A concubine who was rising in favor might fear becoming a target of resentful peers or the empress's displeasure. Conversely, a woman in decline feared becoming irrelevant or abused. Punishments in the palace could be severe. Minor infractions might result in loss of privileges. For example, a concubine could be barred from attending imperial banquets, or have her allowance of silks reduced. Many offenses could lead to beatings, usually administered by palace matrons with a thick stick to the buttocks, a traditional punishment for women of the court, or confinement to one's quarters under guard. Well, the extreme punishments included being banished to the aforementioned cold palace, which permanently housed arrest in a distant, dilapidated part of the city, where a disgraced concubine lived out her days in solitude and neglect. It was said that the cold palace's walls were haunted by the depressed souls of women who once glittered in the emperor's gaze, but little by little were forgotten. In very rare cases, execution was ordered. The method was usually to compel the concubine to poison or hang herself with a silk cord. as openly shedding imperial blood was considered to be inauspicious. For instance, there are references to some concubines of the early Qing emperors being forced to end their lives to follow the emperor in death, a throwback to older customs of burying concubines with the deceased ruler. By the Qing, though, this practice had largely died out, but it might have occurred clandestinely, or perhaps in special circumstances. One case often noted by historians: when the Tongzhou emperor died in 1875, his young empress, the aforementioned Alute, died shortly after under dubious circumstance. The official story was that she took her own life out of grief, but many suggested that Cixi had a hand in ensuring that no imperial heir would be born to her, and if true, that means that the empress was effectively coerced to her death. Even the top-ranking woman was not safe from power struggles within the palace. For the majority of concubines, life was more often characterized by psychological strain than by physical peril. They lived with constant emotional stress, the need to maintain a facade of contentment and etiquette while suppressing envy, frustration, or sadness. They were also under surveillance almost all the time. The ever-watchful eunuchs reported not only misdeeds, but any sign of discontent. A concubine publicly complaining about her lot would be seen as ungrateful and could be censored. So they confided, perhaps only in a trusted maid or in their own secret diaries. A few palace women kept them. Few have surfaced publicly, possibly destroyed or lost over time. But lack of privacy, coupled with the inability to trust peers, meant a concubine had virtually no outlet for her emotions. Some turned to religion for solace. Buddhism and Taoism had a presence in the palace, and it was common for older or unhappy concubines to spend hours in prayer or reciting sutras, seeking inner peace. The Forbidden City had shrines where women could burn incense to Buddha or Guan Yin, the goddess of mercy. Empress Dowager Cixi herself was known to engage in devout Buddhist rituals. Many concubines followed suit, finding comfort in spiritual practice amid worldly troubles. And then there was another coping mechanism. That was cultivating whatever small power one could wield within the harem's microcosm. For instance, a concubine might form an alliance with others to support each other against a bully of sorts. 2 or 3 concubines might genuinely become friends. Such alliances could provide some protection, sharing information, warning each other of dangers. But alliances were fragile when survival was at stake. If a friend suddenly rose in favor, well, all of a sudden those unequal fortunes could strain the bond or break it. Moreover, the palace ethos encouraged deference to superiors. Thus, if a friend outranked you, you were still obliged to show formal respect, and you could never be fully informal with her again. Hard to be friends in that circumstance. Ultimately, the inner court was governed by the emperor's whims and the authority of the empress dowager or empress. A concubine's secretary was never guaranteed, security rather. She could be well one day and ruined the next. Well, this precarious existence forced palace women to develop a kind of emotional resilience or even numbness. Memoirs from some palace women, like the late Qing princess Ling, who served as a lady-in-waiting to the Empress Dowager Cixi, describe the constant tension and careful etiquette that the women observed, always measuring their words and actions. While Ling herself was not a concubine, her observations of court life show how even a small gesture, laughing at the wrong moment or a tear shed in public, could be interpreted and criticized in that fishbowl environment of the harem. But for all the palace intrigue and nominal sisterhood of the harem, perhaps the most defining feature was loneliness. The imperial concubine lived surrounded by people, but essentially alone. She was separated from her family. She couldn't have a form of a normal marital bond with the emperor, or anyone else for that matter, who by virtue of having so many wives could rarely afford to devote deep attention to any one woman for long, and any children she might have were often taken away to be raised by others. In emotional terms, her life was starkly solitary. Writers and poets throughout Chinese history understood this aspect of harem life quite well. One famous poem by the Tang Dynasty poet Li Bai, who's one of my favorite actually. Look at Drinking Under the Moon. I like that one. Though written over 1,000 years before the Qing, is often cited to capture the plight of a palace lady languishing in loneliness. Li Bai wrote of the Long Gate Palace, where a imperial consort, out of favor, spends her nights gazing at the moon and lamenting in her solitude. He speaks of autumn dust clinging to the golden hall, and the beautiful women behind closed doors, with only sorrow as company. This sentiment gained apt in the Qing context. Many concubines, especially those who had never gained the emperor's favor or had lost it, lived in what one might call gilded seclusion. They inhabited splendid apartments with painted screens or jade ornaments. Yet dust gathered on those luxury items as the days stretched into months and years with little change. And so as time passed, a concubine's prospects typically dimmed. The cruel reality was that the emperor's interest often wandered to younger and newer women as they were brought in by subsequent selection. A concubine who entered at 17 might find that by the time she was 27, she was considered too old, especially if a fresh crop of young candidates had arrived. If she had not secured a stable position, for instance by bearing a child or being elevated to high rank through favor, she risked fading into the background. The palace had only so many roles for middle-aged women without influence. Some might be tasked with managing certain internal affairs. For example, an older concubine might be put in charge of overseeing the palace silk looms or the tea stores, something to keep her occupied. Others simply became, in essence, retired within the palace, living quietly in their quarters with a small staff, and seldom mentioned. These women were effectively forgotten by the outside world. No heirs to remember them, and their natal families over time might lose touch, especially as generations turned over. In the records, their names appear only in the footnotes of court almanacs, perhaps when they died or were given a ceremonial title for burial. So you might wonder, why did these women not just leave the palace if they were unhappy or neglected? Well, the answer lies in the strict rules of the dynasty. An imperial concubine was bound for life. Only in extraordinary cases could a concubine be released, and that was exceedingly rare. Essentially, once a woman had been the emperor's wife or concubine, she could never belong to another man. And this was partly out of respect. She had intimate knowledge of the Son of Heaven, and it would be unseemly later to be with a commoner, and partly out of security to prevent any possibility of a scandal or leaked secrets. Kind of like a non-disclosure agreement. So even if the emperor never touched a concubine, she could not be returned to normal society to marry or have a family. She was, in a sense, married to the emperor, even if the marriage existed in name only. Thus, for concubines who outlived their era of beauty or usefulness, life settled into a quiet despair. They could only hope for contentment in small things. Perhaps gardening, fostering a pet cat, religious affairs. Some found solace in Buddhism, as mentioned. Within the palace, there were a few Buddhist abscesses or Taoist priestesses, often themselves former palace women, who could offer some spiritual guidance to the others. Turning to faith was one of the few escapes from the material confinement. But if the emperor died, the situation changed yet again. The death of an emperor was a tumultuous time for the harem. All his concubines were now essentially widows. In earlier Chinese dynasties, it was customary that some of the deceased emperor's concubines might be made to follow him in death, whether by taking their own lives or as sacrifice, especially those who had no children and were still young. The Qing officially discouraged the more barbaric aspects of this practice, and by the High Qing period it was not standard to kill concubines upon an emperor's death. Instead, however, many of the late emperor's concubines were typically shuffled out of the main palace. Some might be moved into the imperial ancestral temple or to secluded palaces to live out their days quietly. A few concubines, however, could gain a sort of second life if they happened to be the mothers of the new emperor, for example. The most famous one, of course, is when an emperor's birth mother, if she was a concubine of the previous emperor, would be honored as a dowager. And in Qing history, Dowager Cixi and Dowager Ci'an are prime examples of that. Both were concubines of the emperor Xianfeng. Cixi bore the heir, that is the Tongzhi emperor, and Ci'an was the childless empress. After Xianfeng's death, both women were elevated as co-empresses to the new child emperor, effectively going from harem ladies to holders of immense power. Ci'an was relatively passive, but Cixi proved extremely politically astute and became the dominant force in the government. Yet even in wielding power, Cixi's personal life remained circumscribed by the court. She did not remarry or leave the palace, except during crises like fleeing from war, and her identity was permanently bound to being the dowager. Now for other concubines, who had been mothers of imperial princes, who might now be grown and perhaps vassal princes or officials, things like that, there was sometimes the option to leave the Forbidden City to accompany their son if he lived elsewhere. But in the Qing, most princes lived in or near the capital, and their mothers stayed in designated quarters. Often widowed concubines of a deceased emperor took residence in an annex of the Forbidden City, known as the Shouhuang Hall, or the Palace of Compassion and Tranquility. They got such great names, don't they? Which was traditionally a place for retired imperial consorts or dowagers. Under the supervision of the new Empress Dowager, they lived out their days devoting themselves to quiet routines, perhaps becoming a kind of auntie or mentor to the younger generation of women in the palace. Or they might simply just remain in the shadows. The final chapter, though, for many concubines was death and an almost anonymous burial. Imperial consorts who died were usually given respectful funerals appropriate to their rank. They might be interred in the imperial mausoleums, in side chambers adjacent to the emperor's tomb if they were of high rank, or in separate smaller tombs if lower. The court would bestow posthumous titles, often flowery names like Consort of Exemplary Obedience. I mean, I wouldn't want a name like that, right? In any case, these were all put in there to ensure they had a place in the annals. Yet, since many concubines shared similar titles and had no individual legacy, their personal stories often faded from history's view, unless a concubine happened to be the mother of a future emperor or involved in a famous incident. Chronicles would mention her, perhaps only in lists, a name, a title, a date of death, not much more. In this way, the vast majority of these women left no formal legacy. They were part of a grand pageant of the dynasty, but they were not the main characters. This anonymity in death shows the poignancy of their lives. Palatial life had given them everything material, best food, the best clothes, the best shelter, but they had taken everything personal. They could not leave a mark through children, if they had none, or through public works or writings, as they were not permitted to publish or have careers. Their memory might survive only in a line of poetry or in the collective imagination of later generations fascinated by their world, the listener of this one included. And indeed, the figure of the neglected palace concubine became a trope in Chinese literature, symbolizing unfulfilled longing. Even as the actual imperial harem system ended with the Qing dynasty's fall in 1912, the stories continued to captivate the imagination. Maybe it's precisely because they combined glamour with tragedy in such human measure. And that is where we end it today. Now, I think that if I'm going to leave you with any homework, I'm not going to tell you to read Hong Lo Meng, The Dream of the Red Chamber, but there's a few dramas about it, and if you watch them, it's pretty interesting. Also, if you want something a little bit more lighthearted that's not quite about palace harems and all the rest, but it involves a little bit of it, go and watch Huan Zhu Ge Ge, that is the Pearl Princess. It's an old Chinese show, and it's very good. She was a Manchu princess, and it's a little bit more lighthearted. And the theme song is an absolute banger. Anyway, spanning from the 7th to 9th centuries, the Tibetan Empire grew from a collection of hill tribes into a vast imperial realm, stretching from the plains of Mongolia to the frontiers of Persia, and from the steppes of Central Asia to the jungles of Bengal. How did a once isolated people of the plateau come to challenge the giants of Asia? The story of Tibet's imperial rise and fall is one of shrewd leadership, fierce warfare, and profound societal change. Ambitious kings like Songtsen Gampo unified the land and reached out to neighbors through both sword and diplomacy. Their descendants expanded the empire's frontiers across formidable Himalayan barriers and deep into the Silk Road routes of the Tarim Basin. At its height, Lhasa's imperial court treated with China's emperors as equals and commemorated peace treaties by carving them into stone. Within Tibet, a parallel conquest was underway, the introduction of Buddhism and a written language which would forever change Tibetan culture and identity. And yet, as with so many empires, Tibet's golden age carried the seeds of its decline. Court intrigues, religious strife, and internal pressures unraveled that unity painstakingly built over generations. How did it all happen? The rise and fall, That's what we're here for. Let's talk about the Tibetan Empire today, shall we? Let me welcome you to the channel first. I am the guy. We're going to spend the next hour together learning everything about old Tibet. Let me first thank the supporters for keeping everything ad-free across the entire archive here on YouTube. That is the Patreon members, the YouTube members, the donators, and of course those who check out the merch store. It all helps us keep the lights on, so thank you very much to them. Links are in the pinned comment and the video description if you feel inclined to check them out. And also, you can help us out by just liking, subscribing, and leaving a comment. It helps with the algorithm. You know how it is. So, that being said, let's get on with the history. The Tibetan Empire's roots lie in the Yarlung Valley of central Tibet, where a dynasty of chieftains began asserting their power in the early 7th century. The Yarlung dynasty had long ruled a small kingdom, but under King Namri Songtsen, also known as Namri Longzhan, it started to expand aggressively. Namri Songtsen subjugated neighboring clans one by one, even besieging the kingdom of Sumba to the north, and gained control over the central plateau of what is now Lhasa. His nascent state, referred to in later sources as Bod, the origin name of Tibet, by the way, caught the attention of powerful neighbors. In 608 and 609, Namri Songtsen's court sent envoys to the imperial Chinese court, which was at the time under the Sui dynasty, marking Tibet's first appearance on the international stage. However, Namri Songtsen's ambitions were cut short by his assassination around 618. Poisoned by unknown conspirators, he left his teenage son to inherit a growing but fragile realm. Now that son was quite important. Songtsen Gampo was his name, destined to be remembered as the founder of the Tibetan Empire. Songtsen Gampo assumed the throne, traditionally set at age 13, amid domestic unrest. He reportedly had to quash a rebellion sparked by his father's killers before securing his rule. Once he was in power, he proved to be both a formidable warrior and a savvy diplomat. Early Tibetan and Chinese annals depict him as expanding his domain beyond the Yarlung heartland, conquering rival states, and unifying the high plateau. He moved his capital to the site of Lhasa, establishing a fortified palace on Red Mountain, which is, by the way, the precursor to Patala Palace. Under Songtsen's reign, the Tibetans began to see themselves as an imperial people. This era saw the creation of the Tibetan script by the king's minister, Thonmi Sambota, who is said to have traveled to India and devised a writing system to translate Buddhist scriptures. By adapting an Indian script, Songtsen Gampo gave Tibet its first written language, and a tool for administration and record-keeping, a critical step in the building of any civilization. Songtsen Gampo's imperial drive also led him into foreign alliances and conflicts. Determined to secure his kingdom's status, he turned to the time-honored strategy of marrying into neighboring royal families. He maintained at least 6 consorts, 4 of them Tibetan noblewomen and 2 of them foreign princesses. The most famous was Princess Birkuti Devi from Nepal and Princess Wencheng from China, marriages that became legendary in Tibetan lore. According to both Tibetan and Chinese records, Songtsen Gampo sought a marriage alliance with China soon after coming to power. In 634, he sent envoys requesting a Chinese princess, but the Tang court initially rebuffed the upstart Tibetan king. Songtsen responded with force. He attacked the Tang's western frontier, first crushing the Tuyuhun kingdom, or the Aja kingdom, on the Tibet-China trade routes, and then advancing toward Chinese territory. Tibetan sources claim that he fielded an army of 100,000. Chinese sources put it at double that. In any case, it's a formidable host. Facing this threat, Emperor Taizong of Tang reconsidered. And so, in 640, Princess Wencheng departed China for Lhasa, becoming Songtsen Gampo's bride a year later. Contemporary Tang annals grudgingly note that the marriage was granted only after Tibet's military pressure, while Tibetan chronicles emphasize it as a diplomatic triumph. This 641 marriage cemented a peace treaty and symbolized Tibet's arrival as an equal player on the regional stage. Meanwhile, Songtsen Gampo was expanding Tibet's domain in all directions. One dramatic episode involving Jiangzhong, an ancient kingdom in western Tibet, around today's Mount Kailash region. Songtsen first forged kinship with Jiangzhong by giving his sister, Princess Sadmarka, to the Jiangzhong king in marriage. But when the Jiangzhong ruler mistreated her and refused to consummate the union, the princess reportedly conspired with her brother to bring Jiangzhong under Tibetan control. The Tibetans invaded, and by 645, Jiangzhong was conquered and annexed. Some sources suggest that this annexation may have been completed later, even as late as Trisong Detsen's reign a century later, but The Chinese Tang records clearly imply that it was accomplished under Songtsen Gampo's leadership. Thus, by the mid-7th century, the Tibetan Empire stretched west into the upper Indus regions, north to the steppe fringes, and was pressing against China's western borders. But for all of his conquests, Songtsen Gampo is mainly credited with introducing Buddhism to Tibet, albeit in a nascent form. His Napoleon Chinese queens were devout Buddhists and brought with them sacred images of the Buddha, inspiring the founding of Tibet's first Buddhist temples. Under Songtsen's patronage, the Jokang Temple was built in Lhasa to house a Buddha image brought by Princess Wencheng, and another temple, Ramoche, for an image brought by Princess Birkuti. These acts earned Songtsen Gampo the later title of Dharma King, yet contemporary evidence suggests that the king's personal commitment to Buddhism was somewhat limited. Notably, when Songtsen Gampo died in 650, he was buried according to the ancient royal funerary rites, complete with sacrificial riches and rituals, rather than in a Buddhist fashion. Well, this hints that the court and populace still largely followed the indigenous religious practice, often labeled Bon or shamanic traditions, during his reign. Nevertheless, the foundations were laid for Tibet's later conversion. Buddhism had gained a foothold, and it was at the highest levels of society. Songtsen Gampo's nearly 4-decade reign ended in 649 with his death, an event recorded in both the Old Tibetan Annals and Chinese chronicles. His heir, a grandson, was only an infant, Trimang Lom, so real power fell to the late king's capable minister, Gar Tsongsen. This initiated a recurring pattern in Tibetan imperial history. Strong kings would alternate with periods of regency by powerful noble clans whenever a child ascended the throne. In fact, right after Songtsen's passing, Tibet faced external and internal challenges. Sensing an opening, the Tang Chinese launched a punitive expedition to Lhasa, and reportedly occupied the Tibetan capital in 651. But the occupation was short-lived. The Tang troops, unaccustomed to the high altitude and hostile environment, soon withdrew back to China. Tibetan sources scarcely mention this humiliating interlude, but Chinese annals highlight it to show the Tang resolve. Funny how that works. The incident aside, the Tibetan state survived its founder's death intact, thanks in large part to the Gar ministers, who protected the infant monarch and maintained the momentum of expansion. Under Songtsen Gampo's successors, the Tibetan Empire continued to expand in almost every direction, even as it was grappling with struggles at court. The latter half of the 7th century saw Tibet in near-constant warfare with its great neighbor, the Tang Empire. With the famed minister, Gar Tongtsen, as regent and general, the Tibetan armies pressed into Central Asia. In 663, Tibet decisively defeated and absorbed the Taiyuhun kingdom, Aja, which had long been a buffer state between Tibet and China, and the northeast plateau of the region of Amdo. This victory eliminated an intermediary and brought Tibet face to face with Tang China's westernmost territories. Around the same time, Tibetan forces pushed further west. By 667, just before Gar Tongtsen's death, they had even conquered the oasis kingdom of Khotan in the Tarim Basin. Now this placed Tibet astride the Silk Road routes of the Tarim, threatening Chinese influence in that critical region. The clash would come to a head in 670 at the Battle of Da Fei Chuan, near Dzungaria, where Tibetan troops won a major victory over a Tang army. In the aftermath, the Tibetans overran the Tang's famed 4 garrisons of Anxi, Chinese military colonies in the Tarim Basin, seizing cities like Kucha and Kashgar. the Tang Empire was forced to abandon the entire Tarim Basin, ceding it to Tibetan control in 670. For the next 2 decades, 670 to 692, the Silk Road from Khotan to Kashgar effectively laid in Tibetan hands. Now this was an extraordinary leap. The once isolated Tibetans now controlled one of Asia's great trade arteries, exacting tribute and fostering ties with Central Asian peoples. However, imperial expansion was not always a smooth upward trajectory. Internal strife threatened to unravel Tibet's gains. After Gar Tongzhen's passing in 667, his sons of the Gar clan continued to dominate the royal court. While the Gar generals led successful campaigns, their semi-autonomous power grew worrisome to the crown. The young king, Mangsong Mangzhen, Songtsen Gampo's grandson, ruling 650 to 676, dying relatively young, leaving his son Tridu Songtsen, known as Mesag Tsom, as a minor to the throne. Well, this ushered in a period of regency, where the queen mother Thrimalo, the king's mother that is, and the Gar ministers effectively ruled. The Gar family's influence reached its peak under Minister Gar Tridring Tsendro, who not only commanded armies but also negotiated peace and war on Tibet's behalf. In 692, the tide would turn against Tibet externally. A resurgent Tang under Empress Wu Zetian struck back and regained the Tarim Basin, expelling Tibetan garrisons. Tibet's western conquests suffered a setback as Chinese forces reoccupied their lost cities. Then, in 694 to 96, Gar Tridring won a battle against the Chinese and brokered a temporary peace. It seemed the Gar were indispensable, but the Tibetan king, by now Tridu Songtsen, had come of age. Well, he saw the Gar's dominance as an external threat to authority. In a dramatic coup, Tridu Songtsen moved against the Gar clan in 698. According to tradition, the emperor invited the extended Gar family, numbering over 2,000, to a hunting excursion, only to spring a trap. At the king's signal, royal troops massacred the Gar retinue on the spot. Gar Tridring himself escaped the slaughter, but facing ruin, he took the self-checkout line, preferring to take his own life instead of, being constantly on the run and, poor. It's hard to go from being in line for the king to a vagabond renegade, In any case, his loyal soldiers then defected en masse to the Chinese side, depriving Tibet of some of its best military talent, so a bit of an oversight there. Thus ended Gar's clan's chapter, a bloody purge that restored central authority to the monarch. The young emperor had eliminated the overmighty subject, though at significant cost and risk. Tibet's subsequent chronicles viewed this event as a necessary evil to keep the empire from fracturing. In any case, with Gar gone, the queen mother Thrimalo and the other royal loyalists guided the empire's affairs, until Tridu Songtsen firmly took the reins. Freed from the internal rivalry, Tibet resumed its external ambition. In 702, a formal peace treaty with the Tang was signed. The Chinese Empress Wu Zetian herself was interested in stability on the frontier. But the peace was short-lived, although it did give Tibet a bit of breathing space to reorganize themselves. The imperial government undertook administrative consolidation, for example, creating a new provincial division or horn in the northeast to govern lands recently taken from the Sumba and Tuyuhun. Tibetan records speak of dividing the realm into ru, or horns, essentially large regions for military and civil administration. With these structures in place, the emperor led campaigns beyond the plateau's rim. One focus was the rich southwestern neighbor Nanzhao in Yunnan, also called Jiang in Tibetan sources. Around 703 to 704, Tibetan armies under Tridu Songtsen struck into the Nanzhao kingdom, attempting to extend Tibetan suzerainty into Southeast Asia. Tibetan chronicles say he invaded a people he called Muiwa, likely the same people that the Chinese had termed Man, one of the indigenous groups of Yunnan. Though the king died during that campaign in 704, his actions set the stage for Tibet to later dominate Nanzhao for decades. And indeed, by mid-century, Nanzhao would often be a Tibetan ally or vassal, causing quite a bit of grief to the Tang in the southwest. Well, after Tridu Songtsen's death, his son Tride Tsukten, also nicknamed Ma Agtsom the Bearded, probably because he had a beard, we don't know, inherited the throne as a young child in 704. Once again, a royal minority meant a regent. Queen Mother Thrimalo managed affairs. She reinforced ties with China by arranging another royal marriage. In 710, a Chinese princess, Jincheng, arrived to marry into the Tibetan royal family. Princess Jincheng became an important cultural broker, reputedly bringing Buddhist relics and prayers to Lhasa. Sources conflict whether Jincheng married the child Tride Sukten or a different Tibetan prince, but her presence certainly symbolized a renewed Tang-Tibet alliance, one that was sorely needed. Nobody wanted war on the frontiers again, especially the Tang. They'd had enough of that. But the peace would hold for a few years at least, aided by the diplomatic acumen of Thrimalo, who died in 712 after having stabilized the succession. Let's see how long it continues after her death. Well, by the 720s, with Tride Tsukten ruling in his own right, the frontiers flared up once more. Unfortunately, don't have Mummy around to smooth things over with the Chinese anymore, don't we? Well, the Tibetan Empire found itself entangled in the great game of Central Asia alongside Turks, Arabs, and Chinese. The empire's influence now extended westward to Transoxiana, that is modern Uzbekistan, and south into parts of Bruza, Gilgit in present-day Pakistan. Tibet even allied with the western Turkic tribes called the Turgesh to check the eastward expansion of the Umayyad Caliphate, that being the rising Arab-Muslim empire. There were episodes where Tibetans and Turgesh fought the Arabs together in 720s, trying to hold off the Islamic conquests in regions like Fergana. At the same time, Tibet and Tang China continued their sporadic war. And in the early 730s, a complex four-way conflict emerged. Tibet and the Turgesh versus the Tang Chinese and the Arab Caliphate. For example, after Tibet married a princess to the Turgesh Khagan in 734 as a cementing alliance, the Tang court responded by allying with the Arabs to jointly squeeze the Turgesh and Tibetans. This remarkable moment saw Chinese and Muslim forces coordinating against a common Central Asian foe. Didn't see that coming, didn't you? Well, initially the Chinese got a few victories. Tibet suffered some setbacks in the east around Gansu in the 730s. The Turgesh Khanate itself collapsed internally by 737, and that weakened Tibet's ally. Not good news for the Tibetans. But one notable flashpoint was the western Himalayan region. Tibet aimed to secure control of the high mountain trade routes linking Central Asia and India. In 737, the Tibetan army attacked the king of Bruza, as we mentioned, Gilgit in Pakistan, modern-day Pakistan that is, who then appealed to Tang China for help. Although Tang forces under the brilliant general Gao Xianzhi did intervene in the region around 747, temporarily pushing Tibet back, ultimately the local kings submitted to Tibet and decided that paying homage was a bit better of an option. General Gao's campaign did open a route through the Pamirs, connecting China to Kashmir, but it was short-lived. The larger Chinese effort to dominate Central Asia climaxed and collapsed with the Battle of Talas in 751, when Gao Shenjie's army was crushed by the Abbasid Arabs, aided by defecting Turkic allies. You see, Talas was the turning point. Tang China's westward advance halted, leaving a power vacuum which Tibet could easily exploit. Chinese influence in Central Asia waned rapidly after 751, while Tibet regained lost ground. In the wake of Talas, Tibetan forces reasserted themselves, even reportedly conquering large sections of northern India during the 750s. Well, when we say large sections of northern India, this is likely referring to renewed influence over the Himalayan border kingdoms, maybe extending into Nepal or Kashmir. Tibet's presence in the Indian plains was actually pretty scant, but Tibetan armies did campaign in what is now Ladakh, and even into the vicinity of Bengal's borders during this era, so there is that. Well, as Tibet's fortunes improved abroad, trouble brewed at home. In 755, King Tride Tsukten, who had ruled for decades, was assassinated in a coup within the palace. Who was responsible for such a thing? Well, the culprits were two ministers from the clans Lang and Baal, who perhaps resented the king's policy or just sought some power for themselves. Now, interestingly, this intrigue coincided, ironically, with a cataclysm in China. If you know the dates, right? Do you know it? Well, it was the An-Lushan Rebellion, 755 that was. So that threw the Tang Empire into civil war, so everyone having a rough time of it, it seems. Not a good year. Both empires were thus engulfed in chaos at the same time. In Tibet, the murdered king's teenage son, Trisong Detsen, was the heir, but a one-year interregnum followed as factions jockeyed for control. A general, Takdra Lukong, exposed the traitorous ministers and rallied the royal army to defeat them. Lang and Baal rebelled openly, but they were found, defeated, and killed. Their properties were confiscated as punishment. With the conspirators purged, Trisong Detsen took the throne in 756, restoring order in Lhasa. Thus, by the mid-8th century, the Tibetan Empire had survived multiple challenges. Regencies, clan revolts, royal assassinations. Pretty normal for an empire. But they emerged with a strong monarch at the helm again. Trisong Detsen's reign would usher in the golden age of the empire. As Tibet reached the pinnacle of its territorial expansion and cultural influence, but the pattern set earlier would continue. Bold military adventures abroad paired with periodic turmoil at home. If you had good luck one place, you'd have bad luck in another. All under the shadow of the epical changes shaking Asia, like the weakening of the Tang and the rise of new powers. Trisong Detsen would capitalize on these shifts brilliantly, propelling Tibet to its greatest heights. So, let's learn about the Golden Age. Trisong Detsen, reigning 756 to 797, is celebrated as one of Tibet's greatest emperors, a leader who combined military ambition with visionary cultural politics. He ascended the throne at approximately 13 years old, which, well, that's pretty much the typical age of majority for Tibetan kings. Just at the time when the Tang Chinese were reeling from the An-Lushan Rebellion that devastated their empire, he was just settling into the throne. Sensing the Tang's vulnerability, Trisong Detsen wasted no time in pressing the Tibetan advantage in Central Asia and along the Chinese frontier. Really kicking the Chinese while they're down, isn't he? Well, Early in his reign, Tibetan forces reclaimed influence over regions to the west that had slipped away, and then they struck deep into Chinese territory itself. The most dramatic episode came in late 763. A Tibetan army led by the general Nanlam Takra Lukong marched into the heart of China and occupied Chang'an, which was the Tang capital. Emperor Daizong of the Tang fled east to Luoyang, leaving his palace to the Tibetans. For 15 days, the Tibetans held Chang'an, a nearly unthinkable affront to Chinese prestige. They even installed a puppet emperor on the Tang throne before withdrawing, having made their point that Tibet was now a preeminent power in Asia. The shoal pillar inscription in Lhasa, erected shortly after, proudly records this triumph, recounting how Tibetan warriors captured vast swaths of northeastern China and briefly seized the enemy's capital. The humiliation of 763 left a mark on Chinese chronicles, who thereafter spoke of Tibet, whom they called Tubo, with a wary respect, as both a foe and an equal. While Tang China struggled to regain stability in the late 8th century, Tibet was consolidating its gains. Trisong Detsen's Tibet was not just fighting China, it was also managing a vast domain with multi-ethnic populations. Nanzhao, the kingdom in Yunnan, had been brought into Tibet's sphere around 750, and it remained a vassal ally for decades. However, in 794, Nanzhao turned against the Tibetans in the Battle of Shenchuan, siding with the Chinese and inflicting a serious defeat on Tibet's forces. This setback in the southeast showed the limits of Tibet's control over distant tributaries and foreshadowed future fragmentation. In the north, meanwhile, the Uyghur Khaganate, nominally the ally of the Tang, posed threats along the Tibet steppe frontier. Toward the end of the Trisong region, Tibet lost some allied tribes in the northeast to Uyghur victories, indicating that even at its height, the empire had to contend with powerful nomads. But despite the challenges, Trisong Detsen's reign is most renowned for the flourishing of Buddhism and learning in Tibet. He is remembered as the second of Tibet's 3 Dharma kings for his role in establishing Buddhism as a state-supported religion. Trisong Detsen invited the famous Buddhist masters from India, including the monk Santaraksita and the tantric adept Padmasambhava, to come to Tibet. With their guidance, the emperor founded the Samye monastery, built between 775 and 79, the first Buddhist monastery on Tibetan soil. According to later chronicles, Padmasambhava performed rituals to tame local spirits and demonesses, hindering construction, symbolizing Buddhism's subjugation of the indigenous deities. In fact, Padmasambhava was the one who brought the Tibetan Book of the Dead scriptures in, apparently. Now, upon Samye's consecration, Trisong Detsen sponsored the ordination of the first Tibetan monks. 7 noble youths were ordained, establishing the Tibetan Sangha. These events marked the formal beginning of Tibetan Buddhism as an institution. So under imperial patronage, Buddhist text was translated from Sanskrit and Chinese into Tibetan at a mind-boggling pace. Scholars from neighboring lands flocked to Tibet's cosmopolitan court. For instance, Trisong Detsen held a famous debate at Samye, circa 792–94, between Indian Buddhist philosophy and Chinese Chan Buddhism, advocating sudden enlightenment as opposed to a gradual enlightenment. The debate, which reportedly lasted 2 years, concluded with the victory of the Indian side under Kamalashila, leading the emperor to endorse the Indian Mahayana approach as orthodoxy in Tibet. Though details are semi-legendary, the story underscores how Trisong Detsen actively shaped the religious future of his realm. By his death, Buddhism was firmly planted among Tibet's elite and literature. Great translation projects, such as the early version of the Tibetan Buddhist canon, were well and truly underway. Yet even as the emperor nurtured spiritual pursuits, he did not neglect worldly governance. The Tibetan Empire at its zenith was highly organized. Historical analysis of documents shows an elaborate administration system. The empire was divided into the provinces or Ru, as we mentioned, the four horns. So we have central, western, southern, and northeastern, each overseen by appointed governors. There was a hierarchy of officials: ministers, generals, direct magistrates, many drawn from aristocratic clans but answerable to the crown. Trisong Detsen is credited with legal and military reforms, some of which are preserved in the 13th century Ledu chronicles, which draw on older imperial archives. For example, the empire had laws of thieves, laws of murder, laws of family, etc., indicating a legal code attributed to Songtsen Gampo and refined by his successors. Armies were raised by a feudal levy system. Noble officers were not standing professionals, but were called upon with their retainers when needed, signified by a symbolic golden arrow of command. Officers took oaths of fealty annually and assembled every 3 years for grand military councils and sacred feasts. Remarkably, though, the Tibetan armies traveled quite light, carrying no grain supplies and living off the land by plunder. A practice noted by the astonished forces. I mean, it's a pretty risky strategy, that's for sure. In terms of arms, Tibetan warriors of this era were famous for their heavy armor, both men and horses encased in lamellar iron and chainmail, so much that only the eyes were left exposed, as the Chinese observer Du Yo recorded. They fought primarily as massed armored cavalry with long lances and swords, and were said to dismount and form ranks in pitched battle, holding ground tenaciously. Archery was a weak point, the Chinese noted, but Tibetans compensated with superior steel and discipline. These descriptions from the enemy's pen convey the awe inspired by the Tibetan heavy cavalry, and indeed such well-drilled ironclad warriors overran much of Asia in the 8th century. Trisong Detsen eventually abdicated or semi-retired around 797, entrusting his power to his son, Mune Tsenpo. The transition was not entirely smooth, though. Mune Tsenpo's reign from 797 to 99 is said to have lasted only about a year and a half. Later Tibetan histories claim that he was poisoned by his own mother after he attempted radical reforms like distributing land to peasants and abolishing the practice of grave goods, that is, sacrificing treasures and possibly even servants at royal tombs. I'm sure that the servants would have been quite behind that reform. Measures, of course, that threaten the aristocratic interests, though. Well, though the specifics are murky, it is clear that Mune died young and without issue. Power then passed to his younger brothers in succession. One brother, Mutik Tsenpo, who had been banished earlier allegedly for murdering a minister, which you're not meant to do, so he never ruled and perhaps died in taking exile. The youngest brother, though, Tride Songtsen, was enthroned around 804, taking the regal name Sadnalegs. Under Emperor Sadnalegs, Tride Songtsen reigning 804 to 815, Tibet maintained its expansive might. But new challenges would emerge on the horizon. Notably, during his reign, Tibet entered into direct conflict with the Abbasid Caliphate in the far west. Tibetan garrisons had been established as far west as modern Afghanistan. Sources indicate that Tibetans were active around Samarkand and Kabul in the early 9th century, and this brought them into collision with the Abbasids, who were expanding eastward. Around 801, a Tibetan general in Kabul even captured Arab troops and pressed them into service on Tibet's eastern front, a fascinating instance of Tibet juggling two distant conflicts. But the Abbasids counterattacked, gradually gaining the upper hand in the west. By 1812, the Tibetan governor of Kabul had been defeated. He submitted to the Abbasids and notably converted to Islam, effectively surrendering that region. The caliphate then pushed from the direction of the Kashmir toward Tibet's holdings, but Tibet forces managed to hold them off. This westward struggle is largely forgotten today, yet it highlights how Tibet at its peak was a participant in the great Islamic expansion saga. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the empire, Tibet was contending again with the Uyghur Khaganate. In 816, the Tibetans even launched an attack into Uyghur territory, being Mongolia at the time, though by 821 the Uyghurs retaliated against Tibet. Tibet truly stood at the crossroads of civilizations, now facing enemies on multiple fronts. They were fighting Arabs in the west, Uyghur Turks in the north, Chinese in the east, and Indian hill states in the south. Now that's got to count as something towards its imperial reach, but also its strain on resources. Definitely not easy to manage all of that. Amid these pressures, Tibet and Tang China finally saw the wisdom of peace. Emperor Ralpakan, reigning 815 to 38, who succeeded Sadnalegs, is known as both a patron of Buddhism and the last strong ruler of a united empire. Ralpachan, also called Tritsudetsen, is revered by Tibetan Buddhists as the third of the great Dharma kings. He lavished support on monastic communities, inviting craftsmen and scholars from India, Nepal, Khotan, and China. During his reign, the monumental Mahavyutpati was compiled. If you don't know what that is, it's basically a bilingual glossary of Sanskrit and Tibetan terms. Basically, they were using this to standardize Buddhist translations. This lexicon, listing thousands of Sanskrit terms with Tibetan equivalents, vastly improved the quality and consistency of scripture translation and stands as one of Ralpakan's scholarly legacies. Under Ralpakan, Tibet truly became a center of Buddhist learning in Inner Asia, attracting texts and teachers from afar. But politically, Ralpakan's reign achieved a milestone that generations of warriors had failed to secure by force: a stable peace with Tang China, and on equal terms. After decades of sea-soaring conflict, envoys from Lhasa and Chang'an convened to negotiate a final boundary settlement. It's about damn time. In 821 to 822, a Sino-Tibetan treaty was signed, ratifying the borders and pledging, quote, a great peace and friendship between the two empires. To commemorate this accord, the text of the treaty in both Tibetan and Chinese was inscribed on a stone pillar in front of the Jokang Temple in Lhasa. That pillar, known as the Tang-Tibetan Alliance still stands today as tangible evidence of Tibet's once equal footing with China. The inscription, as preserved by scholars like Hugh Richardson, thanks Hugh, declares that the Tibetan king and the Chinese emperor speak with one heart, agreed that the frontier between their lands shall be fixed forever, and that neither side shall encroach on the other's territory. It speaks of the two rulers as being like an uncle and a nephew almost, suggesting a familial bond of mutual respect. It goes on to proclaim, all shall live in peace and share the blessings of happiness for 10,000 years, and the fame of this treaty shall extend to all places reached by the sun and the moon. This treaty ended nearly 2 centuries of intermittent hostilities and ushered in a period of relative calm. It also shows how far Tibet had come. The empire that once extorted a princess from the Tang now stood as Tang's diplomatic equal, its power too great to be subdued. Under Ralpakan, the Tibetan Empire arguably reached its greatest territorial extent and influence. Later Tibetan historians would nostalgically recall this era as the time when Tibet, quote, outshone the stars of the nations. And one can imagine travelers in the 820s encountering a vast empire whose authority ran from the borders of Mongolia to Bengal. Indeed, Tibetan influence penetrated into North India and deeply into what is now Chinese Turkestan. Tibet's prestige, was such that even in the distant Abbasid Caliphate in the Baghdad, Even the distant Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad knew of the Tibetans. Been reading for too long today, I'm afraid. Patriarch Timothy I of the Church of the East wrote in 782 of Tibetan Christian communities and called Tibet one of the most significant Eastern peoples of his time. This surprising detail reminds us that Tibet's imperial era was also one of cultural cosmopolitanism. Not only Buddhism, but also Christianity, Nestorian in variety, by the way, and perhaps other religions found their way to Lhasa's court. For example, Timothy I mentioned appointing a new bishop for the Tibetans around 794, evidence that a Nestorian Christian presence existed under Tibetan rule. Tibet's empire was a mosaic of many peoples: Tibetan, Turkic, Chinese, Nepalese, Central Asian, and Ralpakhan's administration had to manage all of that. It's not easy. And yet, in this moment of apparent triumph, storm clouds gathered within. Ralpakhan's lavish patronage of Buddhism, building temples, casting Buddha statues, supporting hordes of monks and translators, it all cost money and depended on heavy taxation of the nobility and the commoners. And spoiler alert, people do not like getting taxed. Well, not everyone shared the king's devout priorities, of course. The old guard aristocracy, some of whom still favored the traditional Bon religion, more like an animism kind of thing, or simply resented the wealth flowing to the monasteries, grew quite a bit impatient. In the late 830s, dissent within the court reached a breaking point. Ralpakhan was murdered in 838, reportedly strangled or garroted by two ministers who were pro-Bon, i.e. they opposed the Buddhist establishment. So yeah, you're basically talking animistic terrorists. Well, these ministers then engineered the succession of Ralpakhan's brother, who took the throne, as Langdharma. The traditional narrative casts this as a reactionary coup, conservative forces toppling a pious king to halt the Buddhist juggernaut. While the exact motives are lost in intrigue, it is clear that Ralpakhan's death marked the end of Tibet's golden age and the beginning of an irreparable fragmentation. The short reign of Emperor Langdharma, 838 to 842, is shrouded in a bit of legend. Langdharma, in Tibetan Glangdharma, has gone down in history as the impious king, the one who turned against Buddhism, and under whose watch the Tibetan Empire fell to pieces. Placed on the throne by the cabal that murdered his brother, Langdharma inherited a troubled realm. External troubles loomed. In 840, the powerful Uyghur Khaganate to Tibet's north was destroyed by the Kyrgyz, sending shockwaves through Inner Asia. Waves of displaced refugees, Uyghur nobles, soldiers, and others flooded into Tibet seeking asylum. This influx could have been destabilizing in border regions, that's for sure. Domestically, Langdharma faced a divided court. The faction that elevated him versus the Buddhist partisans loyal to the previous kings. According to later Buddhist chronicles, Langdharma initiated a campaign to suppress the Buddhist faith, closing monasteries, banning religious ceremonies, and forcing monks to disrobe or go into hiding. How much of this is historical fact versus monastic hagiography is a little bit debatable, but there is some evidence that state patronage for Buddhism was withdrawn, and some clergy were persecuted during his reign. One can imagine that given the financial strain the empire was under, Langdharma and his advisors saw the cutting of monastic subsidies as a pragmatic fiscal reform, aside from any religious zeal. Langdharma's rule was brief, and it ended dramatically. In 842, after only 4 years on the throne, he was assassinated, reportedly by a Buddhist monk named Lalung Pelgi Dorje. Legend has it that this monk, outraged by the king's impieties, disguised himself as a black-hatted dancer and gained an audience with Langdharma during a religious performance. Partway through, he drew a concealed bow and shot the emperor through the heart. Langdharma died, and the assassin fled on a fast horse, escaping with royal guards. Some versions say he smeared the horse with ash to appear white, and then washed it in a river to turn it black to evade detection, which is actually really clever. I mean, credit where it's due. Anyway, while such colorful details might be completely made up, I don't really care, because the gist holds. Langdharma's death left no strong central authority, and the Tibetan Empire collapsed into civil war over the succession. The crux of the collapse was a dynastic dispute between Langdharma's sons, or possibly a son and a nephew, depending on which source you look at. Different factions enthroned rival claimants, and a battle known as the War of the Brothers ensued. Tibet had no tradition of primogeniture set in stone, so disputes among royal relatives were often settled by force. In this case, there was likely an infant or young son of Langdharma named Osung, and another royal scion and nephew named Ngarie, each backed by different noble factions. The ensuing conflict, which some accounts call the Battle of U-Yoru, was ruinous. By around 846, the centralized monarchy in Lhasa had disintegrated. The empire broke apart into regional polities. Effectively, an era of fragmentation began, as later Tibetan historians ruefully named it. The unraveling of the empire had immediate consequence. Former subject peoples seized the chance to throw off the Tibetan yoke. In the Tarim Basin, Chinese influence had revived somewhat after the 821 treaty, and now local Chinese warlords with tacit tongue approval moved to reclaim lost ground. In 848, a Chinese commander named Zhang Yichao led the Return to Allegiance movement in Dunhuang, expelling the Tibetan garrison. A mural in the Mogao caves of Dunhuang commemorates Zhang Yichao's victory over Tibet that year. And Tibetan rule in Gansu and Xinjiang receded rapidly in the 840s too, as Chinese, Uyghurs, and local Turkic chiefs all carved out pieces. In the Himalayan south, allied states like Nepal asserted independence from what was now a defunct central authority in Tibet. The far-flung empire effectively evaporated. Within the Tibetan plateau, no new emperor emerged to reunite the realm. Instead, the once unified dominion splintered into a patchwork of petty kingdoms and clan territories. Members of the old royal family retreated to different strongholds. For instance, one branch of the Yarlung dynasty fled westward to Ngari, West Tibet, establishing a small kingdom there. Other princes ruled parts of central Tibet tenuously. The mighty fortress and administrative centers of the empire fell to local warlords or lords of important clans. One Tibetan document of the 9th century laments the rebellion of subordinates across the land and the end of all divine kingship. This era of fragmentation from the 9th and 10th centuries was a dark age for Tibet in terms of political unity, but it is beyond our scope to detail fully. Still, it's important to note that the collapse of the empire was not just a sudden fall from grace, but rather a process that took some decades. During that time, many imperial institutions decayed. The Buddhist monastic community, cut off from royal patronage, suffered decline. But in some regions, however, Buddhism survived in hiding, awaiting revival in the later Second Diffusion period. The imperial economy, which had involved vast trade networks and tributes, shrank back to local subsistence. Literacy and book production dwindled except in a few readouts. Tibet's neighbors largely lost interest in it as a great power. It no longer sent envoys abroad or fielded armies on others' soil. But if you want to grasp how Tibet's imperial legacy persisted, or perhaps didn't, one fascinating lens to that is the situation in Dunhuang, the city on the Silk Road that Tibet had ruled for decades. You see, Dunhuang under Tibetan occupation had become a bit of a melting pot of Tibetan and Chinese culture. As mentioned, Tibetans imposed their administration, and even aspects of their lifestyle on the local Chinese populace. The New Tang Annals note that with sympathy, the Dunhuang's Chinese residents were forced to adopt Tibetan dress and customs. They could only wear their traditional Chinese clothes during annual ancestor worship ceremonies, and when they did so, they wept bitterly as they stored their garments, mourning the lost days of Chinese rule. Now, this image shows a cultural pressure that Tibet exerted. There are also letters from Dunhuang revealing the tension. One Tibetan governor had to issue an order prohibiting Tibetan officials from kidnapping Chinese women as wives after receiving complaints from the local people. So obviously that was a bit of a problem. Another letter details a Chinese uprising in Dunhuang that killed a few Tibetans. The Tibetan response was to reassert a strict hierarchy. Tibetan officials always outranked the Chinese ones no matter what. Despite frictions, over time a generation of Dunhuang Chinese grew up speaking Tibetan, bearing Tibetan names, and ultimately serving the Tibetan Empire. Some even became prominent translators of Buddhist texts from Chinese to Tibetan. For example, a man named Go Chodrup, the Chinese name being Wang Fa Cheng, was ethnically Chinese but Tibetan educated. He gained patronage from the Tibetan emperor to translate sutras, some of which entered the Tibetan canon. Dunhuang became an important scriptorium around 800 to 820, where thousands of Buddhist sutras were copied in Tibetan by Chinese scribes working under Tibetan supervisors. The work discipline was severe. If a scribe wasted paper, he could be flogged. If he missed quotas, his property might be seized or his family held hostage. Such details, recorded in unearthed documents, show the heavy hand of Tibetan bureaucracy. We even find traces of personal feelings. On a scrap of paper used by one Chinese scribe in Dunhuang, a short poem in Tibetan is scribbled. "We are the subjects of Tibet, which comes down on us like the blows of a hammer. Though the tiger is noble, to challenge it is a great thing." Well, this little verse, likely penned in secret, shows a mix of resentment and grudging respect. In any case, by 848, when Zhang Yichao expelled the Tibetans, the Chinese inhabitants of Dunhuang were free of the yoke. They did not simply revert to pre-Tibetan ways, however. They had to become culturally hybrid. For generations after, Dunhuang people continued to use the Tibetan language alongside Chinese to practice Buddhism in Tibetan styles. This speaks of the lasting cultural impact of the empire, even after its political demise. Similarly, in central Tibet, even as the monarchy fell, the memory of empire and the seeds of Buddhist tradition remained, to be revived centuries later when new kings and lamas would reunify Tibet spiritually and politically. And so, the fall of the Tibetan Empire then was not a single event, but quite a long process. An emperor assassinated, a royal lineage splintered, subject peoples uprising, and the slow decay of central institutions. By the late 9th century, foreign observers no longer recognized the Tibetan Empire, only a patchwork of Tibetan tribes. The old Tang Annals, which once described Tibet's power and peculiar customs, close their Tibet chapter on the chaos of the mid-9th century, essentially writing Tibet out of the international picture thereafter. A proud era has ended. Tibet would not see a unified central rule again in over 300 years, until the Sakya Lamas under Mongol patronage in the 13th century created a new polity. And even that was very different in character. And in any case, a topic for another time. In the mid-19th century, the nation of China was convulsed by one of the deadliest conflicts in human history, a war ignited by the visions of a failed scholar turned prophet. In fact, it was so deadly that conservative estimates state 20 to 30 million deaths, up to 10% of the population at the time. It started in 1851 when Hong Shou-chuan, a former school teacher who believed himself to be the younger brother of Jesus Christ, declared a new dynasty, the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. What followed was not a spiritual movement, but an apocalyptic civil war that raged for 14 years. Cities were reduced to ashes, ancient traditions were upended, and entire provinces were laid to waste. Yet amidst all the chaos, the rebels fostered a radical dream of social equality, religious renewal, and a heavenly kingdom of great peace. It's a story as tragic as it is dramatic, a clash between an ecstatic vision of utopia and the harsh realities of the Qing dynasty. And so, from the humble beginnings of a charismatic Hakka peasant leader to the fiery collapse of his celestial empire in Nanjing, the rise and fall of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom is a tale of idealism and fanaticism, of heroism, and of course, horrific bloodshed. It's not often told, this tale of the Taiping Rebellion, but we should talk about it as one of the deadliest conflicts in human history. If you want to know all the details, well, you're in the right place. Allow me to welcome you to the channel. I am your host, and here we are once again. If you're returning, hello, and if you're new, good to meet you. I will remind our viewers that we are completely ad-free due to the generous support of the patrons, the members, those who donate, and those who look at the merch store. Thank you very much to those. We always begin with a thank you to them. But just thank you for joining us. If you want to support the channel, you're already doing the right thing by being here and just enjoying the content. And I do hope you enjoy. So let's get nice and relaxed, do the whole like, comment, subscribe thing, and we may begin. So let's start from the root cause, and that is the aforementioned Hong Shou-chuan. We really need to understand him first, and in general the world that produced him, somewhat of a product of his circumstances. He was born in 1814 to a poor Hakka family in Guangdong province. Now Hakka is one of the ethnic groups. They also called the Kejia in terms of their language. They were a migratory Han Chinese subgroup, and often they were viewed as outsiders by the local populations, bearing the share of grievances in a Qing empire strained by poverty, corruption, and of course, Western encroachment. From a young age, Hong was recognized as bright and ambitious. Now, do remember that Hong is the surname, and Shou-chuan is the first name, if we're going to put it in those terms. His village pooled resources to educate him in the Confucian classics. You see, they'd hoped that one day he would pass the rigorous imperial service examinations, and therefore bring honor and prosperity to his clan. You see, back in those days in the Qing dynasty, if you wanted to get into the government, this was a system from earlier dynasties too, well, you didn't really get it by nepotism. You had to go in and take the test, and the test was extremely difficult. You couldn't just wing it, no multiple choice answers. You had to do all sorts of things, everything from civil service examinations to writing poetry just offhand. Really difficult. You had to be quite well-rounded, so no pressure on Hong Shou-chuan. Well, he took the imperial examinations multiple times in the 1830s, and each time he failed. Given that less than 1% of candidates passed the actual exams, disappointment was not only common but quite expected. But Hong's successive failures were more and more devastating to him. In 1837, after his third failure, he suffered a severe mental and physical breakdown He was bedridden and delirious for days, and at that time he experienced a series of intense visions or dreams that would change the course of his life, and ultimately kill 20 million to 30 million people. In Hong Shouchuan's fevered vision, he found himself transported to a heavenly realm, and it was there, according to his later recollections, that he encountered a venerable old man with a golden beard, and a younger man who appeared as an elder brother figure. In the dream, the old man lamented to Hong that the world was overrun by demons, and he bestowed upon him a divine sword, commanding him to slay them. The younger man in the vision aided and instructed Hong in this mission. Hong also saw figures he interpreted as demons. One account even says he saw Confucius being castigated for leading people astray. When Hong awoke from this hallucination, he was perplexed about its meaning. At the time, he didn't fully act upon the vision, passing it off as just a dream, and he recovered enough to resume teaching in school. But it wasn't until later, in 1843, after failing the exams a fourth and final time, that Hong discovered a key to understanding his dream. He found in his belongings a Christian pamphlet titled Good Words for Exhorting the Age. It had actually been given to him years earlier in Canton, which is modern-day Guangzhou. He'd only skimmed over it at the time. You know, when someone hands you a pamphlet, you just put it in your back pocket, or in your breast pocket of a jacket, and the next winter when you wear that jacket, you put your hand in the pocket and think, oh, I remember that. Kind of like one of those situations. Now, this booklet was written by a Chinese Christian convert called Liang Ah-Fa. It outlined basic Protestant Christian doctrines and included excerpts from the Bible. Hong pored over it, and as he did, a revelation struck him, an epiphany. The figures in his vision now had names. He realized that the old man was the good Heavenly Father, whom the pamphlet claimed as Shangdi, the Chinese term for High God. And the elder brother, that was the elder brother figure being Jesus Christ. In Hong's electrified imagination, the, quote, demons he was instructed to destroy were actually the idols and false teachings that were plaguing China, including the Qing dynasty itself, which he saw as a demonic regime of foreigners. Now, when he says foreigners, these days we don't view Manchus as foreigners, because China has its 56 ethnic groups, and Manchus are among them, among with Russians and Kazakhs and Turkic people, Uyghurs, all the rest. But at the time, the Manchus were seen as not Han Chinese. They came from Dongbei, which is way up in the north. We get this name Manchuria from that. So a lot of the Han Chinese saw them as outsiders, much like when the Mongols came in the Yuan dynasty. But most astonishingly, Hong concluded that he himself was the son of God's Chinese family. Literally, the younger brother of Jesus Christ, and he was chosen by God to rid the world of evil, starting with China. Armed with this new spiritual identity, Hong Shouchuan underwent a dramatic personal transformation. He began to destroy his household's idols and ancestral shrines as pagan objects, and he began preaching to family and friends, converting them to what he believed was the one true faith. Had to have a lot of confidence, that's for sure. In 1844, Hong and a close friend named Feng Yunshan set out to spread their message in the poorer rural areas of neighboring Guangxi province, a region rife with banditry, economic distress, and sectarian strife. And do remember at the time that, yes, things were ran by the Qing dynasty, but there was plenty of warlords, especially in the south kind of being a final frontier. In fact, in earlier times, they used to send people down to Guangdong as a kind of punishment. We're talking about Tang Dynasty times, and Han Dynasty, this kind of thing. Well, there, Feng stayed behind to reorganize a religious society among disaffected peasants, miners, and fellow Hakka people, while Hong returned home briefly. In 1847, Hong sought further understanding of Christianity by traveling to the British mission in Canton to study with an American Baptist missionary, Reverend Issachar J. Roberts. He spent about 2 months receiving instruction, but the relationship between the proud visionary and the strict missionary was uneasy. Apparently, Hong reportedly refused the standard baptism and questioned certain doctrines, his grasp of Christianity and the scriptures remaining highly unorthodox, which I can imagine that the preachers at the time would have said, "Hold on a minute, you came to us for instruction, and now you're trying to tell us what to do." Yeah, it must have been quite awkward. But nonetheless, Hong emerged from these encounters with added conviction and a few more scriptural references to bolster his own divine mission. By 1848, he rejoined Feng Yunshan in Guangxi, where Feng's God Worshippers Society, as they were called, had grown into quite a sizable congregation. This sect venerated one God, the Christian Jehovah, and preached equality under heaven. They sang hymns to the 10 Commandments, smashed traditional temple idols, and bonded under Hong's charismatic leadership. The late 1840s were a time of general desperation for many Chinese commoners, as much as, well, any other times were, but these were particularly desperate. You see, the Qing dynasty had recently been completely humiliated in the First Opium War. That was 1839 to 1842, where Britain forced open treaty ports. And of course, that's how they got Hong Kong. They ceded that in the first agreement, and a little bit more of it in the second agreement. In the countryside, floods, famines, and the exploitation of peasants by corrupt officials fueled even more anger. And then there were the ethnic tensions in Guangxi between Hakka settlers and local Cantonese natives. They're often called Yue people. Actually, the Cantonese language in Chinese is called Yueyu. I think in Cantonese it's called Yatyu. Don't quote my Cantonese. I'm not as fluent in Cantonese as I am in Mandarin. Well, in any case, the stage was set for a major upheaval, and Hong's movement was a powder keg for a religious fervor and social resentment. In layman's terms, it was about to hit the fan. By 1850, the God worshippers had tens of thousands of followers. They lived communally, sharing property and emphasizing purity of faith. Now, the Qing local authorities, alarmed at this heterodox sect and its open rejection of Confucian practices, attempted to suppress them, which only pushed the group further toward open rebellion. And here's the other thing. I did mention that things are very far away from Beijing, the seat of power. So down in the south, you could get away with a little bit more. That's why nationalist movements fermented quite a bit more in the south during those times, during the later collapse of the Qing and all the rest. But in any case, if this had have happened in somewhere like, I don't know, Shandong, or even somewhere closer to Dongbei or Beijing, Hubei, something like that, things would have been suppressed quite a bit earlier, and the whole disaster would have most likely been averted. But since it was so far south, it was kind of under the radar for a while. In any case, January 1851, sensing the moment was ripe for action, Hong Shouchuan finally proclaimed an uprising against the Qing. And this was no mere local revolt. On the 11th of January 1851, Hong declared a formal formation of the Taiping Tianguo, the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, with him himself as the Tianwang, the Heavenly King. Now, this was a direct challenge to the reigning Qing Emperor Xianfeng. Hong was in effect declaring a new dynasty in China ordained by heaven, and fronted by himself, of course. And just like that, the Taiping Rebellion had well and truly begun. Now, the Qing were a little bit overconfident. You see, at first the officials may have underestimated Hong Shouquan's rebellion as just another peasant insurrection in the hinterlands. And you can't really blame them, because it was among a series of dissatisfied peasants, thinking, well, the only choice we have is to bring out the pitchforks and demand a better life. Usually a show of force would sort them out. But it was going to be different this time. They soon realized that this was something far more formidable. In the initial phase, Hong's forces, calling themselves the Taipings, meaning Great Peace, fought a guerrilla war in the hills of Guangxi. Armed with a zealous belief in divine protection, the Taiping soldiers, men and women by the way, proved to be surprisingly disciplined and effective. Many had little more than farm tools or muskets, but their morale was very high. They sang hymns, observed strict codes, no opium, no alcohol, no looting of fellow peasants, this kind of thing. They probably didn't smoke tobacco either, I assume. Well, they also believed themselves guided by heavenly commands. Hong Shouquan, for his part, acted as both a spiritual leader and a strategist, though he relied heavily on able lieutenants like Feng Yunshan, Yang Shouqing, and others who had military talent, some former Qing generals as well. From late 1850 to 1851, Qing troops engaged the Taipings in a series of battles in southwest China. Hong's forces won several early victories against these local Green Standard and Imperial troops, and it only fueled their confidence. As they defeated Qing units, they also gained weapons and recruits. Entire villages and clans, especially Hakkas and other oppressed groups, joined the cause as the Taipings marched on. In September of 1851, Hong Shouquan's nascent army scored a significant victory by seizing the city of Yong'an in Guangxi. There, Hong formally organized a government for his heavenly kingdom. He appointed his closest followers to kingly ranks, with color titles corresponding to directions. Yang Shouqing was named the East King, Xiao Chaogui the West King, Feng Yunshan the South King, and Wei Changhui as the North King, and Shi Da Kai as the Wing King, signifying a kind of assistant king, kind of like a vanguard role. Well, these kings were both military commanders and high ministers in the Taiping hierarchy. Hong, as the heavenly king right in the center, stood above them all, and was the ultimate authority, believed to be communicating God's will, a direct line to the heavens. While Hong was venerated almost as a living deity by his followers, interestingly he also taught that all believers were children of God. There was a millenarian, egalitarian streak in Taiping Christianity. The movement portrayed itself not just as a rebellion, but as a holy crusade. They were going to cleanse China of the demon Qing and all corrupt elements, and after that they were taking on the world. By 1852, Qing imperial forces mounted larger offensives to crush the Taipings, but the rebels were elusive and ferocious. Under pressure in Guangxi, the Taiping army decided to go on a monumental trek, a kind of proto-long march. They broke out of encirclement and marched northward and eastward across several provinces, essentially a strategic exodus toward the Yangtze River heartland. This odyssey took them through Hunan, where they fought through cities that were bastions of conservative Confucian gentry, many of whom, by the way, were horrified by the Taiping's iconoclasm and egalitarian rhetoric. Well, in each region, the Taiping forces tried to win over the population. sometimes by distributing captured food and silver, sometimes by force, and by proclaiming their vision of an era of peace and justice under heaven, a lot of the time winning people over by saying, "Come on, anything's better than being ruled by the Manchus, right?" There were accounts of strict discipline too. One often cited policy was that Taiping soldiers were forbidden from pillaging or harming civilians, especially fellow Han Chinese. If they were caught doing that, well, they would get the death penalty. But as for the Manchu bannermen and their families, they showed no mercy. They regarded them as demons, legitimate threats. You cannot allow them to live. In early 1853, the Taipings advanced along the Yangtze River, China's central artery. Their growing army, swelled by tens of thousands of new recruits from each region, they moved with astonishing speed. In February of 1853, they captured the city of Wuchang, which is the modern-day Wuhan, by the way, a major city on the mid-Yangtze. They are called the Yangtze in Chinese. Just a little bit of a note on pronunciation, too. Some of the older pronunciation of Chinese, like Yangtze, when it's spelled the T-Z-E way, that is a pronunciation called Wade Giles. It's a little bit old. These days, everybody uses pinyin. At least those enlightened Chinese learners. I don't know anybody who's using Wade Giles pronunciation anymore, but everyone learns pinyin now. Anyway, the fall of Wuchang sent shockwaves through the Qing court. The rebel army was demonstrating that it could take key urban centers, not just peasant villages. Things were getting pretty serious. But the most dramatic victory was yet to come. Marching downstream in March of 1853, Hong Xiuquan's forces laid siege to Nanjing, the venerable former capital of the Ming dynasty located on the lower Yangtze. Now, Nanjing actually means southern capital. Beijing means northern capital. And interestingly, Tokyo actually means eastern capital. Now, of course, we say Tokyo in Japanese, but in Chinese it's actually Dongjing, which means east capital. So there you go. Well, after fierce fighting, the Taipings breached Nanjing's walls on the 10th of March 1853. What followed was a grim testament to the war's ruthless nature. The Taiping soldiers, fueled by years of persecution and Hong's commands to annihilate demons, massacred the Manchu population of Nanjing. Men, women, and even children of Manchu ethnicity were killed en masse. Some estimates suggest tens of thousands were slain in Nanjing's Manchu quarter. Well, this was partly in revenge. Manchu bannermen had earlier shown no mercy to captured Taipings, and partly an effort to cleanse the demonic elements from the Heavenly Kingdom's new capital. Amid the slaughter, however, the Taiping leaders proclaimed that a new era had dawned. They renamed Nanjing to Tianjing, the heavenly capital. Hong Xiuquan, enthroned in the former Ming imperial palace, now the Ming was the dynasty that came before the Qing, reportedly wept tears of joy upon entering the city, believing that finally God's will was being done. The capture of Nanjing was the high point of Taiping's success and the formal establishment of their regime. In 1853, the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom controlled a vast swath of China's richest regions. Much of Guangdong, Guangxi, Hunan, Hebei, Jiangxi, Anhui, and Jiangsu provinces had either come under Taiping administration or been disrupted by their armies. Hong Xiuquan's vision had materialized into a state with millions of subjects. At Nanjing, he set up a court and bureaucracy to govern in the name of God. The Taiping Heavenly Kingdom now posed an existential threat to the Qing dynasty. Sensing this, Hong and his top lieutenants hoped to press their advantage further. In mid-1853, they launched the Northern Expedition, an ambitious military campaign to capture Beijing itself and topple the Qing Emperor. A Taiping army of perhaps 20,000 or more crack troops marched north from the Yangtze, pushing through central China and toward the heartland of the Qing. At the same time, another force was sent west from Sichuan, towards Sichuan rather. The Taiping leadership believed that if the Manchu regime, reeling from the shock of Nanjing's loss, were panicking, they could be brought down if hit from multiple fronts. And indeed, they probably were panicking quite a bit at this point. But the Northern Expedition stretched Taiping forces too thin, and ultimately, it failed. Taiping vanguards advanced as far as the outskirts of Tianjin, that is the port city near Beijing, coming within a few days' march of the capital by late 1853. But Qing defenders, aided by difficult winter conditions and the sheer exhaustion of the Taiping troops, managed to halt them. The expeditionary force, unable to take Beijing, was eventually encircled and nearly annihilated on its retreat south. Well, you can imagine that this defeat was a significant setback, bit of a morale blow, that's for sure. It showed that the Taipings, for all their fervor, could not easily overthrow the Qing in one blow. Meanwhile, back in the south, Qing forces regrouped and even retook some areas that the Taipings had swept through. And here was where the war settled into a new phase, one that would test whether the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom could sustain and govern the territory it seized. It's one thing to capture territory, another to keep it. And it seemed like that high point in Nanjing, the top of the mountain, there's only one way down, right? And so with Nanjing, or Tianjin as they called it, their capital, the Taiping leaders turned to the task of governing and implementing their vision of a heavenly kingdom. So let's just get away from the war aspect for the moment and just talk about what was actually going on behind the scenes, because that's important too. Well, Hong Xiuquan's regime was a pretty curious blend of theocratic zeal, even a communist-like social policy, and military autocracy. In theory, the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom aimed to remake society according to Hong's understanding of Christian principles and ancient Chinese egalitarian ideals. In the early stages, they announced radical policies that set them apart from the Qing order. One of the most famous was the land system of the Heavenly Kingdom. All land was to be owned by the state, i.e., held in common by the people, and periodically distributed equally to households, men and women, in units of a given size. Well, this policy, inspired by a mix of the Bible and perhaps lingering Confucian utopian ideas, was meant to ensure that no one would starve, and that class distinctions based on wealth would simply vanish. Once again, proto-communistic teachings. In practice, the land equalization was more of an ideal than a reality, especially amidst the war. But it showed the Taiping's revolutionary social ethos. In any case, it's an interesting idea for the time. But here's another policy: the promotion of social gender equality. The Taipings proclaimed that men and women were equal before God. Women were organized into separate military formations, and some women served as officers and administrators. Foot binding, the cruel custom of binding young girls' feet, was outlawed in Taiping territories, and that's a good thing. Suppose you've got to give credit where it's due. I did a full video on Chinese foot binding. It's, well, it's quite concerning. Very glad they left that one in the past. Some traditions are better off left behind. Oh, but I should say, though, the Manchu weren't doing foot binding. It was just the Han people doing foot binding, and a few of the other locals. In any case, I think that the Hakka as well were not participating in that. They had women out working in the fields like everybody else. In any case, these measures, which were astonishing for their time, attracted many women to the cause, and, of course, on the other side, horrified the conservative Confucian society. But all in all, religious faith was the cornerstone of daily life in the heavenly kingdom. Hong Shou-Chuan and his followers propagated a simplified form of Christianity, shorn of the formal theology, but steeped in the Old Testament ethos of an absolute, wrathful God. The Taipings observed a Sabbath on every seventh day, destroyed idols and ancestral temples, and built churches, perhaps repurposed temples for worship of Shangdi, the Heavenly Father. They even composed their own hymns and written prayers. Every Taiping soldier was taught to recite the 10 Commandments, which Hong had slightly revised. You see, he had added injunctions against demon-worshipping and expanding the definition of adultery to include polygamy and foot-binding. Blasphemy and idol worship were harshly punished. The traditional Confucian civil examinations were abolished and replaced with tests on biblical knowledge and Taiping religious songs. Not very practical, but sure more about loyalty. In essence, you can say that the Taiping state positioned itself as a purified kingdom under God's law, casting the Confucian Qing state and its culture as demonic falsehoods to be eradicated. But in terms of governance, Hong Shou-Chuan assumed supreme authority as the heavenly king. Remember, he being at the center of the other cardinal direction kings. But he delegated considerable power to his top lieutenants, especially the other kings. Now, the most formidable of these was Yang Shou-Qing, the East King, who had effectively become the chief administrator of Tianjin. Yang Shou-Qing had been a firewood seller who joined the movement early and was known for his charismatic trances. In Nanjing, Yang Shou-Qing took charge of organizing the civil administration and military strategy. He proved to be an able, if authoritarian, leader, rebuilding the city's defenses, managing supply lines, and directing field generals in ongoing campaigns. However, Yang's ambition and methods soon introduced new tensions at the Taiping court. He claimed to channel the voice of God during fits of religious ecstasy, during which he would issue directives ostensibly from the Heavenly Father. And at times, these divine pronouncements included reprimands, even for Hong Shou-Chuan. You can see how this is becoming a bit of a problem, right? You can't have two central kings, can't you? There was one infamous episode where Yang Shou-Qing, while speaking as if possessed by the Holy Spirit, demanded that Hong kneel and repent for an instance where Hong had mistreated his own concubine, of which he had quite a few, by the way. It's quite convenient how all of these cult leaders end up having quite a lot of concubines. Isn't that funny? Well, the notion that the heavenly king himself should be scolded by his subordinate, even if it was under the claim of God's voice, certainly did not sit well with Hong Shou-Chuan. Although Hong initially acquiesced, publicly bowing to the will of God, as spoken by Yang, resentment festered. Meanwhile, the daily life for ordinary people under Taiping rule was a mix of stern morality and the upheaval of war. The Taipings instituted segregated camps for men and women. Even married couples were often made to live apart, especially in the early years, to maintain chastity and focus on the holy war. This strict separation was deeply unusual in Chinese society. It was born from both a puritanical interpretation of Christianity and practical concerns of discipline, but still it was not popular. It did have some success in curbing abuse. Taiping camps were said to be notably orderly, lacking the rampant prostitution that often accompanied armies or the
other unpleasant assault aspects that go on when sacking a city. But it also caused confusion and misery for some families. But still, many peasants under Taiping control initially welcomed relief from onerous Qing taxes and the promises of a more just rule. Like we said before, the Qing being so unpopular, people were willing to take a chance on something new, regardless of what it was. Local militias and bandits were crushed by Taiping armies, which sometimes brought a rough kind of peace to war-torn areas. The Taiping authorities tried to establish a functional bureaucracy, appointing officials in the cities and the councils where they held, often with titles like ministers or envoys of the heavenly king. They even printed their own currency and issued proclamations to communicate their laws and theology. A notable figure who joined the Taiping administration in these years was Hong Ren-gan, a cousin of Hong Shou-chuan. Hong Ren-gan had spent time in British Hong Kong and was a Christian convert with a bit of knowledge about the wider world. When he arrived in Nanjing in 1859, he was given the title Shield King and became a sort of prime minister and chief advisor to Hong Shou-chuan. Hong Ren-gan proposed modernization reforms for the Heavenly Kingdom, including establishing hospitals, newspapers, modern banks, and even forming alliances with foreign powers. He even drafted a vision for transforming China into a modern country with railways and steamships. These ideas showed that not all Taiping leaders were purely focused on religious dogma. Some had proto-modernization impulses. But the problem was the practical implementation of such reforms was extremely limited by the ongoing war and internal politics. But within the heavenly capital, Tianjin, life at the court increasingly took on imperial trappings, albeit with a religious twist. Hong Shou-chuan was treated with reverence and even awe by his followers. He wore imperial robes and lived in the former governor's palace, now rechristened as the Heavenly King's Palace, slapping that label on everything. Well, there was a ritual protocol for approaching him too. Subjects had to bow multiple times, though notably they bowed to him as a divine king rather than performing the full koto reserved for the Qing emperor. Some sources note that Hong forbade the traditional bowing method with your head touched to the ground because worship was to God alone. Hong appointed members of his own family to positions of privilege, which is no surprise. For instance, his two elder brothers were given titles. Though they were said to be pretty mediocre figures, they didn't really do much. Hong himself, as time went on, seemed to retreat further into a life of contemplation and religious writing. He worked on theological justifications for his regime, producing documents that blended biblical references with his own interpretations. Some later commentators, including his own generals, observed that Hong Shou-chuan became increasingly aloof from day-to-day governance, preferring to dwell on spiritual matters and to enjoy the luxuries of the palace. Indeed, one of the criticisms leveled against Hong is that by those who eventually wrote about him, including his fallen general Li Shoucheng, was that Hong indulged a large harem like a traditional monarch. Despite formally preaching monogamy and chastity to his followers, Hong had numerous concubines. Reports range from 36 to even hundreds of women in the palace. A little bit hypocritical. It did not endear him to some of his more principled followers, but a few dared speak against him as the Heavenly King. A little bit too risky. Well, through 1854 to 1855, the Taiping armies tried to consolidate and expand their territory from the Yangtze base. They engaged in numerous battles with Qing forces across central China. One major development was the rise of regional militia armies on the Qing side, which would gradually turn the tide against the Taiping. Traditional Qing bannerman troops had proven ineffective against the rebels, often suffering defeats due to poor morale and leadership. In response, a new model of resistance emerged. Educated gentry officials, most famously Zheng Guofan, who were granted imperial sanction to raise their own local armies, the Yongying, or the Brave Battalions. Zheng Guofan, a Confucian scholar from Hunan, took up the challenge to crush the Taipings out of a sense of duty and alarm at their iconoclasm. He formed the Xiang Army, named after the Xiang River in Hunan, consisting of Hunanese farmers and miners drilled into a disciplined force. But crucially, he funded and organized them through local bands of loyalty, rather than centralized Qing command. So it wasn't like they were fighting under a Qing commander. They had local commanders who would speak their local language in their local accent. It felt a little bit more reasonable to command them that way. Well, this approach led to more motivated troops on the Qing side as the war went on. But that didn't mean that in the mid-1850s the Taipings didn't have the upper hand, because they did. But that was all about to change. You see, the problem was, just as the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom reached the zenith of its territorial extent, it was quite nearly shattered from within by a deadly power struggle. Now, remember that rivalry between Hong Shou-Chuan and his most powerful general, Yang Shou-Ching? Well, it reached a breaking point in 1856. Yang's frequent claims of speaking with the voice of God had given him tremendous influence, perhaps more than Hong Shou-Chuan himself in practical affairs, especially since everyone was raising his eyebrows at that little harem situation he was keeping. Certainly doesn't add to his credibility as a spiritual leader, doesn't it? Hong grew increasingly weary that Yang Shou-Ching might usurp leadership of the movement that Hong had founded. And with good reason, I suppose. There were probably many that preferred that he had taken over. Upper Taiping leaders, including the North King and the Wing King, Wei Changhui and Shi Da-kai, respectively, also chafed under Yang's domineering behavior. Yang was accused of arrogance and suspected of plotting to take the title of Heavenly King for himself, which is, of course, against the rules. And so in August of 1856, tensions exploded in what is known as the Tianjin Incident. Acting on secret orders from Hong Shou-Chuan, Wei Changhui and several other loyalists invited Yang Shou-Ching to a banquet under false pretenses. And when he got there, they ambushed him. Yang Shou-Ching and his family, as well as thousands of his adherents in Nanjing, were slaughtered in a sudden purge. The East King, once the architect of the Taiping administration, was dead, eliminated by the very regime he had helped build. In the wake of Yang's assassination, Wei Changhui, the North King, and his forces became overzealous, killing anyone suspected of having the slightest amount of loyalty to Yang. Blood filled the streets of the heavenly capital, and scores of Taiping officials were murdered in factional revenge. Hong Shou-Chuan, who had sanctioned Yang's removal, soon found that Wei Changhui had become a danger as well. Wei grew conceited and even threatened Hong's own brothers. Just weeks after Yang's fall, Hong ordered Wei Changhui executed to prevent him from accumulating too much power. This second violent purge further destabilized the Taiping leadership. Suddenly, 2 of the original 5 kings were gone. Yang and Wei were dead, and the West King, Xiao Qiaogui, had died earlier in a battle. Only Shi Da-kai, the Wing King, remained at the top cohort besides Hong himself. And well, being the Wing King, he was kind of like the bass player in a band, you know. He wasn't that important. You could easily replace him. Sorry to all the bass players out there. Well, Shi Da-kai was a respected military commander, we will say that, and he was renowned for his bravery and beloved by the troops. But after the chaos of 1856, many expected Shi Da-kai to take on a greater role in directing the Taiping war effort. However, fearing for his own life, and witnessing the fate of Yang and Wei, Shidakai chose rather wisely to leave Tianjin. In early 1857, Shidakai departed the capital with his loyal army, tens of thousands strong, and roamed southwest China as an independent rebel force, separate from Hong's direct control. Now you can imagine that this departure was certainly a blow to the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. It deprived Hong of one of his best generals, and more importantly, it signaled deep fractures at the top. If you don't think the Qing weren't looking on, rubbing their hands together, thinking, good, argue more. Well, yeah, of course they were, of course. In any case, after 1856, Hong Xiuquan grew ever more distrustful of any remaining talented leaders. And this was at a time when they needed the unity to face all of the Qing counterattacks. He increasingly surrounded himself with close kin and yes-men. He elevated his oldest brother, Hong Renfa, and second brother, Hong Renda, to high positions, even though they were, by all accounts, inept. They had no idea what they were doing. But here is the fate of tyrants, is that loyalty is always more important than competence. They hire people on those ideological grounds. The fate of all tyrants, that's it. Well, vital decisions and coordination suffered as a result. Hong Xiuquan receded from active command, focusing on religious teachings and, more importantly, the comforts of his palace, while the day-to-day burden of military operations fell to regional commanders like Li Xiucheng and Chen Yucheng, who rose to prominence later. This would prove problematic, mainly because without a strong central coordination, the Taiping forces in various provinces acted independently, missing opportunities to support each other against the tightening Qing offensive. And for the Qing, the Taiping self-destruction was a godsend. By the late 1850s, Qing generals like Zheng Guofan were making headway in retaking the Yangtze Valley. Zheng's Shang army had besieged and captured important cities such as Anqing in late 1861 that were crucial to cutting off Nanjing's supply lines. Another emerging Qing general, Zuo Zongtang, was leading the fight in Zhejiang province, and Li Hongzhang, a protege of Zheng, raised the Huai army to protect the Shanghai region. The Taipings, though still capable of mounting offenses, were clearly on the defensive after 1856. There was an important factor that influenced the final years of the Taiping Rebellion, and that is the stance of the third party. You had the Taiping, the Qing, and then you had the Western powers, who were, well, meddling in China at the time, to say the least. Initially, foreign reactions to the Taipings was mixed. You see, Western missionaries were quite intrigued by this massive movement proclaiming Christianity. Kind of. A few, like Reverend Theodore Hamburg and later Joseph Edkins, visited the Taiping territory and even met some leaders. Hong Rengan's presence in Nanjing after 1859 was notable. He reached out to Western diplomats and Christian missionaries trying to gain support, or at least neutrality. The Taipings promised foreign merchants favorable trade and offered missionaries the prospect of China converted to Christianity. However, serious doubts arose among Westerners about the heterodox nature of Taiping beliefs and the disorder that the rebellion was causing. The Taipings had destroyed traditional temples, and sometimes also churches, that did not align with their own doctrine, and their claim that Hong was a new messiah figure was heretical to mainstream Christianity. Moreover, Western governments had just fought the Second Opium War against the Qing, ending in 1860 with the sacking of Beijing and new unequal treaties. They don't call it the century of humiliation for nothing. Once those new treaties gave Britain, France, and other powers greater privileges in China, the Europeans became more interested in a stable Qing government that would honor those treaties, rather than a radical fundamentalist regime that might not. Tensions between Taiping and foreigners came to a head around Shanghai. In 1860, taking advantage of the Qing's distraction with the war against Britain and France, the Taiping armies launched a major eastern campaign. King Li Xiucheng, who was called the Loyal King, one of the ablest Taiping generals, moved through Zhejiang and Jiangsu provinces, capturing the cities of Hangzhou and Suzhou, both prosperous centers. In the summer of 1860, Li Xiucheng's forces reached the outskirts of Shanghai, which was by then an international treaty port, and, by the way, protected by foreign navies. Now, the prospect of Taiping's capturing Shanghai alarmed the foreign community as much as it alarmed the Qing, because at the time Shanghai was as much of a foreign community's city as it was in the power of the Qing. In terms of trade, at least, very valuable. Though the Taipings insisted they were only interested in the Qing, not foreigners, a joint British and French force decided to aid the Qing in defending Shanghai, and I'm sure that they were doing most of the heavy lifting. In any case, with superior modern weaponry and warships, the Westerners repelled the Taiping approach to Shanghai in August of 1860. From that point on, it became increasingly clear that the Western powers would not allow the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom to upset the new order they had imposed on the Qing. In 1861, the imperial court, now under the regency of Empress Dowager Cixi, since the Shenfeng Emperor had died, authorized provincial officials to openly recruit Western mercenaries and acquire modern arms to fight the rebels. Obviously going to be a game changer. And a new kind of Qing allied force emerged, the ever-victorious army, a Chinese regional force led by foreign officers. The first such figure was Frederick Townsend Ward, an adventurous American who built a small but effective corps of mercenaries and Chinese soldiers drilled in Western tactics. Ward's ever-victorious army, supported by the governor of Shanghai, took the fight straight to the Taiping and the lower Yangtze region. They secured a number of towns back from the rebel control in 1862, but Ward eventually was killed in battle, and after that, the command of his mercenary force passed to a British officer, Charles George Gordon, who had a nickname, Chinese. Okay then. Well, under Gordon's leadership in 1863, the ever-victorious army, though numbering only a few thousand, became a highly mobile strike force armed with modern rifles and artillery. They coordinated closely with Li Hongjiang's Huai army. This collaboration had devastating results for the Taiping. Key cities like Suzhou were recaptured by the Qing with foreign help. The ball was well and truly rolling now. In one notable incident in late 1863, Gordon negotiated the surrender of Suzhou from a group of Taiping commanders by offering them clemency, only to have his Qing counterparts execute those surrendered rebels anyway. Now this treachery disgusted Gordon and caused a temporary diplomatic problem. But in any case, the deed was done. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, as they say, and the Taiping military leadership was further decimated. But good luck making any peace treaties now. But on the broader front, the Qing armies under Zheng Guofan and Zuo Zongtang were steadily advancing. Zheng Guofan's capture of Anqing in 1861 was particularly significant. Anqing, located upriver from Nanjing, had been a vital Taiping stronghold, protecting Nanjing's western flank. Its fall meant that Nanjing was increasingly isolated and could not easily receive food from inland provinces. Zuo Zongtang recovered Hangzhou in 1864, pushing the Taipings completely out of eastern Zhejiang. In the southwest, the roaming forces of Shi Da Kai, the ex-Taiping Wing King, met a tragic end. They were cornered by Qing troops in Sichuan, and Shi Da Kai surrendered in 1863 in exchange for sparing his followers. He was executed by slow death, Ling Chi, that is the 1,000 cuts. Not a good way to go. Many of his men, sadly, were slaughtered despite the sacrifice. So once again, broken agreements. Despite the setbacks, the Taipings did not collapse overnight. They fought tenaciously in defense of their kingdom. Li Shoucheng, in particular, emerged as the last great champion of the Taiping cause. He orchestrated the defense of Nanjing and repeatedly tried to break the Qing siege lines in the early 1860s. Another young Taiping general, Chen Yucheng, known as the Heroic King, led daring operations to relieve besieged cities and gather provisions. But Chen Yucheng was captured by the Qing in 1862, and he was executed, once again depriving the Taipings of another brilliant commander. By 1863, the noose was tightening around Nanjing. Anqing had fallen, Suzhou had fallen, and most of the rebel-held territory was shrinking day by day. Yet Hong Shouchuan and his inner circle were not willing to give up just yet. They trusted in divine deliverance, even as the material situation grew dire, firmly convinced that God was on their side. And so, by early 1864, the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom was reduced essentially to its capital and a few pockets of resistance. Nanjing was by then surrounded by Qing forces under the overall command of Zheng Guoquan, that is Zheng Guofan's brother, by the way, who led the siege. And Zheng Guofan was there too. He coordinated from Anqing. Now, inside Nanjing, conditions were deteriorating rapidly. The populace, swelled by refugees, faced starvation as supply lines were cut. Hong Shouchuan, who had always preached faith in divine providence, took an even more otherworldly approach to the crisis. Apparently, he told his followers that God would provide for them. According to accounts by those present, including General Li Shoucheng's later testimony, when pleaded to provide food or get something for the starving city, Hong issued a bizarre directive that the people should gather and eat sweet dew. And by that he meant the wild herbs and vegetables growing around them. Hong even demonstrated this by gathering weeds from his palace gardens, cooking them into a ball or porridge, and consuming them for his sustenance. Now this was meant to be a pious example, trusting in God's natural provision. But rather ironically, it might have been the final mistake of his life, because you see, in May of 1864, Hong Shouchuan fell gravely ill. Food poisoning, it seems, likely weakened as well by prolonged malnutrition or possibly ingesting inedible herbs. As Qing mines and artillery shells rocked Nanjing's walls daily, the Heavenly King was dying. June 1st, 1864, Hong Shouchuan died within his palace. Taiping sources later claimed he ascended to heaven. Others say he took his own life by taking poison, despairing at the looming end. He was 50 years old at the time. To avoid chaos, the Taiping court hastily proclaimed Hong's young son, Hong Tiangui-Fu, also called Hong Fu-Tian, a teenage boy, as the new heavenly king. But this boy had no influence to change the course of events. Zheng Guoquan's forces continued to pound Nanjing. On July 19, 1864, after breaching the outer walls with explosives, the Qing army stormed on in. And what ensued was a scene of apocalyptic violence. After years of frustration and heavy losses, the Qing soldiers took merciless revenge. They slaughtered not only the surviving Taiping fighters, but also tens of thousands of civilians, men, women, and children alike. No one was spared. Contemporary accounts from the Qing side even mention soldiers amusing themselves by hacking apart infants. So horrific was the slaughter that Zheng Guoquan, the commanding general, wrote in disgust that children not even 2 years old were cut down for sport by his own men. He had tried to restrain them, but once the city was given over to plunder, the pent-up fury and greed was uncontrollable. Nanjing burned, and the glorious heavenly capital was turned into a slaughterhouse. In the final moments of Nanjing's fall, Taiping loyalists attempted to escape or fight to the death. Li Shoucheng, the loyal king, gathered a remnant of troops, managed to break out from the city just before it was completely overrun. He was devoted to Hong's memory, despite having criticized Hong's decisions, and tried to save the young heavenly prince by fleeing with him. Li gave his own horse to Hong's teenage son to improve the boy's chances of escape. However, they were separated in the chaos, and within days, Li Shoucheng was captured by Qing pursuers in the countryside. Brought before Zheng Guoquan and then Zheng Guofan, Li Shoucheng was interrogated at length. He composed a written confession, a narrative of the Taiping campaigns, a remarkable document in which he recounted the history and failings of the rebellion from his own perspective. Despite promises of leniency, once his utility was exhausted, Zheng Guofan had Li Shoucheng executed in August of 1864. Hong Shouchuan's son, the would-be teenage king, was also soon captured and executed. The last ember of the Taiping royal line extinguished. Other Taiping princes and generals met similar fates, or took their own lives when cornered. And with that, the Great Rebellion was finally over. Scattered bands of Taiping fighters continued to resist for a little while in the provinces. After all, this had been a mass movement with deep roots, and it took until 1865 to 66 for Qing forces to extinguish most of these pockets of resistance. Some groups in the border regions or remote hills even held out a bit longer, unwilling to surrender and facing extermination. By the end of 1864, the grand vision of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom was gone forever. Oh, but as for Hong Shouchuan, July 30th, 1864, the Qing forces had finally found where he was buried, so they dug him up, cut his head off, and then they cremated his body. Now, he didn't want to be cremated, so this was a little bit rude, but I think they were past the point of good manners. Now, Zheng Guofan, who was, remember, one of the prominent generals, had ordered this done so they could really make sure that Hong Shouchuan was actually dead. They didn't want any rumors spreading around or anything else. And in a final unceremonious act, believe it or not, for eternal punishment for daring to go against the Qing, Hong Shouchuan's ashes were stuffed into a cannon and shot out into the air. Not quite the memory he wanted, but it was the only one he was going to get. That's not quite where it ends, though. In the immediate aftermath, the Qing government prodded by its leaders like Zheng Guofan, Li Hongzhang, and Zuo Zongtang, began what is known as the self-strengthening movement. They had learned the hardest way possible that things needed to change. These scholar generals took leading roles in rebuilding the nation, infrastructure, agriculture, and crucially, adopting some Western technology and military techniques to prevent future Taipings or foreign invaders from invading China. Ironically, the success against the Taipings had depended on decentralized powers, the regional armies. and this trend of strong regional armies and leaders persisted, sowing seeds for warlordism in the coming decades, which would become a big problem of its own all the way up to the Republic of China times. Nonetheless, the Qing survived for another half-century after crushing the Taiping, albeit in a weakened, almost zombified state. In any case, thank you very much for listening. It's been an interesting one, right? I mean, I think for Hong Shou-Chuan himself that it's kind of a complex verdict on him. Like, he was clearly a man of charisma and conviction, able to inspire all these people to follow him, and especially through that hardship he put them through. It was kind of hope to a downtrodden population, and in a language they could grasp. Religion, justice, and brotherhood, all that kind of thing. Some of the reforms that he and his followers attempted were way ahead of their time in a deeply conservative society. Think about the foot binding, the prohibition of it, the prohibition of opium use, even promoting literacy, even if it was just reading the Bible, But the flaws of Hong were equally towering. He was increasingly self-absorbed, autocratic, and just disconnected from reality as the war went on. He could be merciless, sanctioning massacres of whether they be Manchus or just people who opposed him. And in the final stage, as Li Shoucheng wrote quite bitterly, Hong refused pragmatic counsel and trusted blindly in miracles. He failed his people when they needed him most. And so looking back, I think the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom is a pretty remarkable phenomenon. For 14 years, a vast area of China was ruled by a renegade regime, not led by princes or traditional warlords, but by a man who melded the Bible with Chinese messianic dreams. It was perhaps an anomaly, an experiment, unlikely to have succeeded in governing long term, even if it had toppled the Qing given its internal contradictions. I'm sure even if it did topple the Qing that the Western powers would have came in and sorted it out. But then what would come after that? Who knows? In any case, you can't deny the impact it had in hastening the end of China's old order. After the Taiping and the contemporaneous rebellions were put down, there was also the Nian Rebellion in the north and the Muslim uprisings in the west, the Dungan Rebellion, and so forth. The Qing had merely postponed their fall. A kind of Pyrrhic victory. The dynasty just limped on, weakened, and the social issues that sparked the Taiping, injustice, poverty, foreigners, continued to foment unrest until the imperial system itself fell in 1911. But that's a story for another time. Samurai duels. They occupy a pretty unique place in history. It's a mix of deadly combat and those old ideals of honor and skill. And there's plenty of them peppered throughout Japanese history, whether we're talking about famous clashes between renowned masters, or a few of the obscure contests that are recorded in those fading chronicles. But they were more than just simple fights. Each duel was a drama of honor and strategy, and they often ended in a single stroke. So to understand it all, we can't just explore the duels themselves on a surface level, but we have to take a look at the culture that made such showdowns possible. There is that formal etiquette preceding a duel, all the way to the psychological games and rigorous training that decided its outcome. The sword duels were a moment of truth for warriors bound by the code of Bushido. So, somewhat inspired by our previous pistol duels video, let's talk about samurai duels today. This ought to be interesting, don't you think?
But of course, as is tradition, allow me to open the video with the traditional welcome and the thank you to those keeping everything ad-free, not just on this video, but every other video on the channel. That's the Patreon members, the YouTube members, those who checked out the merch store, and of course the occasional donation through YouTube Super Thanks and the PayPal link, all of them in the pinned comment and the video and channel description. If you can afford to support, thank you very much. If you can't, I don't blame you. Everything sucks at the moment. It's best that you save your money. Things are going to get worse before they get better, I'm afraid. Hate to be a doomer. But if you want to do us a solid, then just give the like, comment, subscribe, hit the hype button, tell your friends. That doesn't cost anyone anything, and it really helps out the channel. So thank you very much in advance. Now, with all that being said, let's not say anything more about it and just get on with it. Let's begin. So we think about the duel in samurai culture, and of course it comes along with these strict protocols. A samurai's reputation was often tied to his conduct in such life-or-death encounters, so elaborate etiquette evolved to ensure that even a fatal contest would be seen as honorable and not just some kind of bloodbath. Formal challenges were typically issued and accepted with a great amount of ceremony. It was common for a challenge to be delivered through a letter or a messenger, and phrased with quite a bit of respect, too. Now, ignoring or refusing a legitimate duel, that was seen as, a stain on one's honor. A stain as deep as defeat in combat would be. In fact, even worse, it's better to die in an honorable way than to flee like a coward. So once a challenge was accepted, both parties agreed on a time and a place. It was often a secluded spot, or the courtyard of a shrine, to avoid interruptions and any public disorder. For instance, the famous 1612 duel, which we will get to, between Miyamoto Musashi and Sasaki Kojiro, was arranged via an intermediary, Lord Hosokawa's vassal, and set on a remote island to prevent any interference. It was agreements like that ensured the duel was seen as a legitimate trial of skill, rather than just a chaotic brawl. Upon meeting, the duelists generally observed ritual courtesies. They might bow to each other, or perform symbolic gestures, acknowledging mutual respect. Now, in many accounts, samurai removed heavy armor for a duel, and they fought in their everyday clothing. Now, this seems a bit counterintuitive, but it actually was meant to ensure that victory came from skill alone, not from superior protection. The choice of weapon was sometimes agreed on in advance, especially if one or both duelists were adept with unusual arms. Most often it was the katana, that revered longsword. But there are cases of duels fought with spears, staffs, or the even shorter wakizashi, but this would be mutually decided upon in advance. Ensuring both sides had comparable weapons kept the duel fair by the standards of the day. Once battle was joined, unwritten rules of honor and skill applied. Interference from spectators was strictly forbidden, and any attendants present were expected to watch silently, unless required to certify the outcome. Duels typically concluded when one combatant was either killed or incapacitated. A samurai would rather die fighting than yielding. According to the Bushido ethos that prized courage unto death, this was the best way to go. But there were a few rare occasions where a duel ended without a clear victor. For example, if both parties agreed to a draw, or survived after exchanging blows. The opponents might bow again as a sign of mutual respect. Now this signaled that honor had been satisfied by the attempt alone. Crucially, even the winner was expected to show decorum. Gloating over a slain enemy or mutilating a downed foe could be seen as quite a disgrace. Contemporary chronicles describe victors bowing or offering a moment of silence for the fallen. So in short, from first challenge to final outcome, the duels were enveloped in ceremony that elevated them above mere street fights. They were, in the ideal, a test of character, as much as they were of swordsmanship. But let's not talk too much about the general culture around sword duels. Let's talk about some of the actual duels now. And we'll begin from one of the earliest and most celebrated in Japanese lore. That is the encounter between young Ushi Wakamaru, the future samurai general Minamoto no Yoshitsune, and the warrior monk Benkei. Though it is wrapped in legend, the story from the late 12th century shows core themes of honor, skill, and loyalty, things that certainly echo through later duels. Benkei, a fearsome monk over 2 meters tall, had stationed himself on Kyoto's Gojo Bridge each night, determined to collect 1,000 swords by defeating passing samurai. According to the 14th century chronicle Gikeiki, Benkei had amassed 999 swords through duels when he met a flute-playing youth carrying a gilded blade. What a prize! Well, the young man was actually Yoshitsune, or at the time known as Ushi Wakamaru, who was a noble in disguise. Of course, Benkei sensed a worthy challenge, and he demanded the youth's sword. Ushi Wakamaru lured Benkei off the bridge to an open space, or in some accounts, onto the bridge itself, under the moonlight, where they dueled, which is a little bit more dramatic. Now, the contrast in styles was pretty huge, too. Benkei wielded a massive naginata, which is kind of like a halberd, and he used it with raw strength, heavy attacks, this kind of thing. While Ushi Wakamaru, much smaller and quicker, relied on agility and speed. In a flurry of movement, remembered in countless plays and prints, the young samurai dodged Benkei's heavy strikes, and eventually struck the monk down, knocking the weapon from his hand. Defeated, for the first time after 999 victories, Benkei did not lose his life. Short-term consequences of the duel were pretty immediate and profound. Benkei, frustrated yet impressed by the loss, attempted a rematch by ambushing Yoshitsune at the Kiyomizu temple shortly afterward. But he was bested for a second time. Of course, the second defeat extinguished his will to fight against Yoshitsune. Instead, he asked to serve again. Yoshitsune accepted, of course, gaining Benkei as a lifelong retainer. And thus, a potentially deadly duel transformed into a legendary friendship. Benkei became Yoshitsune's staunchest ally in the Genpei War from 1180 to 1185 and beyond. Culturally, the duel at Gojo Bridge came to symbolize the ideal of strength bowing to honor. Medieval storytellers celebrated how Benkei's arrogance was humbled by a better swordsman, and how he redeemed his honor by switching sides. But the tale also highlights the notion that true samurai worth transcends size or status. A youth of noble spirit and superior training, Yoshitsune had trained in the art of war since childhood, by the way, could overcome even a giant warrior monk. In Yoshitsune's broader career, the duel is depicted as the moment he gathered the loyal followers needed to launch his campaign against the Taira clan. Benkei's unwavering service unto death added to an almost mythic aura of Yoshitsune's leadership. Now it is important to note, too, the historical records like the Asuma Kagami confirm Yoshitsune had a band of warrior monks aiding him, and that lends credence to a kernel of truth behind the Benkei legend. although embellished by folklore, such as supernatural Tengu aiding Yoshitsune in some versions. The duel remains an iconic narrative of skill defeating brute force, and enmity turning into loyalty. For later generations of samurai, the image of Benkei kneeling to Yoshitsune after a duel was a powerful lesson. An honorable warrior respects greatness in others, even an opponent, and can transform shame into honor through loyalty and service. Thus, this early duel, though it is probably more legendary than historical, certainly set a template for the ethos of dueling in Japan's warrior culture. Well, let's move forward, and we find ourselves in the Sengoku period, which was certainly not known for being a peaceful time. 15th to 16th centuries, this is. We find real historical figures whose duels were recorded and celebrated. Let's talk about Tsukahara Bokuden, 1489 to 1571. That was one such figure. A master swordsman, often called a kensei, sword saint, for his extraordinary skill. Bokuden's life spanned a violent era of civil war. He is said to have fought dozens of duels and battles, without ever suffering a single wound. While some tales about him have a legendary flavor, and perhaps the aforementioned claim does too, contemporary samurai chronicles and later compilations include several of Bokuden's duels as exemplars of strategy and composure. One famous duel was Tsukahara Bokuden's encounter with Kajiwara Nagato, a master of the naginata. Remember we mentioned that's kind of like a halberd-like weapon. Well, as for Kajiwara, he was reputed to perform incredible feats, like cutting down fast-moving birds mid-flight with his halberd. When Bokuden faced Kajiwara, reportedly around 1520 at Kawagoe Castle, it was seen as a clash of two styles. Bokuden with his long sword, and Kajiwara with a crescent-bladed polearm. According to tradition, the fight was swift and decisive. Kajiwara lunged with his weapon, but Bokuden evaded the strike and closed in. And in one stroke, Bokuden sliced Kajiwara's face in half, defeating him instantly. It's pretty hard to recover from that one, isn't it? Well, some versions say that Bokuden first cut off the shaft of Nagato's naginata, demonstrating superior reach and timing, and then after that delivered the fatal blow. The awe with which this duel was remembered speaks to Bokuden's tactical brilliance. He neutralized the advantage of Nagato's long weapon by daring to step inside its range at just the right moment. In the short term, victory over such a famed fighter enhanced Bokuden's renown and the prestige of his Kashima-based school of swordsmanship. Historically, Bokuden went on to become a tutor to great lords. He allegedly even taught the shogun Ashikaga Yoshitsugu in the 1550s, so his duel victories clearly elevated his career. Another instructive duel of Bokuden's involved an opponent who fought one-handed. Now, as mentioned earlier, Bokuden psychologically toyed with his adversary by repeatedly protesting the duel, suggesting that using only one hand was cowardly. The one-handed swordsman, thinking Bokuden afraid, grew overconfident, and when the duel finally commenced, Bokuden exploited a brief opening, the complacency of his opponent, and he struck him down. This outcome reinforced Bokuden's reputation for winning with wit as much as weaponry. It also had a didactic effect. Manuals on swordsmanship later cited this anecdote to warn against pride and to illustrate psychological strategy. Bokuden's duels often did carry a philosophical message. The most famous story attached to him is the no-sword duel on the boat, although that incident ended bloodlessly. We might talk a little bit about it later.
It was essentially Bokuden's way of proving a point, that true mastery could defeat an enemy without unsheathing steel. Well, Bokuden's dueling exploits fit into his broader era as well. The Sengoku period was marked by incessant warfare, but also by the development of formal martial arts. Swordsmen like Bokuden traveled widely. He undertook 3 great training journeys across Japan, and he synthesized knowledge from various schools. Each duel for him was both a test of opportunity to refine his style. His victories over rival masters helped propagate his Shinto-ryu teachings far and wide. Culturally, Bokuden became a folk hero by the Edo period. Stories of his clever duels were popular among a public that romanticized that bygone era. Yet the tales were rooted in real principles. They taught that presence of mind, adaptability, and restraint were the marks of a true samurai. Bokuden's own later life reflected this. He eventually eschewed lethal fights as he aged, focusing on teaching and even taking up Buddhist vows. Well, let's move on to another one. Not all duels ended in death or enmity. Some forged lasting bonds and influenced the course of martial arts. And a prime example is the meeting of Kamizumi Nobutsuna and Yagyu Munetoshi, also known as Muneyoshi, around the mid-16th century. Now, Kamizumi Nobutsuna, known as Kamizumi Isinokami, was a renowned swordsman and founder of the Shinkage-ryu school. Yagyu Munetoshi was a skilled local lord who later became head of the Yagyu family school. Their encounter took place during the tumultuous Sengoku era, when martial prowess was highly valued by warlords. According to later Yagyu family records, Munetoshi sought out Kamizumi after hearing of his fame, perhaps around 1563 when Kamizumi was touring provinces, testing and teaching his style. The two agreed to a friendly duel or sparring match. Sources differ on whether it was a formal duel or more of a learning experience, but it was certainly a measured encounter, rather than a mortal grudge match. In their contest, both demonstrated extraordinary skill. One anecdote says that Kamizumi disarmed Yagyu with a technique from the Shinkage-ryu school, but stopped his blade short of injuring him. Another version holds that the duel ended in a respectful way, with neither able to decisively best the other. What is constant is the aftermath. Deeply impressed, Yagyu Munetoshi humbled himself and became a student of Kamizumi. Kamizumi, in turn, recognized Munetoshi's potential and transmitted the core teachings of Shinkage-ryu to him. And this was a pretty important moment. Munetoshi went on to refine those teachings and establish the Yagyu Shinkage-ryu, which would become the official sword style of the Tokugawa shogunate under his son Yagyu Munenori. Thus a duel that began as a test of skill concluded with a legacy of knowledge-sharing and mutual honor. In the short term, the duel raised Munetoshi's stature. After training with Kamizumi, Yagyu Munetoshi's reputation as a swordsman grew immensely, attracting the attention of Oda Nobunaga, and later Tokugawa Ieyasu himself. Munetoshi even earned a recording in clan chronicles for cutting down an enemy general in single combat during a battle, a feat perhaps emboldened by the confidence of his training. Not everyone gets to take out a general. Well, the Kamizumi-Yagyu encounter thus had concrete career consequences. It connected Munetoshi's clan to the rising Tokugawa, securing them a place as sword instructors, once the Tokugawa shogunate was established. But culturally, this duel exemplified the ideal of martial arts as a vehicle for self-improvement rather than destruction.
but the fact that both masters walked away alive, and as allies nonetheless, was applauded in later writings. There is a popular saying attributed to Kamizumi. It's perhaps apocryphal, but the quote goes, "The ultimate victory is when both winner and loser walk away better than before." And indeed, it's that philosophy that shrines in the records of their duel. It was less about vanquishing an opponent, and more about discovering better techniques, a mutual learning scenario. But within the broader era, such exchanges were not as common. As samurai schools proliferated, masters would often test each other in controlled bouts, with witnesses and rules, comparing styles. Kamizumi himself was known for traveling to teach and learn. He even created a wooden sword with leather padding, an earlier Fukuro Shinai, to allow freer sparring without lethal injury. His duel with Yagyu Munetoshi can be seen as a kind of milestone in this culture of inter-ryu exchange. It significantly influenced the evolution of Kenjutsu, the synthesis of Kamizumi, Shinkage Ryu, and Yagyu's own style, led to new techniques emphasizing timing, distance, and non-lethal control. Future generations held up this encounter as an example of the samurai virtue of humility. Munetoshi was not too proud to become a student after not the defeat, but I'm sure he was hoping for a victory. And that is, the foundational myth for the Yagyu lineage. So in summary, the Kamizumi versus Yagyu duel showed how a meeting of swords could spark a partnership and lineage that shaped swordsmanship for centuries to come. All in all, what could have just been another bloody fight to the death turned out to be something that was beneficial for everyone. No losers, really. Everybody benefits. Okay, so next up, we have Ito Itosai Kakehisa, who lived from 1560 to, a lot of people think, 1653, which is pretty impressive, 93 years old. Another Sengoku-era swordsman, whose duels have kind of become the stuff of legend. Itosai was the founder of the Ito-ryu, the one-sword school, and he deliberately sought fame through dueling. It is said that during his warrior pilgrimage, in Japanese known as the Musha Shugyo, Itosai fought 33 duels without a single loss. A record, second only to Miyamoto Musashi. Some of these duels were to the death, but others were likely just to submission. One particularly storied duel of Itosai is his encounter with a rival named Mikogami Tenzen, also known as Munetoshi, who would later be known as Ono Jiroemon Tadaki. According to traditional account, Tenzen challenged Itosai while armed with a steel katana, whereas Itosai, for his part, used only a wooden bokken, which is just a wooden sword. Despite the apparent disadvantage, Itosai's skill was so refined that he defeated Tenzen without injuring him. Legend says he struck with such control that Tenzen realized he was at Itosai's mercy, though fortunately for him he was unharmed. Overwhelmed by Itosai's prowess and generosity in sparing him, Tenzen conceded defeat and became Itosai's disciple. This duel thus directly resulted in the transmission of Itosai's style to Ono Tadaki, who in time succeeded him and became a sword instructor to the Tokugawa shogun. And here again, a duel's aftermath was not revenge or bitterness, but teaching and legacy. Just how it should be. Another famous episode in Itosai's story is the succession duel he orchestrated between his top two students. In his old age, Itosai had to choose an heir to lead the Ito-ryu. Instead of selecting one himself, he left a letter instructing his disciples, by then masters in their own right, of course, to duel each other for the inheritance of the school. The duel came down to Ono Tadaki, the same Tenzen, by then renowned, and a peer of his. They fought a fierce duel in front of Itosai's residence. Ono Tadaki emerged victorious, thus becoming the second head of Ito-ryu, while the other disciple was gravely wounded. Some accounts say he was killed. Well, this method of succession by duel showed once again the ethos that true skill has to be proven in combat, even within a family of students, if we're going to use that terminology. Well, that's pretty much the closest you could get, I suppose. It did cement Ono's legitimacy, but it also showed the harsh realities of samurai loyalty and ambition. Students of the same master were willing to risk death for the sake of honor and leadership. In the context of Itosai's era, his numerous duels contributed to the fame of his style. The Ito-ryu philosophy was that a single decisive cut should end an engagement, a principle born out by Itosai's habit of finishing duels with one stroke. His successors, the 33 victories, gave credence to this emphasis on an overwhelming initial attack. And indeed, Itosai's preferred technique was said to involve a spontaneous, no-thought strike called musouken, or dream thrust. Well, it capitalized on an almost instinctual timing, certainly very difficult to master. The short-term consequences for many of Itosai's opponents were fatal, but the broader consequence was the spread of his school. By the early Edo period, the Ito-ryu became one of the most influential sword schools, partly thanks to its integration into the Tokugawa establishment via Ono Tadaki. Culturally, Itosai is remembered as an embodiment of the duelist spirit, fiercely independent, restless, and convinced that the truth of swordsmanship lays in actual combat. Tradition holds that as a young man he even accepted the challenge of a mysterious stranger at a shrine and killed him in one blow, later realizing that that man was his own first teacher who had staged a final test, which is pretty awkward. Well, such tales certainly feed the image of Itosai as a swordsman who lived and breathed the unforgiving logic of the duel. So we can say that Itosai's duels, whether defeating Tenzen or ensuring his school's future through a duel, show the era's belief that sword mastery was a mortal trial, and also how structured dueling could shape the leadership of martial traditions. And now moving on, it's what you've all been waiting for. You can't talk about samurai duels without Miyamoto Musashi, Japan's most legendary swordsman. While his 1612 duel with Sasaki Kojiro, which we'll cover next, is the most famous, Musashi's series of duels with the Yoshioka family in 1604, I think, is equally significant. These encounters don't only show Musashi's tactical genius and his general air of ferocity, but also a lasting impact on the fate of a prominent sword school. It all starts in 1604. Musashi was a young ronin, around 20, perhaps 21 years old, on his warrior pilgrimage. Arriving in Kyoto, he sought out the Yoshioka school of swordsmanship, which had been one of the capital's most respected fencing academies. The head of the school, Yoshioka Seijuro, was a master swordsman and a proud samurai of distinguished heritage. Musashi issued a formal challenge, which after some negotiation by letters was accepted. And so they agreed to duel on the dry riverbed outside of Kyoto. True to Musashi's by now characteristic style,
he showed up late, keeping Seijuro waiting and undoubtedly tense. When Musashi finally arrived, the duel was fought with wooden swords. Once again, bokken, do remember that word, a practice often used to avoid a fatal outcome when reputation rather than life was at stake. The two circled each other carefully. Musashi then exploded into action and delivered a powerful blow to Seijuro's shoulder. Well, the strike hit true, and it shattered his shoulder and left arm, which basically meant he was useless. Seijuro then fell unconscious, although he did survive, but the injury was so severe that it effectively ended his entire swordsman career. He was unable to hold a sword again. Poor guy. Well, Musashi had thus defeated the head of the Yoshioka school in one stroke, without killing him but certainly incapacitating him. The immediate consequence was shock and outrage in the Yoshioka family. Seijuro's honor, and that of the entire school, now demanded retaliation. His younger brother, Yoshioka Denshichiro, stepped up to a challenge, and he would aim to avenge the head of the school and, well, sort Musashi out. A second duel was arranged shortly thereafter, this time at another location outside Kyoto. On this occasion, Denshichiro armed himself with a formidable weapon, a staff with a heavy steel ball and chain, kind of like a kusarigama or a similar flail-like weapon. This choice hints that Denshichiro meant to kill Musashi outright, since such a weapon in a duel indicates deadly intent rather than a friendly match. You don't show up with one of them unless you really mean business, I suppose. But Musashi arrived late again. Denshichiro was pretty angry at this, and when they did eventually fight, Musashi reportedly used 2 wooden swords, or at least improvised against the chain and sickle technique. He successfully disarmed Denshichiro of the chain weapon, and then immediately struck him down, killing Denshichiro with his own steel sword. In 2 bouts, Musashi had now eliminated 2 heads of the Yoshioka school. The first one he just maimed. The second one was not so lucky. The Yoshioka clan, now led by a youth, the next heir, Matsa Shichiro, was only about 12 years old, was furious and desperate, and I don't think the 12-year-old was going to be challenging Musashi to a duel anytime soon. Well, they resorted to a less honorable resolution. They figured they'd set a trap for Musashi. Mata Shichiro, issued a challenge to Musashi to have a third duel, hoping to save face and technically continue the tradition. The duel was to take place at dawn near Ichijoji Temple, by a pine tree on the outskirts of Kyoto. Musashi, likely suspecting treachery, came very early to the rendezvous, which is a reversal of his usual tardiness. Concealing himself in the surrounding foliage, he observed from hiding as the Yoshioka side arrived in force dozens of armed retainers, the boy accompanying the boy Mata Shichiro, clearly intending to ambush or overwhelm Musashi with sheer numbers. Well, it all seemed pretty obvious. Musashi realized that if he tried to face them honorably at the appointed time, he would certainly be just killed by the mob. It was not looking good. Therefore, he chose a characteristically bold strategy. He launched a preemptive strike. Musashi burst forth from hiding and charged the group. He cut down the 12-year-old Mata Shichiro with a single blow, before the others could even react. Stunned by the sudden attack and death of their young master, the Yoshioka men faltered. Musashi then fought his way ferociously through them, Sources say he wielded both swords with such ferocity that he killed many, and the rest of them ran away, most likely screaming and waving their hands in the air above their heads, I assume. Well, no historical citation on that one. It's just my imagination, perhaps. Well, in modern retellings, though, this is the dramatic Ichijoji duel, where Musashi single-handedly defeated a small army. Some people even say that he faced 70 opponents. And while the numbers are likely exaggerated, Musashi's own writings hint at facing multiple foes and surviving by taking the initiative. In any case, by the end, the Yoshioka school was annihilated. Its leadership dead, its name disgraced by resorting to a failed ambush. A dishonorable end for the school. Now, as for Musashi, he walked away wounded but victorious. But his legend was made in Kyoto. Well, the consequences were pretty enormous for his reputation. He'd effectively destroyed one of the most esteemed martial lineages in the capital. The Yoshioka school collapsed after 1604, and it would never pose a challenge again. For Musashi personally, the victories cemented his status as a top-tier swordsman in Japan. Soon after, as records show, he was left unchallenged in Kyoto and resumed his travels, later taking on disciples and codifying his style. Culturally, the Yoshioka incident became a prime example of ruthless efficiency and cunning in dueling. Some later commentators criticized Musashi for striking down a child, that is, Mata Shichiro, remember he was 12 years old, and employing a form of trickery by arriving early. But I suppose Musashi's own view, as gleaned from the Book of Five Rings, was that strategy above all justified the actions. The ambushers, in his mind, had forfeited any claim of honorable conduct, and he simply beat them at their own game. If the rules were going to be playing dirty, well, he'd just play a little bit dirtier. So in the context of Musashi's life, the Yoshioka duels were certainly a turning point. After them, he never again faced such dire multiple odds. Well, except in warfare, perhaps, but not in a dueling sense. It might have influenced his later philosophy, too, to avoid needless death. It is said that after another decade of dueling, Musashi achieved a kind of spiritual awakening and swore off lethal duels. And indeed, by around 1612 to 13, his mindset seems to have shifted towards finding perfection beyond killing, as he realized that constant mortal combat would eventually claim him, too. What's that old saying? You live by the sword, you die by the sword. So let's move on to another one of Musashi's duels. And yes, I'll do a video just on Musashi, but today we're just talking about his duels, okay? It's perhaps the most famous samurai duel ever, not just for Musashi, but just in general, and that is his duel against Sasaki Kojiro on April 13th, 1612. Taking place on a remote island offshore of northern Kyushu, this encounter has been romanticized quite a bit, so a little bit of imagination. Let's not take everything as gospel, but contemporary accounts and clan records do verify the key details. The argument is in the specifics. What we do know is both Musashi and Kojiro were by then renowned as expert swordsmen, very much a good match for each other. In terms of sword duels, not in any other way, I assume. Don't take that the wrong way. Well, Musashi was about 28 and quite fresh from years of duels, including that Yoshioka triumph. And Sasaki Kojiro nicknamed Ganryu, rock style, or the demon of the western provinces, was around 30 or 40. The accounts vary, and he was famed for his exceptional sword technique. Kojiro wielded a particularly long katana, often described as a nodachi, a field sword, and he actually had a name for it too. He called it Mono Hoshiza. Drying pole, that means. He developed a signature move, the Tsubame Gaeshi, swallow reversal cut, an agile twisting strike, reputed to mimic a swallow's sudden change of direction mid-flight. By 1612, Kojiro was serving under Lord Hosokawa Tadaoki and had his own dojo in Kokura. Things were going pretty well for him, and the duel with Musashi came about when Musashi, eager to challenge the best of the best, petitioned Hosokawa through an intermediary to arrange a formal match. The location agreed upon was Ganryujima, a small island in the strait between Honshu and Kyushu, named after Kojiro's style, by the way. He was the local champion. Official witnesses were present. Hosokawa's retainer, Nagaoka Sado, among others, indicating this was recognized as an honorable duel, not just a street fight between rivals. Kojiro arrived on the beach at the appointed time, accompanied by officials, and then they waited. Musashi, however, in his typical style, delayed his arrival by several hours, and this ploy was calculated, as noted earlier. It was meant to irritate and unnerve Kojiro. And by the time Musashi's boat was sighted, Kojiro was not in a very good mood. They say he was visibly angry with being kept waiting. Musashi had also prepared in an unusual way. En route to the island, he carved a long wooden sword, a bokken, from an oar. He stepped onto the beach armed with this oversized wooden weapon, looking disheveled. He'd overslept and not even tied his headscarf properly, according to legend. Kojiro bristled at what he perceived to be disrespect. It is said that upon seeing Musashi's makeshift weapon, Kojiro cast away his own sword's sheath in contempt. Musashi seized the psychological initiative and coolly remarked, "You've already lost, Kojiro. A samurai who throws away his sheath means he won't return alive." Well, this comment, recorded in various forms in later texts, only served to make Kojiro even angrier. When the duel commenced, the combatants bowed and took their stances. Kojiro drew back his long blade. Musashi raised his wooden oar sword. Kojiro allegedly struck first, unleashing a swift overhead cut, possibly his famed swallow technique. But Musashi dodged it, and in a split-second counterattack, he swung his oar with full force at Kojiro's head. Well, this time the blow struck true, with a sickening crack, as Musashi's oak bokken, longer than Kojiro's metal sword, found its mark right on Kojiro's skull. Contemporary chroniclers say that Kojiro collapsed, fatally wounded, with a smashed skull or temple. And just like that, Musashi had won, with a single stroke once again. But to make sure, Musashi reportedly struck again, breaking Kojiro's ribs as well, though it appears Kojiro was likely killed by the first strike. Probably wasn't necessary. In any case, that's what he did, apparently. Well, according to one account, Musashi, seeing Kojiro's supporters agitated, ready to fight them as well, and even brandished Kojiro's sword that was stuck in the sand. But they must have thought better of it, because the witnesses restrained themselves. Musashi quickly retreated to his boat. wary that Kojiro's retainers might seek revenge. They did not. Perhaps they were awed, or maybe they were constrained by Hosokawa's presence. In any case, the duel was over in mere moments, but it instantly entered the annals of samurai history. Well, the short-term outcome was pretty clear. Sasaki Kojiro was dead, and with him died the brightest star of the Ganryu school. Musashi's victory was acknowledged by the officials on site. Lord Hosokawa himself, though he had lost his top sword instructor, reportedly praised Musashi's skill, but disapproved of his rough manners. Musashi, for his part, felt a profound impact from the duel. Some sources suggest that killing Kojiro was a turning point that led Musashi toward introspection. One 17th century record claims that Musashi attained a kind of enlightenment after Ganryujima, and resolved never to fight another duel to the death. And indeed, after 1612, Musashi's recorded duels were either non-lethal or merely just sparring. He turned his focus to military service and later to teaching and writing. Culturally, the Musashi-Kojiro duel became legendary almost immediately. It was seen as the ultimate contest between two styles, Musashi's unconventional two swords and psychological tactics versus Kojiro's elegant and traditional technique. The duel has often been characterized as symbolizing a generational or perhaps even a philosophical shift. Musashi, the untamed ronin who breaks the rules, triumphs over Kojiro, the established school prodigy. It almost seems like a street-smart versus book-smart kind of situation. In any case, for Musashi's broader career, defeating Kojiro was the crowning duel that sealed his legacy as Japan's greatest duelist. He had now defeated numerous challengers, and the most famed rival of his time. The final boss, I suppose. Interestingly, Musashi's life after the incident saw him take service under lords, and even fight in actual battles. He was present at the siege of Osaka in 1614–15, but he didn't get much particular glory from that. Eventually, he settled down to write the Gorin no Sho, the Book of Five Rings, in 1645, for all of us to enjoy to this very day, passing on his strategic wisdom. In that treatise, he doesn't mention Kojiro by name, but he emphasizes concepts clearly born from these experiences. The importance of rhythm, of observing without preconceptions. Musashi noted that one should see broadly rather than look narrowly at an opponent, and of using any means to gain victory. The duel on Ganryujima also had a local legacy. The island was later renamed Ganryu Island after Kojiro's style, and to this day it commemorates the fight with statues of the two combatants, locked in pose. But all right, we can't just talk about Musashi the whole time. Let's move on. As Japan settled into the peaceful Edo period, formal duels became quite less frequent. But samurai still found occasion to have their quarrels and vendettas. One celebrated example from the Genroku era, this is late 1600s, is the duel at Takedanobaba in Edo, that's the old name for Tokyo, by the way, 1694, involving a young swordsman named Nakayama Yasube. This duel was actually a skirmish born of a vendetta, and its fame comes from Yasube's remarkable bravery and sword skill against multiple opponents. It's a slightly different flavor of duel, fair enough, but it's not really a one-on-one honor match, but legally sanctioned vendetta combat. Yet Edo period chronicles treat it with the same reverence as a classic duel. Yasube, who was about 24 at the time, was a talented swordsman training at a respected dojo in Edo
He had an uncle by bond, his dojo mate's foster father, named Sugano Rokurozaemon. What a last name that is. Well, he had a long-standing quarrel with a rival samurai, and this rivalry lured Sugano to Takadanobaba, then a suburb of Edo known for its horse grounds, under the pretense of an honorable duel. However, it was not honorable at all. Rather, it was a trap. The rival brought a band of armed retainers to ambush Sugano, and on the morning of March 6th, 1694, as Sugano arrived, he was set upon by multiple attackers. Nakayama Yasube happened to learn of this treachery in the nick of time. In some versions, a quick-footed messenger from his dojo alerted him, and he rushed to the scene to save his uncle. What ensued was an epic fight. Yasube plunged into the fray and faced the assailants almost single-handedly. Armed with his long katana and reportedly a shorter sword, he cut through the attackers with ferocious skill, despite the odds and the numbers. Historical records say that Yasube killed at least 3 of the opponents himself, and wounded others, effectively routing the ambushers. His uncle Sugano was either saved or avenged. Accounts do differ on whether Sugano survived the initial attack. Some say Yasube arrived just after his uncle was cut down, and thus avenged him by slaying the perpetrators. In the immediate aftermath, Nakayama Yasube was the talk of the town. He had upheld loyalty and honor in classic samurai fashion, showing that even in an era of law and order, dun-dun, the spirit of the sword could blaze forth in righteous vengeance. Hell yeah. Well, honorably avenging one's kin was one of the few accepted reasons for sanctioned combat in Tokugawa times. You see, the government had a system for approving vendettas, and Yasube's actions fell well and truly into that category. The duel at Takadanobaba was praised as a true example of Bushido in action, one man risking his life to uphold justice against treachery. And in practical terms, Yasube was richly rewarded for his prowess. His fame from the incident reached the lords of the Ako domain, home of the 47 Ronin, nonetheless. One of the senior Ako samurai, Horibe Yahe, was so impressed by Yasube's skill that he arranged to adopt Yasube into his family. Yasube then married Horibe's daughter, and took the surname Horibe, becoming a retainer of Lord Asano Naganori of Ako. Thus, a direct consequence of the duel was Yasube's rise in status from a Ronin son to a vassal of a prominent lord. A few years later, when Lord Asano was forced to take his own life by seppuku, the famous incident with Kira Yoshinaka in 1701, Horibe Yasube, as he was then known, became one of the 47 Ronin who avenged their lord. He played a key role in that 1702 raid, his sword once claiming enemies again. After the successful vendetta against Kira, Yasube and the other Ronin surrendered, and ultimately met their fate by taking their lives honorably in 1703. But still, it was the duel at Takadanobaba that had put Yasube on the path into the Brotherhood of the 47 Ronin in the first place. In cultural terms, that incident has been immortalized in literature and drama, often as a prelude in plays about the 47 Ronin. It's, well, the quintessential symbolization of chivalry and heroism in the Edo period, a kind of late flowering of the dueling tradition in service of loyalty. Unlike earlier formal duels, this fight was chaotic and against uneven odds, yet it was enshrined because it exemplified the values of courage and fealty. People admired how Yasube upheld the fight ethic that if one's comrade or family is unfairly attacked, a true samurai does not hesitate to sacrifice himself in battle.
even under a regime that generally discouraged such privatized violence. The location, Takadanobaba, became famous, and even today has a stone marker that commemorates the site of the duel. And the story is retold as part of local lore. For the Edo samurai, Yasabe's deed was proof that the old samurai spirit was well and truly alive, just hidden under the clean kimono of a city swordsman. Now in Yasabe's broader life, the deal was more of a pivot that turned a wandering swordsman into a house samurai with a fief, albeit briefly until the Arco incident, but it showed how personal combat could intersect with the legal norms of the time. You see, Yasabe was not punished for the killings. On the contrary, because it was seen as a legitimate vendetta defense, he was lauded for them. Therefore, this duel reflects how samurai dueling culture adapted in a peaceful era. It was still revered, but usually needing a pretty solid moral justification. Though we can say that Yasube's exploit stands as probably the last great sword fight of the samurai age to capture widespread imagination. Of course, it links the classic ideals of dual honor to the emergent narrative of the 47 Ronin in their collective duel with destiny, which, well, that's a story that needs to be told in another video. In the late 15th century, Kyoto, Japan's imperial capital for hundreds of years, became a war-torn battleground. Rival armies rampaged through the streets. Temples and estates burned to ashes, and ordinary people fled or cowered in fear. This was no foreign invasion, no natural disaster, but a civil war that left the heart of Japan in ruins. It was the onset of an age of anarchy, but also of heroism, devastation and transformation, an era known as the Warring States period. From the mid-1400s to the early 1600s, the Japanese archipelago was fractured into dozens of feuding domains ruled by different warlords. The old order had crumbled. The shogun, once the military ruler of Japan, was reduced to a powerless figurehead, and the emperor's court had little influence outside the palace walls. Local lords called daimyo rose and fell in ceaseless combat, each struggling to expand their own territory at the expense of their neighbors. Allies one year could become bitter enemies the next. It was a time when gekkokujo, the low overthrowing the high, became the grim norm as ambitious men of even humble origin seized power by the sword. Yet, out of this century and a half of bloodshed, emerged a new and unified Japan. And so the story of the Warring States period, known in Japanese as Sengoku Jidai, is not one of just relentless warfare, but also remarkable individuals and sweeping social change. The three towering figures come to mind: Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu. They would, in succession, bring an end to the chaos and forge a lasting peace. In fact, there's a later Japanese proverb that encapsulates their approach to unification. Nobunaga pounds the rice. Hideyoshi kneads the dough. Ieyasu sits down to eat the cake. Keep that in mind as we begin. But before we begin, let me welcome you. Hello to any newcomers, and welcome to those coming back. Good to see you again. Tell me where you're listening from down in the comments, And, of course, I'd just like to begin with the customary thank you to those supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the occasional donation, keeping everything ad-free. We're quite proud to have everything ad-free on this channel, certainly a point of personal pride for us here. So thank you to them, and if you want to become a part of that team, you'll find the links in the video description and pinned comment. Otherwise, do the algorithm thing, like, comment, and subscribe. It really does help. In any case, let's get on with it then. It all starts with the collapse of central authority in Japan. The turning point came with the Onin War, 1467 to 1477, a calamitous conflict that raged primarily in and around Kyoto. What had begun as a dispute over who would succeed the shogun spiraled into a nationwide bloodletting. Powerful samurai clans took different sides, notably the Hosokawa and Yamana factions, and their armies fought street by street across the capital. After 10 years of fighting, there was no clear victor. Instead, the once glorious city of Kyoto lay largely in ruins, and the Ashikaga shogunate that had governed Japan for over a century was effectively broken. The reigning shogun became a puppet, with no real power beyond the capital, and in the provinces, ambitious warlords seized on the ruins. In the aftermath of the Onin War, Japan fragmented into a patchwork of semi-independent territories. Regional lords stopped paying any heed to the shogun's decrees. These lords, the daimyo, each controlled their own domains with private armies and castle strongholds. But without a strong central government, might made right. Clan rivalries that had been contained under earlier rule now openly flared up. It was said that the realm had fallen into pieces as each province became a law unto itself. In other words, complete and utter chaos. Small conflicts raging everywhere, coalescing into what was essentially a long civil war across the land. During this era, established hierarchies were frequently upended, a phenomenon encapsulated by the term that we mentioned, gekkokujo, that low overthrowing the high. Lesser vassals overthrew ineffectual warlords, or ambitious commoners could even found new dynasties for their own. You see, for example, there was a man named Saito Dozan, originally an oil merchant, managed to take control of Mino province in the 1540s by ousting his samurai lord. Similarly, Hojo Son, a samurai of modest rank, captured a castle in Izu in 1493 and established the powerful later Hojo clan that would dominate eastern Japan for quite a few decades after. These upstarts demonstrated that bloodline and pedigree mattered less than military cunning and ruthlessness in the Sengoku age. The new generation of self-made warlords had emerged, men who ruled by force and savvy. Noble lineage be damned. To secure their holdings, Sengoku daimyo fortified their positions. Many built impressive castles on hills or mountains, both as residences and military bastions to withstand sieges. They also sought to legitimize their rule by issuing their own laws and codes. In some domains, warlords promulgated house regulations to impose order amid chaos. The absence of overarching authority meant that each domain became a mini-state, with its lord taxing the peasantry, raising armies, and even forging alliances or rivalries with neighboring domains, entirely on its own accord. It is important, too, to note that while the Warring States period is often dated from 1467, the chaos didn't just engulf the country in the click of a finger. It was not an overnight phenomenon. You see, in the late 1400s and early 1500s, some areas still enjoyed relative peace under strong local lords, even as others were convulsing under the throes of war. However, as the 16th century progressed, conflicts spread and intensified. By the 1550s, Japan was a quilt of warring fiefs. Some daimyo began consolidating larger territories by conquering their neighbors, setting the stage for even greater clashes. The old order of the shogun and the nobles was all gone, replaced by these brutal power struggles among the regional strongmen. This was the world into which the next generation of famous samurai warlords was born, a world where one's survival depended on martial skill, strategy, and sometimes a little bit of luck. Now, there's a lot of characters in this, a lot of moving parts, and it's a little bit complicated. So let's introduce some of the major players. Well, the good guys, the bad guys, and everything in between. Although, in war, the good guys and bad guys are, well, who decides that, So, throughout the 16th century, dozens of warlords vied for supremacy. With no shogun to enforce order, the strongest daimyo expanded their domain by force, swallowing up the weaker neighbors. Battles, large and small, were fought continuously, forging legendary rivalries. In the central and northern regions, two of the era's most celebrated generals, Takeda Shingen and Uesugi Kenshin, became both enemies but also icons. Takeda Shingen, the Tiger of Kai, ruled a mountainous landlocked domain and fielded fearsome cavalry. As for Uesugi Kenshin, the Dragon of Echigo, commanded the neighboring province to the north and was renowned for his devotion to the war god Bishamonten. Between 1553 and 1564, these two fought a series of 5 hard-fought encounters known as the Battles of Kawanakajima. In one famed clash in 1561, Kenshin even charged directly at Shingen in battle, an episode that became quite legendary, and although neither could decisively defeat the other, their rivalry became the stuff of legend. But despite their fierce competition, they also displayed chivalry. Kenshin once sent salt to his enemy Shingen during a blockade, declaring he would not win by underhanded means. Such gestures of respect became quite legendary. In the east, the later Hojo clan established a mighty stronghold in the Kanto region. From their castles at Odawara, the Hojo lords controlled the fertile plains around Edo, which, by the way, is modern Tokyo, and they challenged their rivals on multiple fronts. Under Hojo Ujiyasu and his successors, they repelled attacks by Kenshin and Shingen alike, fortifying Odawara into one of Japan's most formidable castles. The Hojo domain thrived for a time as one of the largest regional powers. Meanwhile, in western Honshu, Mori Motonari rose from a minor local lord to become the master of the Chugoku region. Renowned as a clever strategist, Motonari defeated much larger armies through deception and good tactics, as at the Battle of Miyajima in 1555, where he lured an enemy clan into a trap on top of an island and routed them. Nearly every corner of Japan was experiencing turmoil. Far in the south, Kyushu was even racked by clan warfare. Shikoku saw its own unifier, Chosakabe, and even the remote northern region of Tohoku was not spared from the feuds. The constant warfare touched all levels of society. Peasants were drafted as foot soldiers called ashigaru in massive numbers, and farming villages built stockades for protection. In some areas, commoners and Buddhist monks formed militant leagues called iko-iki to resist the samurai rule. And the most famous were the followers of the Jodo Shinshu, the true pure land sect, who in 1488 overthrew their daimyo in Kaga province and governed there autonomously for nearly a century. These leagues, driven by religious fervor and resentment to samurai oppression, raised their own armies, and for decades defied even powerful warlords until they were brutally crushed later in the century. The introduction of foreign technology during this period further fueled the upheaval. In 1543, Portuguese sailors shipwrecked on Tanegashima Island unwittingly brought the first firearms to Japan. In fact, the Japanese actually called the first matchlock muskets they used Tanegashima. In any case, daimyo were quick to realize the value of guns. They were certainly an upgrade from the old ways. Skilled Japanese smiths swiftly learned to manufacture matchlocks in large quantities, and within a few decades, firearms were all over the country. This new firepower began to change the face of samurai warfare. Massed ranks of gunners could cut down charging swordsmen or horsemen with a terrifying effect. Warlords adapted tactics to make use of guns, though traditional weapons like the bow, sword, and the spear remained still pretty important. Of course, along with Western guns came Western missionaries. The Jesuit priest Francis Xavier arrived in 1549, and over subsequent decades tens of thousands of Japanese, including some daimyo, converted to Christianity. Some lords in the southwestern regions embraced the new faith and welcomed missionaries, partly to gain access to trade with Portuguese merchants who bought coveted goods and more firearms. This mingling of cultures added another layer of complexity to an already complicated era, as zeal for foreign religion sometimes created new alliances, and of course, new sources for conflict. By the mid-16th century, Japan's political landscape was a patchwork of consolidated domains under a handful of powerful warlords. The country had essentially been carved up by regional hegemons. The Takeda controlled much of central Japan's interior. The Uesugi held sway in the north. The Hojo commanded the east, and the Mori and their allies dominated the west. And a rising power in the central plains, the Oda clan of Owari, was beginning to make itself known. But no single lord had yet the strength to subdue the others and reunify the nation. But that balance of power was about to shift. Amid the swirling battles and shifting alliances, one bold young daimyo was on the rise, poised to upset all of the old rivals. His name was Oda Nobunaga, and the next phase of the Sengoku era would center on his audacious bid to conquer all of Japan. So, Nobunaga, the first of the three great unifiers. He began as an unlikely contender. Born in 1534 as the son of a minor daimyo in Owari province, which is central Japan, in his youth his eccentric and unrestrained behavior earned him the nickname the Fool of Owari. Few could have predicted his future dominance. I think if ever the statement, "now who's laughing," was appropriate, it's certainly appropriate here. In any case, Nobunaga possessed bold vision, ruthlessness, and a flair for innovation that set him apart from his peers. Nobunaga's path to power began with a stunning victory in 1560 at the Battle of Okehazama. That year, a large army led by Imagawa Yoshimoto, a powerful warlord marching towards Kyoto, invaded Owari. Outnumbered, at least 10-1, Nobunaga resorted to audacious tactics. Noticing the Imagawa troops relaxing and celebrating their early gains on a hot summer day, Nobunaga led a small strike force and launched a surprise attack during the thunderstorm, catching the Imagawa camp completely off guard. In the chaos, Imagawa Yoshimoto was slain, and his huge army was scattered. This upset victory instantly made Nobunaga quite famous. Very cunning strategy, that's for sure. And so, at age 26, he had eliminated one of Japan's most foremost lords through sheer daring and timing. Alright, so, in the years following Okehazama, Nobunaga consolidated his base. He allied with a neighboring young lord, Tokugawa Ieyasu of Mikawa, we'll get back to him, and steadily expanded his territory. By 1567, Nobunaga had conquered Mino province to his north. Assisted by turncoat retainers from the ruling Saito clan, and took over the formidable Inabayama Castle. Inabayama. Some of my Japanese pronunciations are not good. I haven't studied it in a long time, so thank you for your patience. Well, he renamed it Gifu Castle, which is good because that's easier to pronounce for me. He adopted the motto Tenka Fubu, rule the empire by military force, signaling his ambition to subdue all of Japan. Nobunaga then set his sights on the ultimate prize, Kyoto, the seat of the Ashikaga shoguns and the traditional center of authority. Opportunity knocked in 1568 when the ousted shogun's brother, Ashikaga Yoshiaki, requested Nobunaga's help to claim the shogunate. Nobunaga marched on Kyoto with his modernized army and installed Yoshiaki as shogun, with Nobunaga himself as the power behind the throne. This bold move marked the first time in over a century that a warlord from the provinces had entered the capital by force, so it was a big deal, that's for sure. Nobunaga wasted no time asserting his authority. Kyoto was in shambles from the recent wars, so he worked to restore order, stationing his troops to patrol the streets and protect the imperial court. However, it wasn't going to be that easy. Shogun Yoshiaki soon chafed at being a mere figurehead and was not keen on being the sidekick. So over the next few years, Yoshiaki conspired with various daimyo to overthrow the hegemony of Nobunaga, turning former allies into enemies. But Nobunaga proved far more than a match for these coalitions. When the powerful Takeda clan under Shingen threatened to march on Kyoto, Nobunaga and Ieyasu held them at bay. Shingen's sudden death in 1573 helped alleviate that danger, usually renders them as not so threatening. Nobunaga also dealt decisively with the Asakura clan of Echizen and the Azai clan of the neighboring Omi, who had betrayed him. By 1573, Nobunaga had defeated the Asakura and Azai and driven the puppet shogun Yoshiaki into exile, thus extinguishing the Ashikaga shogunate after over 2 centuries of rule, rather. So with the old shogun gone, Nobunaga ruled central Japan in his own name. But he never took the title of shogun. The emperor did reward him with high court ranks, and in effect Nobunaga was the de facto national leader, at least for now. From his new base at Azuchi Castle on the shores of Lake Biwa, which by the way is absolutely lovely if you can go there. Anyway, Nobunaga set out to transform Japan's political and economic landscape. Things were due for a change, and Nobunaga was going to be the one who changed it. One notable reform was his promotion of open commerce in his territories. He issued edicts called Rakuichi Rakuza, which abolished all the old monopolistic guilds and allowed free markets in castle towns. The policy stimulated economic activity by letting merchants trade freely without the tolls and restrictions that had long been enforced by the feudal authorities and temples. Nobunaga also ordered land surveys in areas under his control to systematically assess agricultural output for taxation. These measures strengthened his resources and undercut rival power bases, such as the wealthy monasteries which had controlled guilds and estates. Militarily, Nobunaga was admittedly quite ahead of his time. He eagerly adopted and improved upon the new firearms that had arrived in Japan. He equipped his foot soldiers with muskets and trained them to deliver disciplined volleys. This innovation proved decisive at the Battle of Nagashino in 1575. There, Nobunaga and his ally Ieyasu faced the vaunted Takeda cavalry led by Takeda Katsuyori, who was actually Shingen's son, by the way, Takeda Shingen. Nobunaga positioned ranks of arquebusiers behind wooden stockades and drilled them to fire in coordinated salvos. As wave after wave of Takeda-mounted samurai charged, the concentrated gunfire cut them down, shattering the Takeda offensive. What had been deemed an invincible cavalry charge was annihilated by superior technology and tactics. The victory at Nagashino broke the back of the Takeda clan. Katsuyori would later take his own life in 1582 as Nobunaga's forces overran his final stronghold. Nagashino demonstrated the game-changing power of firearms on the battlefield and symbolized the end of the old style of samurai warfare. But don't worry, not the end of the samurai. They adapted. In any case, even as he embraced guns and commerce, Nobunaga earned a reputation for ruthless brutality. He viewed organized religion, particularly militant Buddhist sects, as obstacles to his rule, and thus he treated them without mercy. In 1571 he infamously burned the Enryakuji monastery on Mount Hiei to the ground, killing thousands and eliminating that stronghold of militant Buddhist monks. Likewise, he relentlessly crushed the Iko-Iki religious leagues that had defied him. After brutal campaigns, including the 10-year siege of the Iko fortress at Ishiyama Honganji in Osaka, Nobunaga had destroyed the last major pockets of resistance by 1580. Well, through such campaigns, he broke the military power of the Buddhist monasteries and sects that had challenged the samurai rule for so long. But in contrast to his cruelty towards Buddhist institutions, he was surprisingly tolerant of the foreign Christians, whose presence in Japan was expanding in that era. He saw the Jesuit missionaries and Portuguese traders as useful counterweights to Buddhist influence, and not to mention a pretty good source of guns and exotic goods, which was probably more to the point. He met with Jesuit priests, allowed them to preach in his domains, and even granted them land in Kyoto to build a church. Nobunaga's rule was strikingly pragmatic and unconventional. He did not cling to tradition for its own sake. He judged people by their loyalty and usefulness rather than their birth, and he welcomed new knowledge and technology from abroad, if it could strengthen his hand. So by 1582, Nobunaga had controlled roughly half of Japan, and cowed most of the rest into submission. He controlled the central plains of the Kansai region directly, and his generals were in the field extending his power to the west and north. It seemed only a matter of time before he would subjugate the remaining independent lords, like the Mori clan in western Honshu and the Shimazu in Kyushu. However, at the height of his power, fate turned against him. In June of 1582, while Nobunaga was staying at the temple of Honnoji in Kyoto, with just a small entourage, his trusted general Akechi Mitsuhide suddenly betrayed him. Mitsuhide's forces surrounded Honnoji before dawn, and taken completely by surprise, Nobunaga had no hope of escape. But rather than be captured, he committed seppuku, the taking of his own life, the ritual form, as the temple was set on fire around him. His elder son and heir was also killed that day in a related ambush. Oda Nobunaga's extraordinary life thus ended in fire and treachery, a shocking turn of events that plunged the country into even more uncertainty. His rule had been cut short, but his impact was revolutionary. He had destroyed the old guard, eliminating the ineffectual shogunate, crushing the warrior monks, and dismantling many entrenched feudal barriers, thereby clearing a path for national unification. He introduced new methods of warfare and governance, from musket tactics to castle-centered administration and economic deregulation. The power vacuum after his death set off a scramble among his lieutenants, but it would be one of Nobunaga's own protégés, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, who swiftly avenged him and carried forward the work of the Great Unification. Hideyoshi's rise to power is a story as extraordinary as any in Japanese history. Born in 1537, traditionally of a peasant background, the son of a foot soldier, remember that word, ashigaru, he had no samurai pedigree, nor did he have any lands in his family's name. As a young lad, he joined Nobunaga's army as a lowly servant, and he climbed the ranks through sheer talent and charisma. Small in stature and reportedly not very handsome. I'm sorry, but that's just what the sources say. Hideyoshi was nicknamed Saru by Nobunaga. Now, Saru is a name that means monkey, but apparently he took this moniker in stride. Well, beneath his disarming appearance, Hideyoshi proved to be a strategic genius, with a gift for diplomacy. So he became one of Nobunaga's most trusted lieutenants. So when Nobunaga met his end in 1582, which we just talked about, Hideyoshi moved in with lightning speed. At the time of the Honnoji incident, Hideyoshi was in western Honshu besieging the Mori clan's fortress at Takamatsu. Upon learning of Nobunaga's death at Akechi Mitsuhide's hands, he quickly made peace with the Mori and marched his army back toward the capital. In a matter of days, Hideyoshi intercepted Mitsuhide and defeated him at the Battle of Yamazaki in 1582. Mitsuhide was killed. Legend has it he was slain by bandits during his escape. In a swift stroke, Hideyoshi avenged his lord and eliminated his usurper, which means that he instantly became the most influential of Nobunaga's former generals, but the new top guy. So securing nationwide authority was unfortunately not going to be as straightforward. Nobunaga had other generals, you see, and relatives who were eyeing power in the ensuing vacuum. So over the next year, Hideyoshi maneuvered against these rivals, one by one. In early 1583, he faced off against Nobunaga's ally, Shibata Katsuie, who had taken a stand against Hideyoshi's claims. In a decisive clash at Shizugatake in 1583, Hideyoshi's forces prevailed, and Shibata was defeated, cementing Hideyoshi's grip on power. By 1584, the only real challenge to Hideyoshi's authority came from one Tokugawa Ieyasu. I told you we'd get back to him, who had aligned with one of Nobunaga's sons. Hideyoshi and Ieyasu fought briefly in 1584 in the Komaki campaign, but there was no clear victory, so they made peace. Shrewdly, however, Hideyoshi conciliated Ieyasu by granting him prestigious new domains in the east, that is the Kanto region, securing his nominal allegiance. Through a combination of force and negotiation, Hideyoshi had eliminated or pacified all serious competitors by the late 1580s. Hideyoshi also understood that legitimacy in Japan still flowed from the imperial court, so he secured noble titles to bolster his rule. In 1585, he became Kanpaku, imperial regent, and was granted the surname Toyotomi, meaning abundant provider, establishing a new family line. Later, he was appointed Daijo Daijin, chancellor. Though not of samurai lineage, and thus ineligible to be a shogun, these imperial honors formally sanctioned his de facto rule. It wasn't the best, but it was the best he was going to get, and still pretty good. So, with political legitimacy in hand, Hideyoshi completed the national unification that Nobunaga had begun. By the late 1580s, Hideyoshi was subjugating any remaining holdouts. In 1585, he brought Shikoku under his control. In 87, he defeated the Shimazu of Kyushu. yet treated them leniently to win their loyalty, and in 1590 he crushed the last major independent power, the Hojo of Odawara. With the surrender of Odawara Castle, the final obstacle to national unity was removed. By 1590, every daimyo in Japan had acknowledged Hideyoshi's overlordship, and the age of the warring states was at last over. Having unified the country, Hideyoshi reorganized the feudal hierarchy to secure lasting control. Trustworthy generals and allies were rewarded with strategically important fiefs, while those who had opposed him were stripped of power or relocated. But to prevent future uprisings and disorder, Hideyoshi instituted several nationwide measures. In 1588, he ordered the nationwide sword hunt, disarming all of the peasants and even Buddhist temples. The collected swords and firearms, which he claimed would be melted down to cast a great Buddha statue, were taken out of circulation, a symbolic act that ensured that no farmer rebellions could ever threaten the new order. Now, at the same time, Hideyoshi cemented a rigid four-class social system: warriors, farmers, artisans, merchants, and decreed that no person could change their station. This edict froze social mobility, the same mobility that had allowed Hideyoshi's own rise, quite ironically, a fact not lost on later observers. Hideyoshi also enforced administrative order across the realm. He conducted comprehensive land surveys to assess rice yields for taxation, and to determine how many warriors each domain could support. He required all daimyo to swear oaths of allegiance, and imposed rules like one castle per province to prevent over-fortification. In some cases, he even shuffled lords between domains, breaking up old power bases and ensuring that the daimyo remained dependent on his central authority. Once the realm was at peace, Hideyoshi indulged in grand displays of culture and power. He built Osaka Castle as a mighty stronghold and a luxurious palace in Kyoto for courtly ceremonies. Great patron of tea ceremonies, he famously held a massive public tea gathering in 1587 at Kitano Shrine to showcase harmony under his rule. However, his ruthlessness persisted. In 1591, he abruptly ordered his revered tea master Sen no Rikyu to take his own life, a stark reminder that he brooked no challenge to his authority, even in the realm of cultural affairs. Hideyoshi also soon grew hostile to Christianity. In 1587, he abruptly banned missionary activity in Japan, reversing Nobunaga's earlier welcome of the Jesuits. Although he allowed European trade to continue, he valued foreign commerce and goods. He became increasingly suspicious of Christian influence. In 1597, after a provocative incident involving a Spanish ship, Hideyoshi ordered the execution of 26 Christian missionaries and converts by crucifixion in Nagasaki, a grim warning that no foreign religion would be permitted to undermine his authority. When Japan unified, Hideyoshi turned his ambitions abroad. In 1592, he launched a massive invasion of Korea, envisioning a conquest of Ming China beyond. Now, initially, Japanese forces captured Seoul and swept rapidly into the Korean peninsula. But Korean resistance, bolstered by Ming Chinese intervention, soon bogged the invaders down. The Korean Navy, under Admiral Yi Sun-sin, did a video about him a while ago too, by the way, devastated the Japanese supply lines at sea, and the war became a costly stalemate. A second invasion in 1597 failed to break the deadlock, and in 1598, Hideyoshi, gravely ill and faced with a fruitless war, ordered a retreat from Korea. He died in the autumn of 1598, with Japan's armies withdrawing entirely from Korea in defeat. But not before his final act, to try and safeguard his legacy. His young son Toyotomi Hideyori was only 5 years old in 1598, so Hideyoshi appointed a council of 5 elders, including Tokugawa Ieyasu, the governor's regents until the boy came of age. Hideyoshi likely hoped that these sworn vassals would remain loyal to this infant heir, but once the mighty Hideyoshi was gone, guess what? The old rivalries flared up. The delicate balance could not hold. A new struggle for supremacy was about to erupt. Hideyoshi's tenure had been quite remarkable, though. In little more than 15 years, the man who began as a peasant foot soldier had unified the realm. Yet some of his late-life actions, from extravagant displays to disastrous foreign wars, also revealed the limits of one-man rule. The task of preserving and building upon his legacy would fall to the last of the 3 unifiers, Tokugawa Ieyasu. Long patient and shrewd, Ieyasu had been biding his time. But of course the question was looming, who would be the true master of Japan now? Well, a contemporary of Nobunaga and Hideyoshi, Ieyasu had survived the era's upheavals through a combination of cautious alliances, military skill, and the occasional opportunistic betrayal. He had been an ally of Nobunaga, and later a nominal vassal to Hideyoshi, all while quietly strengthening his own power base. By 1598, Ieyasu controlled vast lands in eastern Japan and commanded great respect. Tensions among Hideyoshi's successors came to a head in 1600. One side was Ieyasu, leading a coalition of eastern and northern daimyo. Opposing him was a faction of western daimyo loyal to the Toyotomi house, spearheaded by Ishida Mitsunari, a bureaucrat/general who had been one of Hideyoshi's chief ministers. Many lords chose sides, some out of loyalty to Hideyori and the Toyotomi legacy, others out of personal rivalry or calculation of gain. These 2 coalitions met in the epic Battle of Sekigahara on October 21, 1600, the largest clash in Japanese history at that time. On a foggy plain in central Japan, roughly 160,000 samurai arrayed for combat. The battle hung in the balance for hours, as charge and countercharge thundered across the field. Ieyasu's eastern army and Mitsunari's western army were fairly matched in strength, and victory would depend on leadership and loyalty. At a critical moment, a western-aligned general, Kobayakawa Hideaki, betrayed his side and switched allegiance to Ieyasu. Spurred by secret promises and seeing an opportunity, Kobayakawa's troops suddenly changed against their former allies, collapsing the Western Army's flank. And it was this decision, this defection, that sent Mitsunari's forces into complete disarray. By late afternoon, the Western Army was utterly routed. Sekigahara was the bloody culmination of the Sengoku era. Once the dust settled, fields were littered with bodies of the samurai, and the power of the Toyotomi loyalists was broken. Ishida Mitsunari was captured and executed, along with other leaders who had opposed Ieyasu. Tokugawa Ieyasu emerged as the undisputed victor, and effectively the supreme ruler of Japan. And in the aftermath, Ieyasu undertook a sweeping realignment of power. He confiscated the lands of defeated daimyo and redistributed their fiefs to reward his allies. Many lords who had fought against him were stripped of their domains and sent into distant exile, while those who had sided with him, or switched sides in time, were richly rewarded with new territories. This settlement of 1600 cemented Tokugawa domination and laid the foundation for a new political order. In 1603, Ieyasu secured from the emperor the coveted title of shogun, reviving the shogunate in his own family's name. After a 3-decade interregnum since the last Ashikaga shogun, Japan finally had a new one, and it was the wily old survivor, Tokugawa Ieyasu himself. He established his shogunal government in Edo, present-day Tokyo, in the east, far from the traditional capital of Kyoto, symbolizing once again a shift in power. Although Ieyasu would abdicate the title to his son Hidetada in 1605 to ensure an orderly succession, he continued to direct affairs from behind the scenes. One last act was required to truly end the Warring States period. Toyotomi Hideyori, now come of age and residing in Osaka Castle, remained a potential rallying point for discontented samurai and rival daimyo. For some years a cold war persisted between the Tokugawa and the remaining Toyotomi loyalists. In 1614, Ieyasu officially retired, but still the real authority moved to eliminate this threat. While seizing on a pretext, accusing Hideyori of plotting rebellion and casting insulting slogans on a bell, apparently, Ieyasu gathered an enormous army and laid siege to Osaka Castle in the winter of 1614. The siege of Osaka unfolded in 2 stages. The initial winter campaign saw furious fighting around the fortress. Ieyasu's cannons pounded the castle, and fierce battles raged, but Hideyori's defenders held out. Eventually, Ieyasu offered a truce, agreeing to withdraw if Toyotomi would dismantle the castle's outer defenses. The Toyotomi side, hoping to save Hideyori's life, filled in Osaka's moats under the agreement. When hostilities resumed in the summer of 1615, the Tokugawa forces exploited the now weakened defenses. In the final assault, Osaka Castle was breached and set on fire. The Toyotomi cause came to a tragic end. Hideyori and his mother perished in the flames. With the fall of Osaka, the last vestige of resistance to Tokugawa rule was extinguished. The Warring States had definitively ended, not with a diplomatic peace, but this time with a total victory of one hegemonic house. Tokugawa Ieyasu spent his remaining years solidifying the new order. In 1615 he issued the laws for the military houses, the Buke Shohato, a set of strict regulations governing the daimyo. These laws required unwavering loyalty to the shogunate, controlled marriages and alliances among samurai lords, and forbade the building of new castles without explicit permission from Edo. The daimyo was soon also subjected to the practice of sankin kotai, alternate attendance, which would require them to spend much of their time in the shogun's capital under watch. Such measures ensured that no regional lord could easily rise in rebellion again. The Tokugawa regime, governed from Edo, ushered in a more than 2.5 century of peace and stability. Japan turned inward under a policy of national seclusion, and the violent upheavals of that Sengoku era gave way to an era of enforced order. Tokugawa Ieyasu died in 1616, having accomplished what no one had managed since the Onin War. He left Japan unified and at peace, under a central authority strong enough to endure for generations. And so, in retrospect, Tokugawa's victory at Sekigahara and the subsequent consolidation of power marked the definitive close of the Sengoku Jidai. After generations of near constant strife, Japan was unified under a single ruling house. While minor revolts would flicker here and there in later years, the age of independent warlords contending for the realm was well and truly over. The country, exhausted by a century and a half of war, now entered a very welcome era of relative quiet. The Edo period, sometimes called the Pax Tokugawa, during which the swords of the samurai were mostly sheathed, and the focus shifted to governance, economic growth, and cultural pursuits, all within this very welcome and sorely missed stable society. Now, we could end things there, but I don't think we should. Let's talk about just a few of the other little goings-on within that time, because, you see, it wasn't all just fighting. You see, there's a lot of stuff that happens beneath the surface. That prolonged era of civil war certainly does alter society a bit. The constant strife uprooted families, destroyed fields, and shifted populations, sure, but it also spurred adaptations and innovation. In the early Sengoku decades, the social structure was remarkably fluid. Able peasants could become soldiers, and able soldiers could become lords. Talented men of low birth, like Hideyoshi himself, grasped opportunities in the chaos to climb the ranks. This was that age of Gekkokujo. So excuse me once again with those pronunciations. When traditional authority held little sway unless backed by force. However, by the end of the Warring States period, the social order had largely re-solidified under strong central rule. The Tokugawa victory in 1600 ushered in politics that strictly divided society into hereditary classes and bound the samurai, now a warrior-administrator class, to their domains. The brief window of social mobility that had been forced open by war was all of a sudden slammed shut by the return of peace. Life for the common people during the Sengoku years was extremely challenging. Farmers in war-torn provinces often saw their villages pillaged by roving armies or bandits. Many were conscripted as ashigaru foot soldiers, taken from the fields to fight in their lord's battles. Peasant revolts were not uncommon if taxes became unbearable, and the Iko-Iki movement even allowed some commoners to taste self-governance for a time. Yet amid the destruction, there was also some improvements in agricultural production, by the way, driven by warlords' demands for higher yields to feed and fund their armies. Practical inventions, things like that. Markets also sprang up around the emerging castle towns, giving farmers and artisans places to barter goods. Over the course of the 16th century, commerce in Japan actually expanded. Nobunaga's and Hideyoshi's policies of free markets and abolished road tolls encouraged the flow of goods. A merchant class, though still officially low in status, grew in wealth by supplying weapons, armor, provisions, and luxuries to the warring samurai. Urban life took on new importance as daimyo built castle-centered cities. Prior to the Sengoku period, Japan only had a few significant urban centers, Kyoto above all. But by 1600, many domains had their own thriving castle towns, clustered below the lord's fortress, always watching you. These towns became hubs of administration, craft production, and trade. Artisans and traders were drawn to them for the relative safety afforded by the castle's presence, and for the patronage of the samurai class. If anything, it keeps the bandits away. Under Nobunaga, for instance, the castle town of Azuchi on Lake Biwa briefly flourished as a cosmopolitan center, with merchants from across Japan and even some Europeans in residence. Castle ports like Nagasaki and Kyushu also prospered through foreign trade, importing goods like Chinese silk and European firearms. And as the country unified and travel became safer, this trend of urbanization accelerated, setting the stage for the great cities of the Edo period, Edo, Osaka, Kyoto, that would flourish during the long peace after 1600. Now, in cultural terms, it was kind of paradoxical. On one hand, it was an age of constant violence, yet it produced enduring art and refined culture. The patronage of warlords often turned to cultural pursuits once their power was secure. Tea ceremony, for example, evolved into a high art under the aegis of warlord aficionados. Nobunaga and Hideyoshi were both passionate about the tea ceremony. collecting exquisite tea utensils and hosting elaborate tea gatherings as a way to display their status and cultivate political alliances in the ambience of a cultured calm. The aesthetic of simplicity and harmony espoused by the tea master Senno Rikyu had a subtle influence on these rough men, perhaps tempering their brutality with moments of refinement. But at the same time, a bold and lavish artistic style blossomed. The Momoyama period, named after Hideyoshi's Momoyama Castle, is famed for its art. Large folding screens gilded with gold leaf vibrant paintings by the masters of the Kano school to decorate castle interiors, and fine lacquerware and ceramics. They had a bit of everything. And performing art was also another area that flourished. Nobunaga was fond of No theatre, that is, Noh, the classical art, and sponsored many No performances at his residences. In the generation following the wars, as peace settled in, new popular forms of drama like kabuki, which began around 1603, and puppet theatre emerged, fueled by the taste of both the samurai and the common townspeople in the castle cities. Meanwhile, chronicles and stories about the Sengoku battles and heroes were compiled soon after the events, forming the basis for a rich tradition of historical legends. These exploits of samurai, like Shingen and Kenshin, or Nobunaga and his successors, were told and retold again, elevating these figures to almost mythic status in the popular imagination. Another significant aspect of the age was Japan's first direct contact with the West. European traders and missionaries introduced new technology, but also new cultural influences. European firearms were the most important part of that, but the Europeans also brought other novelties, as well as the new religious ideas. The Christian faith attracted a following in some regions, creating Japan's first significant religious minority apart from Buddhism and Shinto. While the Christian missionaries were ultimately suppressed, they left a legacy in loanwords, Western-style paintings, and the memorable tale of the Kirishitan, the Christian samurai and peasants of the Sengoku era. Warlords like Nobunaga, who had initially patronized the foreign faith, and those like Hideyoshi and Ieyasu who later outlawed it, all became part of a complex interaction between Japan and the outside world that began during this period. The Sengoku years thus marked the start of Japan's engagement with European influence, an engagement that would later be curtailed through the self-imposed isolation of the Tokugawa days. In any case, the Warring States period certainly left its mark on Japan's collective memory. It was an era of great tragedy and cruelty, as seen in the burned temples of Mount Hiei and the devastated fields of Korea, but also one of change, ingenuity, and heroism. It produced leaders of monumental stature who ended centuries of strife and laid the groundwork for a stable, prosperous Japan. And it also forged the archetype of the samurai warrior, fearless on the battlefield, yes, also the patron of the arts, bound by a strict code of loyalty and honor unto death. And so, this era really stands as a testament to the heights of strategy and valor in which the samurai could rise, and at the same time, as a sobering reminder of the suffering that prolonged civil war can inflict. Out of the ashes of a feudal conflict, it gave birth to the early modern Japanese state, one that would persist in peace and relative isolation until the dramatic changes brought by the mid-19th century.
Ancient China. Now that's a story that goes back quite a few thousand years, and it's a story that has plenty of anecdotes of revenge. For example, imagine a loyal minister who one day exhumes the corpse of a dead king to whip it for vengeance. Or perhaps a defeated ruler who spent years sleeping on straw and tasting bitter gall, so he would never forget his humiliation. not legends, not fiction, but historical tales written down by those early historians. Of course, just like anywhere else, revenge in ancient China was a powerful motive that intertwined with the ideals of loyalty, honor, and justice. But it's not quite like modern times, where personal revenge is often seen in a negative way. In the context of antiquity, it could be regarded as a solemn duty, an obligation to one's family or lord, even a righteous act to restore a moral balance. We're lucky to have many such stories preserved in early records and later retold in plays and literature. They're gripping, and they're filled with intense emotion and moral complexity. So today, we are going to explore a few of these stories, and I think by the end, you'll be just as fascinated as I am with this part of the world and the period in question. Of course, let's begin by welcoming you to the channel. And if you are new here, hello, and how about you leave a comment? Tell me where you are listening from. Most of you are from the United States, but tell me where in the United States. Actually, 58% of you are United States viewers, but surprise me with your geographic location. And of course, I will thank the Patreon supporters, along with the YouTube members, those who check out the merch store, and the occasional donations, because that's why we have no ads on the channel, because of those kind people. Now, with all that being said, let's get on to the video for today. Tales of Revenge from Ancient China. Well, let's start off in the spring and autumn period. That's around the 6th century BCE, and we are in the state of Jin. This is a story that's quite dramatic. Later became known as the Orphan of Zhao. Now, at its heart is a massacre and a patiently nurtured revenge that spans a generation. According to the historical records, Duke Ling of Jin, who reigned from 620 to 607 BCE, had two powerful ministers at his court. One was Zhao Dun, the upright chancellor from the venerable house of Zhao, and Tu Anguo, a general simmering with jealousy and hatred. Tu Anguo saw the Zhao family as a threat to his influence. Taking advantage of court intrigues, he framed Zhao Dun for treason and convinced the duke to order a purge of the entire Zhao clan. Well, in all of the violence, over 300 members of the Zhao family were killed. Zhao Dun himself narrowly escaped assassination. Some accounts say he was already deceased, leaving his family even more vulnerable, but it seems that his lineage was pretty much on the brink of extinction in one day of bloody treachery. Amid all the chaos, there was a tiny ember of the Zhao line that remained, Zhao Dun's infant grandson. The baby's father, General Zhao Shuo, had been spared initially. You see, he was the duke's son-in-law, but upon receiving a forged decree that accused him of complicity, Zhao Shuo ended up taking his own life in despair. His widowed wife, who was herself a Jin princess, by the way, gave birth to their son shortly after the massacre. This newborn was now the sole heir of the Zhao name, and Tuan Go was determined to kill him, as well as to eradicate the clan root and branch. Really sounds like a plot for a film, doesn't it? I think it should be a film. If it's not already one, it should be. I'll have a look later. Well, what followed was a pretty remarkable sequence of self-sacrifice and subterfuge. A loyal retainer, the physician Chen Yang, and early minister Gongsun Chu Jiao conspired to save the child. Realizing that Tuan Gu's men were hunting for any infant of the right age, Chen Yang and Gongsun hatched a grim stratagem. They decided to hide the true orphan of Zhao, and Chen Yang sacrificed his own newborn son to mislead the killers.
Gongsun Chujiao then falsely claimed that Cheng Ying's child was the Zhao orphan. When Tuangu's soldiers arrived, Gongsun handed over the child, who was really Cheng's child, and even allowed himself to be arrested as the, quote, traitor sheltering the Zhao heir. Well, I can assure you the outcome was quite harrowing. Tuan executed Gongsun and the child. They believed that the Zhao line was finally ended, all while the real orphan was safely smuggled out in Chen Ying's medicine chest. But there was still the problem. They had to protect the child's identity. Chen Ying had to go further. He raised the orphan in Tuangu's own household. In a rather ironic twist, too, Tuangu unknowingly took in the boy and treated him as a servant, or possibly like an adopted son. He never suspected his true heritage. So Chen Ying lived in secrecy for years, enduring proximity to the hated man who destroyed his lord's family, all for the sake of one day unveiling the truth. And that day would come, about 20 years later. The orphan grew into a young man, now named Zhao Wu, intelligent, virtuous, strong. When Zhao Wu reached adulthood, Chen Ying finally revealed to him his true identity and the horror of his family's fate. So imagine the turmoil of that, the turmoil in the heart of Zhao Wu upon learning that his entire lineage had perished in a bloody coup, and that he had been raised by the very architect of that tragedy. According to later retellings, Zhao Wu was understandably hit by this news, and he swore to avenge his parents and ancestors. Now just quickly, ancestors, especially in ancient Chinese traditions, they're extremely important. You can't just ignore the spirits of the ancestors. They're always around. They're always watching proper ancestor worship stuff. So this is why we have revenge framed in this light of something that's quite a noble thing. It's righting a cosmic wrong, getting that balance back into order. In any case, the moment of reckoning is described with almost operatic-like justice. With the help of another sympathetic official, Zhao Wu set a trap for Tuangu. He accused the old general of treason at court, and produced evidence of Tuangu's past crimes. In some versions, the Duke family learns how Tuangu forged the decree against Zhao Shuo. Caught off guard and completely exposed, Tuangu was handed over to Zhao's authority. The orphan of Zhao, now grown into a righteous avenger, personally executed Tuangu, fulfilling the great revenge promised in the title of later plays. It is said that Zhao Wu made the execution slow and painful, ensuring that Tuan finally realized why he was dying, to answer for the blood of 300 innocents and all the suffering he had caused. And so, with Tuangu's demise, the Zhao family's honor was restored. Zhao Wu was reinstated with all the ranks and properties that had belonged to his father and grandfather. And as for Chen Ying, well, his immense sacrifice was also honored. Well, the tale shows several themes that are valued in ancient China: filial piety and loyalty, but as well as a bit of moral retribution, that evil eventually gets punished. But notably, the story survived through the historical narrative records before becoming a famous Yuan dynasty drama in the 13th century. While later dramatizations added embellishments, the core events are recorded much earlier by historians like Sima Qian, in his records of the Grand Historian, kind of the quintessential historical work of Chinese history. Well, the adherents of Orphan of Zhao stories
suggests that it struck quite a chord in the culture where avenging one's kin was seen as this sacred duty, a kind of catharsis, an assurance that justice, though delayed, would ultimately prevail. And so to this day the orphan of Zhao is quite synonymous with the ultimate loyalty and revenge in Chinese tradition, that reminder that personal honor and sacrifice can shine through. Alright, let's move on. We got an interesting one now. Not to say the first one was not interesting. Revenge often took pretty extraordinary forms, and a few are as startling as the story of Wu Zixi. Now, Wu Zixi, also known as Wu Yun, died in 484 BCE. He was a statesman and a general who turned his personal vendetta into a geopolitical strife. His story begins in the southern state of Chu during the late spring and autumn period. Born into an elite family, Wu Zixu's fate was upended when his father, Wu Shi, a high-ranking official, fell victim to a court conspiracy. The ruling monarch, King Ping of Chu, was deceived by a malicious advisor into suspecting Wu Zixu's father and elder brother of treason. And so without a fair trial, the paranoid king had Wu Zixu's father and brother executed. Legend has it that before dying, Wu Shi somehow sent a message urging his two sons to flee, a final act of parental love under duress. Wu Zixu's brother, however, resolved to go to the capital and face death alongside their father. Wu Zixu, the younger son, made the agonizing choice to escape and live, but he vowed to avenge his family's wrongful deaths. The decision marked the beginning of a lifelong quest for retribution that would eventually topple kingdoms. So, Wu Zixu fled for his life and became a fugitive relentlessly pursued by King Ping's soldiers. The hunt was so intense that the Chu king placed guards on all borders to prevent his escape. Desperate and grieving, Wu Zixu had to conceal his identity. There's a famous little detail, too, that says during the flight he sought refuge with a sympathetic old physician. In just one night, the stress and trauma supposedly caused Wu Zixu's hair to turn completely white. Now, whether that's true or not, it's a nice little detail. A man aging overnight from sorrow and anger, and it's been passed down as a symbol of his all-consuming anguish. In any case, with his altered appearance, Wu Zixu managed to slip through the frontier, so I suppose a silver lining to that cloud. He eventually arrived in the neighboring state of Wu, bitter, of course, but quite determined. In Wu, his talents found a new purpose. At that time, Wu was a rising power under Prince Guang, who seized the throne as King He Lu of Wu, with the help of another assassin in a separate intrigue. Wu Zixi became one of King He Lu's most trusted advisors. For years, he bided his time, patiently nurturing his hatred, and ultimately just waiting for his opportunity to strike back. And that opportunity came in 506, when hostilities between Wu and Chu opened into war. Wu Zixu urged King He Lu to launch a bold offensive against Chu, knowing full well the personal stakes he had in the fight. According to Sima Qian's history, the Wu army, which included renowned strategist Sun Tzu alongside Wu Zixu, invaded Chu and met its forces at the Battle of Boju. Despite Chu's numerical strength, Wu's forces won a decisive victory. The Chu king, by then King Zhao, since the hated King Ping had died some years earlier, but that's another story, fled his capital city of Ying. For Wu Zixu, the military triumph was more than just a state victory, but it was deeply personal. And so, as the Wu forces occupied Ying, Wu Zishu went to the royal tombs and located the grave of King Ping, the monarch who had killed his father and brother. And here is that macabre scene, with no parallel. Wu Zishu ordered King Ping's corpse to be exhumed. When the coffin was opened and the king's remains exposed, Wu Zishu took a whip and lashed the corpse 300 times. Each lash, I'm sure you can imagine, was delivered with quite a few years of pent-up rage and sorrow. So by flogging the dead king, Wu Zishu believed he was finally exacting the vengeance that he swore, giving the king the punishment that he escaped in life. But it was a pretty shocking act. It's not very normal. Not every day you see this sort of thing. Essentially a symbolic execution of a corpse. And it certainly left a mark on the Chinese memory. It was revenge, but revenge beyond the grave. So, the aftermath of Wu Zishu's revenge was a little bit bittersweet. He'd achieved his goal. His family's honor was vindicated. Chu was humbled. And Wu Zishu's stature in Wu grew. He was enfeoffed as a noble, the Duke of Shen, for his service. However, the story does not end with that triumph alone. In a twist of fate, some years later, King He Lu died, and his son, King Fu Chai, ascended the throne of Wu. Fu Chai was an ambitious king, but one who did not fully trust Wu Zishu. The veteran minister warned Fu Chai about a new danger on the horizon, the neighboring state of Yue, whose king, Go Jian, as we soon shall see, was plotting a revenge of his own. Tragically, Fu Chai was swayed by his sycophants, including a treacherous minister named Bo Pi, whom, ironically, Wu Zishu himself had once recommended. Bad choice there. Oh well. And of course by the charms of the beautiful women sent as a distraction by Yue. Well, Fu Chai grew suspicious that Wu Zishu's constant admonitions were a sign of disloyalty. In a cruel echo of Wu Zishu's past, the king turned against his once loyal advisor. He sent Wu Zishu a sword with an imperial order to use it on himself, effectively a death sentence. An unjust end. But Wu Zishu remained defiant. Before he took his own life, he famously begged that his eyes be gouged out after death and hung on the city gate so he could watch the Yue army conquer Wu as he had foreseen. And indeed, guess what? About a decade later, King Fu Chai's neglect of Wu Zishu's warning led to the downfall of Wu at the hands of Yue. When Wu fell, Fu Chai lamented that he had not listened to Wu Zishu. He covered his face in shame, and then he took his own life, supposedly unable to face Wu Zishu, even in the afterlife. Complex tale, don't you think? Vengeance can bring both glory and tragedy. But Wu Zishu is celebrated in Chinese history as a model of loyalty and filial piety. A man who would avenge his father at all costs, and even became deified as a river god in some regions, by the way. There's even a phrase, Wu Zishu's white hair, that's still evoked as a sign of grief-fueled transformation. Yet, his end also serves as a cautionary note on the fickleness of rulers and the peril that even a great hero can face when caught up in court politics. In any case, for our purposes, he stands out as an exemplar of relentless revenge. He literally carried a personal vendetta into the sphere of international war. And his story asks us to consider, is vengeance ever sated? You see, King Ping was long dead when Wu Zishu whipped the corpse. That still wasn't good enough for him. And still, Wu Zishu's life ended under a shadow. Of course, think about it through the eyes of the ancients. What mattered most to them is that he had not let his father's murder go unpunished. And in that, I certainly think he's achieved a form of immortal honor. But perhaps no story of revenge from ancient China is as famous as that of King Goujian of Yue. I told you we'd get to him. The long-standing vengeance gave birth to the idiom as well, 卧薪尝胆, which basically means sleeping on brushwood and tasting gall. Yeah, we'll explain it a bit later. Anyway, Goujian's saga, set in the late 6th to 5th century BCE, has got a little bit of everything. Humiliation, endurance, and the ultimate payback between two rival kingdoms, Yue and Wu. It's almost like an epic with dramatic reversals of fortune, and it pretty much goes like this. You see, Goujian became the king of the state of Yue around 496, and almost immediately he stepped into a state of war. The powerful state of Wu, who we just talked about under King Fuzhai, sought to dominate its southern neighbors. In one conflict, Goujian's forces actually managed to injure Wu's previous king, Fuzhai's father, who died of his wounds. This planted the seed of a blood feud. On his deathbed, the old Wu king told Fuzhai to avenge him against Yue. Fuzhai, now ruling Wu, was determined to crush Yue in retaliation. But Goujian, for his part, knew that Wu might also feel pressure to strike first if possible. So, in 494 BCE, the two kingdoms clashed at the Battle of Fujiao. The army of Wu decisively defeated Yue. King Goujian's army was routed, and the Yue survivors, including Goujian himself, retreated to a fortress on Mount Kuaiji. Surrounded and hopeless, Goujian opted for submission to save his people. He sent an emissary with rich gifts to beg Fuzhai for mercy. To sway Wu's decision, Goujian's minister Fan Li even bribed Wu's top minister to speak favorably of Yue. That was the same Bo Pi who later harmed Wu Zixu, by the way. So many characters. I know it's complicated, but yeah, we'll do our best to remember them all. So in any case, Fuzhai, ambitious but also eyeing campaigns in the north, accepted the surrender of Yue instead of annihilating them outright. Well, what happens next is the most humbling chapter of Goujian's life. As part of the peace terms, King Goujian of Yue effectively became the servant of Fuzhai. The defeated Goujian, along with his wife and loyal minister Fan Li, went to live in Wu's capital as vassals. According to later accounts, Fuzhai subjected Goujian to menial tasks to remind him of his subjugation. And perhaps one of the most enduring anecdotes is this. When Fuzhai fell ill, Goujian personally tasted Fuzhai's excrement as a supposed diagnostic test of the king's condition. A degrading duty meant to prove his utter subservience. Not sure where the medical grounding for that comes from. In any case, Goujian took every indignity with a bowed head, giving no hint of resistance. For 3 years he served in Wu's palace. Many in Wu assumed that the Yue king was completely broken. But in reality, Goujian was playing a long and clever game. He hid his burning anger behind acts of servility. He was waiting for the slightest chance to turn the tables. And eventually, after all those years, Fuzhai relaxed his guard, and he allowed Goujian to return to his own state, of course under an oath of loyalty. So, back in Yue, Goujian immediately began preparing for revenge. He knew it would take time and absolute dedication, and so to remind himself daily of his purpose, he adopted an extreme personal discipline that became legendary. Now, that idiom we mentioned before, the sleeping on brushwood, comes from reports that Goujian slept on a hard bed of firewood or thorns instead of a comfortable one, to keep himself tough and mindful of hardship. And the tasting of gall refers to a bitter gall bladder, some say of a slaughtered animal, that he hung in his room and licked every morning, so that the bitterness would sear into his senses, and he would never forget the bitterness of defeat and humiliation. It was all symbolic. You know what I mean. So these symbolic acts were like self-imposed training. He steeled his body and spirit for the arduous road for vengeance. King Gojen also enforced austerity throughout his kingdom. He and his queen worked with their own hands. The king reportedly ploughed fields. The queen wove cloth. All of this done to set an example of diligence. Over the next 10 years or more, Gojen, aided by his sagacious ministers Fan Li and Wen Zhong, rebuilt the strength of the Yue kingdom. They reformed the administration, accumulated grain, trained new soldiers in secret, and waited for Wu to lower its guard. The patience paid off. In the meantime, Wu's king Fuchai grew increasingly complacent and distracted. Fuchai's successors, like becoming the hegemon of the region, made him overconfident. Crucially, Gojen's minister Fan Li orchestrated a famous stratagem. He sent Shi Shi, a woman renowned as one of the great beauties in China, as a gift to King Fuchai. Shi Shi was intended to be a femme fatale, a distraction to enervate and mislead the Wu king. And by the way, there is a rather interesting and romantic saying in Chinese, "Qing ren yan li, chu xi shi," which basically means, in the eyes of a lover, Shi Shi appears. It's basically the Chinese version of beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Remember that one for your next date, I suppose. In any case, the plan worked brilliantly. Fuchai became infatuated and indulged in pleasure, neglecting affairs of state. Simultaneously, Wu's corrupt minister, Bo Pi, bribed by Yue gold, misled Fuchai with bad counsel. And as we saw earlier, Fuchai even executed his wisest general, Wu Zixi, on false charges, removing the one man who was consistently warning him about Yue's threat. Too many mistakes, huh? By the early 480s, Wu was strong externally, but rotting from within from poor leadership. As for Gojen, he bided his time until the moment was perfect. One opportunity came when Fuchai took Wu's army north on a distant campaign. Gojen struck, invading Wu's territory while its army was away. This happened around 482, by the way. He won some victories and even killed Fuchai's heir in battle. So a panicked Fuchai rushed back and managed to negotiate a temporary truce, which Gojen granted. Not out of mercy, but because Gojen was cautious and wanted to consolidate further, rather than gamble everything in one go. Over the next few years, Yue continued to prepare. Finally, in 473, Gojen launched a final, all-out offensive against Wu. And this time, the Yue armies crushed and demoralized the Wu forces. King Fuchai, defeated and besieged, sent desperate officers to surrender and even to be a vassal to Gojen. But Gojen was not having it. He rejected any reconciliation. The time for that had well and truly passed. Gojen was determined to wipe out that tormentor of his youth. It was his life's mission at this point, and he was not going to compromise. Facing inevitable capture, Fuchai chose to take his own life with his sword. It's said that before dying he regretted not heeding Wu Zixu's advice, and not recognizing Gojen's true intentions. But with Fuchai's death, the state of Wu fell, annexed by Yue. Gojen had not only avenged his humiliation, but he had eliminated a rival kingdom, and all of a sudden, he was the most powerful ruler in the south. I suppose King Go-Gen's revenge. It shows that in ancient China even the highest levels of power, that drive for retribution, could remake the map of nations. And, well, it's not quite over yet. After the victory, Go-Gen reportedly rewarded his loyal ministers lavishly, though the story has a bit of a quieter epilogue. Fan Li, the brilliant advisor, chose to resign and retire, possibly because he foresaw that Go-Gen, who had lived so long in bitterness, might become a paranoid ruler. Certainly observing trends, I suppose. Smart guy. Well, indeed. Later lore suggests that Go-Gen executed some companions out of suspicion. Success did not necessarily make him benevolent. Nonetheless, Chinese historical memory largely views him in a sympathetic light, a striving hero who turned the lowest defeat into triumph. And that idiom, 卧薪尝胆, sleep on brushwood, taste gall, it's used to inspire people to endure hardship today in pursuit of a goal. Sometimes you just have to do it. But of course, revenge is not just the province of kings and generals exclusively. It also falls upon individuals of lower rank to carry out deadly vengeance for their lords. One of the most revered such figures is Yu Rang, remembered as the righteous assassin of the Warring States era. Yu Rang's story, recorded by Sima Qian and others, is a pretty good example of personal loyalty taken to its extremes. A man who literally scarred and sacrificed himself in the attempt to avenge his benefactor. Yu Rang lived in the waning years of the state of Jin, around the mid-5th century BCE, and this was just as Jin was splintering into smaller states. He initially served two aristocratic clans in Jin, the Fan and Zhonghang families, but never found much recognition doing so. Eventually, he entered the service of Zhi Bo, the Earl of Zhi, a powerful warlord who appreciated Yu Rang's talents. So for the first time, Yu Rang felt truly valued. However, it's not all good news, I'm afraid. Jin's conflicts soon interrupted all of this. Zhi Bo attempted to eliminate rival clans to dominate Jin. In 453, he attacked the house of Zhao, led by Viscount Zhao Xiangzi, also known as Zhao Wushi. The Zhao clan, allied with the Han and Wei clans, fought back and managed to defeat Zhi Bo. In the gruesome climax, the victors not only killed Zhi Bo, but also exterminated his entire family. Flaunting the depth of vengeance, Zhao Xiangzi had Zhi Bo's skull coated in lacquer to make a drinking cup, which is not very good manners. Can't get one of them at IKEA, can't you? Well, this detail, as shocking as it is, shows how tit-for-tat vengeance could go to horrific lengths in that era. Zhao Xiangzi clearly hated Zhi Bo, and he reveled in the triumph. But when Yu Rang learned that his lord Zhi Bo had been killed and dishonored in this manner, he was consumed by grief and outrage. Now in Chinese, there's also a saying that he reportedly invoked at the time. In English, it basically goes, "Gentlemen die for those who understand them." Zhi Bo had been the one lord who treated Yu Rang as one of his finest men, and Yu Rang felt duty-bound to repay that understanding with his own life, if necessary, by avenging Zhi Bo. Well, the target of his wrath was pretty obvious. Viscount Shang of Zhao, that is, Zhao Xiangzi, the man chiefly responsible for Zhi Bo's downfall. But Zhao was now one of the most powerful lords in the land, heavily guarded and ruling his domain. How could one man possibly take revenge on a guy like that? Yu Rang decided to turn himself into the instrument of vengeance and get it somehow. He'd die trying if he had to. So his first attempt was marked by its boldness. Yu Rang went into hiding. He changed his identity and managed to infiltrate Zhao Xiangzi's household by posing as a lowly servant. Some sources say a hired handyman assigned to work in the palace latrines. He even got close to Zhao Xiangzi's private quarters with a dagger concealed on his person. One day, as Zhao entered the lavatory, Yu Rang prepared to strike. But at the critical moment, something tipped off Zhao Xiangzi. Perhaps a noise, or maybe just a gut feeling of danger. The weary lord called out guards, and they seized the suspicious latrine worker before he could draw his weapon. But under interrogation, Yu Rang did not dissemble. He proudly declared his identity and his mission. He was there to kill Zhao Xiangzi and avenge his master Zhibo. This was essentially a death sentence for Yu Rang, and the guards were ready to carry that one out on the spot. But then something strange happened. A surprising twist. Zhao Xiangzi chose to let Yu Rang go. He spared his life. Why would he do that? Good question. According to the accounts, Zhao was quite moved by Yu Rang's loyalty, and he exclaimed that such devotion was commendable. From the annals at the time, quote, "Zhibo is dead, with no heirs, yet this retainer seeks revenge on his behalf. He must have been a truly worthy man to inspire such loyalty." It's a good point. Basically, in Zhao's eyes, Yu Rang's act, though directed against him, was the act of a righteous warrior. Zhao Xiangzi decided that he would simply be vigilant in the future, remarking that he would have to be careful of Yu Rang, but did not want to kill a man of honor. Thus, Yu Rang was released after the failed first assassination attempt, a rare instance of chivalrous respect between two mortal enemies. Now you might think that this close brush with death and the extraordinary mercy shown would deter Yu Rang. It didn't. If anything, being pardoned only steeled his resolve further. Determined to succeed the next time, Yu Rang prepared in ways that are legendary for their extremity. He knew that Zhao Xiangzi now recognized him on sight, so a perfect disguise was needed. Yu Rang went to the lengths of mutilating himself for the cause. He covered his skin with lacquer and resin, causing disfiguring sores and scars all over his body. He also swallowed charcoal, or raw lye possibly, to make his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. He discarded his scholarly attire, and he took on the appearance of a beggar or a leper. His transformation was so thorough that, as one account relates, even his own wife did not recognize him when he later begged in the marketplace. With this severe disguise, Yu Rang lurked in wait for his target. He learned that Zhao Xiangzi often traveled over a certain bridge in the countryside, so Yu Rang hid himself beneath that bridge, armed with a blade. And there he waited for Zhao to pass by. Lo and behold, Zhao Xiangzi's carriage came over the bridge, and Yu Rang leapt out to ambush him. But fate was cruel. At the moment of the attack, Zhao's horses sheed and bolted, startling the entourage. Zhao Xiangzi had been on guard for possible assassinations ever since the previous incident, and he immediately suspected Yu Rang. Guards rushed in and seized the ragged beggar with a sword, and indeed it was Yu Rang again. But this time, Zhao Xiangzi would not allow a third chance. Surrounded by armed soldiers, Yu Rang was now at the end of the road. Zhao confronted him, but rather than ordering an immediate execution, the lord had a curious exchange with the would-be killer. He asked Yu Rang why he was so devoted to Zhibo's revenge, given that Yu Rang had actually served other families before and didn't avenge them when Zhibo destroyed those families. You see, Zhibo had earlier wiped out the Fan and Zhonghang clans that Yurang had once served, but it seems that Yurang didn't really care too much for this. And then came Yurang's answer, which was quite telling. He said that those previous lords treated him just like another man, so he served them as such. But Zhibo was different. He treated him like an honored guest, one of great worth. Thus he owed Zhibo the loyalty of a great man. In other words, the depth of obligation he felt was proportional to the honor and understanding he received. Now, just quickly, this little conversation, which is in the works of Sima Qian, it, how can I say it, as an idea of a Confucian ideal called zhi, which basically is the understanding between a lord and his retainer. It's a kind of moral bond between them, and it's more important than just duty itself. It's a lot deeper than that. Sorry for the pedestrian explanation, but we don't really have too much time to explain all of that. Perhaps a video in the future on Confucian idealism. In any case, Zhao Shangzi, upon hearing this, was moved to tears. Even though Yurang had come to kill him, Zhao recognized the purity of Yurang's intention. Well, he lamented that such loyalty still existed in the world. However, Zhao also made it clear that he couldn't let Yurang go a second time. His own life and responsibility to his state would not permit it, which, yeah, fair enough, you can understand that. In any case, at this point, Yurang did something extraordinary. Since he knew that his death was certain now, Yurang asked for one final favor, to let him strike a blow at Zhao's robe. He explained that if he could at least slash the lord's garment with his sword, it would count symbolically as fulfilling his vengeance, that he would have struck Zhao Shangzi, even if he couldn't kill him, and then Yurang would willingly accept his death. Well, Zhao Shangzi, in an unprecedented act of magnanimity, agreed. He removed his robe, and he handed it to Yurang. And Yurang took his sword, leapt forward, and slashed the robe. Yurang then turned to himself and cut himself, falling dead by his own hand, satisfied he had upheld his vow to revenge. Zhao Shangzi and all bystanders were said to be overcome with emotion at this scene. The retainers of Zhao, and later many in other states, wept for Yurang's fervor. Even though Yurang had failed to kill his enemy, he succeeded in preserving his honor and intent to the very end. And that's something pretty special. Of course, it's celebrated as the epitome of the loyal retainer. In an age where personal loyalty was a cardinal virtue, Yurang became almost a mythical example of how one might go to repay a debt of gratitude. Sima Qian placed Yurang's biography among the assassins, indicating that he saw him as a heroic figure despite the criminal nature of his acts. Importantly, people of later dynasties viewed Yurang not as a villain, but as a righteous paragon. He is often called Loyal Yurang. His famous line about gentlemen die for those who appreciate them survived as a proverb, encouraging reciprocal loyalty. Yet, from a critical perspective, one could also see tragedy in Yurang's fate. All of his efforts changed nothing. Zhao Shangzi continued to rule. Zhibo remained dead, and poor Yurang sacrificed himself, and even his own body's integrity, for a goal that was ultimately unattainable. The poignancy of this tale lies in the futility wedded to noble intent. I'm sure the ancient audiences would not have missed the operatic pathos, that Yurang achieved a moral victory at the cost of his life, dying in the attempt of vengeance, far more honorable than to live with loyalty unfulfilled. I hope we can all have a friend like Yurang, Now I know what you're thinking, dear viewer. When is he going to talk about Jing Ke? Well, I got news for you. We're talking about it right now. We can't have a discussion of revenge in China without the story of Jing Ke, the attempted assassination of the king of Qin in 227 is that's perhaps one of the most dramatic stories in Chinese history. Jing Ke's mission was essentially a desperate act of vengeance on behalf of a doomed state, a last-chance effort to stop an unstoppable conqueror. While it ultimately failed, the sheer audacity of it and the near success turned Jing Ke into a legendary figure, a symbol of valor against tyranny. Think of him kind of like a Guy Fawkes or Robert Catesby sort of figure. Didn't quite get the job done, but it's the thought that counts. So, by the late 3rd century BCE, the Warring States period was drawing to a close. And thank God, too, because it was a pretty hard time. Now, the state of Qin, under the young king Ying Zheng, the future Qin Shi Huang, by the way, the first emperor, was on a ruthless campaign to conquer all the other states. One by one, the powerful kingdoms fell to Qin's armies. The state of Yan, a smaller kingdom in the northeast, watched these developments with understandable concern. Prince Dan of Yan, the crown prince, had a personal motive as well. He had spent time as a hostage in Qin when younger and had been treated quite poorly, so he harbored a bitter grudge against King Zheng. By 228, Qin had destroyed the state of Zhao and was amassing forces near Yan's border. Faced with likely invasion and subjugation, Prince Dan conceived a bold plan. He was going to kill the king of Qin. Can't get much more bolder than that. The hope was that with the king dead, Qin's momentum might collapse, or at least slow in the worst-case scenario, giving the remaining states a chance to unite and fight them off. An act born out of desperation and, yes, revenge, both national and personal. For this task, Prince Dan needed a man of exceptional nerve, someone willing to undertake a mission for the greater good, and he found such a man in Jing Ke. The historical Jing Ke was a scholar or swordsman from the minor state of Wei, now living as a guest in Yan. He was known to be unassuming, by some accounts a bit of a drifter, who enjoyed a glass of wine a little bit too much. But he was also educated and skilled with a sword, and that's what really mattered. Prince Dan and his associates identified Jing Ke as the top man for the job. After some persuasion, and invoking the dire need of the hour, Jing Ke accepted the mission, fully aware that it was likely going to be a one-way trip. To support him, another warrior named Jin Wu Yang, who had reputedly killed someone at the age of 13, by the way, one way to kick off your adolescence, was also assigned as his assistants. Well, the plan that Prince Dan and Jing Ke devised was quite cunning. Simply traveling to Qin's capital and asking for an audience was too simple. It was never going to work. An assassin needed a good pretext to get close to the king. So they decided to present King Zheng of Qin with two extraordinary gifts that would delight him and allay suspicion. One of them was the head of a turncoat general from Qin, and the other was a map of fertile territory. Now, the turncoat in question was Fan Yuqi, a Qin general who had defected to Yan and whom King Zheng hated bitterly. Fan Yuqi agreed to sacrifice himself for the cause, a remarkable act of self-abnegation, so that his severed head could be presented as Prince Dan were offering it to Qin to curry favor. The second gift, the map of the Dukang region, a valuable chunk of Yan's land, would be rolled up in a scroll. Inside this scroll, Jingke planned to hide a poisoned dagger. The idea was that Jingke and Qin Wuyang would pose as envoys bearing tribute. Once in the king's presence, at the opportune moment, they would unfurl the map, grab the exposed dagger, and just stab King Jung to death. Pretty risky, but it showed both psychological insight, appealing to the king's ego and greed, and meticulous preparation. And of course, at this point, anything was worth a try. So, why not? Now, the departure of Jingke for Qin was itself a legendary scene. On the eve of the mission in 227, Prince Dan hosted a farewell banquet by the Yi River. It was a somber affair. Everyone knew that they'd probably never see Jingke again. As the story goes, Jingke, dressed in white, the color of sacrifice, sang a haunting song before he boarded the river boat. And we actually have the lyrics that have been passed down. The wind blows, the Yi River is cold. When a hero leaves, he is gone forever. Yeah, that is pretty haunting, isn't it? His dear friend, a musician named Gao Jian Li, played the lute in sorrow. This moment, with Jingke singing about never returning, has been pretty popular in poems and art. The heroic fatalism of the enterprise captured quite nicely. Jingke went forth, expecting to die, only hoping to achieve his aim before that end came. And so, Jingke and Qin Wuyang traveled to Qin with Fan Yuqi's head in a box and the dagger hidden in the scroll. On arrival, the Qin court, intrigued by what Yan's envoys had brought, granted them an audience. King Zheng, ambitious and proud, could not resist personally accepting such significant tribute, the head of his traitor, and the yield of territory. The meeting in Shenyang, Qin's capital, has been described in detail by Sima Qian. At the royal hall, Jingke and Qin Wuyang approached the throne. Qin Wuyang, the younger man, was to carry the box with the head, while Jingke carried the scroll with the map. However, at the threshold, the plan nearly faltered. Qin Wuyang lost his nerve, and he began trembling visibly. After all, facing the king of Qin, the most feared ruler of the time, in his own palace, well, that would certainly take inhuman composure to act like it's no big deal. King Zheng grew suspicious when he saw the nervous youth, and ordered him to stay back. But Jingke smoothly covered for his partner, saying with a polite smile that Qin Wuyang was a rustic lad, unfamiliar with royal grandeur. So King Zheng allowed Jingke alone to come closer with the gifts. Jingke presented Fan Yuqi's head first, removing the lid of the box, revealing the severed head. King Zheng was pleased at this gruesome gift, and he let his guard down slightly. And then Jingke offered the scroll with the map of Dukang. The king took the scroll and began to unroll it. This was the critical moment. As the map unfurled, it revealed a hidden dagger. Jingke seized the dagger, and in one swift motion, grabbed King Zheng by his sleeve, attempting to stab him. But in that split second, so much hung in the balance. The fate of Qin, Yang, the course of history. It's up there with the murder of Julius Caesar on the Ides of March, just in Chinese terms. But fortune favored the king. The king yanked back violently, tearing off his own sleeve and freeing himself from the grip of Jingke. King Zheng fled down the hall, trying to draw his longsword. Here another snag hit for Jing Ke. Qin's ceremonial swords were famously long to signify status, and the king struggled to draw it quickly while running. He simply couldn't get it out of the scabbard in time. Jing Ke chased him around a pillar, dagger in hand, so close to changing destiny. Chaos erupted. A few officials were present and were unharmed, but royal protocol forbade weapons near the king except his own, and the guards stationed outside couldn't immediately intervene. At this life-and-death instant, one of the king's physicians, Xia Wujü, showed remarkable presence of mind. He snatched up a medicine bag, the only weapon at the time, and hurled it at Jing Ke. The bag struck Jing Ke and momentarily stunned or slowed him, giving King Zheng just enough time to finally pull out his sword. Now armed, the king spun around and slashed at the oncoming Jing Ke, wounding him. Jing Ke, realizing that the prime chance was slipping away, still hurled his dagger in desperation at the king. But it missed. He had one chance, and he blew it. Within moments, the king closed in, and he struck Jing Ke repeatedly, inflicting mortal wounds. Reinforcements burst into the hall, and Qin Wu Yang, who had been too frightened to move, was also cut down. Seeing his mission fail, Jing Ke, now collapsed on the floor and bleeding, is said to have propped himself up in a seated position. In a final act of defiance, he extended his legs in front of him, an etiquette taboo in front of the king, and berated King Zheng, essentially just cursing and insulting him as he lay dying. Enraged and shaken, King Zheng stabbed him again. It took several thrusts to finally finish him off. The assassination attempt, though, was over. King Zheng was safe, though legend says he remained trembling in shock for a while after, gripping his sword amid the carnage on the throne room floor. The reverberations of this event were immediate and long-term. In the short term, Qin used it as a justification to accelerate their conquest of Yan. Prince Dan, who masterminded the plot, was executed by his own father in a futile attempt to appease Qin's wrath. Yan was conquered and ceased to exist a few years later. In effect, Jing Ke's attempt did not stop the juggernaut. If anything, it might have even provoked Qin to be even harsher. However, in the long term, the legend of Jing Ke grew far beyond the political results. To later generations, Jing Ke's deed became a classic story of courage and the archetype of a tragic hero. The fact that he came so close to altering history, almost killing the man who would be China's first emperor, gives the story a pretty tantalizing what-if quality. But more resonant is the personal dimension. Jing Ke knowingly went to his death for a cause, sang a final song that echoed through history, and faced the most powerful man alive, with a pretty good resolve. But there is also a perspective of moral ambiguity. The question is, was Jing Ke a knight-errant striking against tyranny? Or was he basically, by modern standards, a terrorist? Maybe. Ancient Chinese narrative tends to lionize him, seeing his act as driven by loyalty for his prince and the desperate righteousness of opposing overwhelmingly unjust force. And then there's art and literature, where they repeatedly return to the image of Jing Ke at the palace. Some portray him with an almost tender sympathy, as in the famous phrase, "The hero departed over the Yi River, never to return." Even today, movies and books reimagine this assassination attempt, often casting Jing Ke as a sympathetic figure. In the context of our theme, Jing Ke's story exemplifies revenge on a grand stage. It was less about personal enmity, and more about avenging an entire state's impending destruction. This patriotic fervor, combined with a personal vendetta for Prince Dan, and although it failed materially, it succeeded in becoming immortal in memory. Jing Ke's name is virtually synonymous with determined assassination in Chinese culture. His tale closes our video today as a capstone that revenge in ancient China could move individuals to attempt the impossible, to gamble their lives on a single stroke of a blade. I think you should reflect on the fine line between heroism and futility. That's a line that ancient storytellers often left to the reader's heart to decide. Is it bravery, or is it hubris? That's really up to you. Buddhism and demonology. Possibly you don't expect to find them in the same room, but Buddhist tradition is indeed full of demons and fiends. Yet it takes an approach to demonology that is anything but simple superstition. In the Buddhist time, popular cosmology teemed with yaksas, rakshasas, bhutas, and other malevolent beings inherited from Indian folklore. But when Buddhism came along, it didn't just sweep the old world under the rug. Rather than denying their existence, Buddhism rather absorbed and reinterpreted these figures in line with its own teachings. Monks and laity across Asia told their own vivid accounts of demonic encounters. This was not to frighten believers away from the world, but to illustrate the Dharma in action. And so over the centuries, these demons were woven into Buddhist scriptures, art, and rituals, and they symbolized everything from literal ghostly threats to the very inner afflictions that impede enlightenment. So let me take you through on a journey of the shadowy pantheon of Buddhist demonology, from the legendary tempter Mara and even the child-devouring Hariti, to local ogres like the Alavaka, and protective gods like the 4 heavenly kings. You'll see how each demon serves its own purpose, historically, spiritually, and even psychologically. It all comes with a deeper meaning and a dash of wonder. Perhaps you'll find something you did not quite expect. In any case, before we begin, let me welcome you to the channel. If you're new here or you've yet to click that subscribe button, I invite you to do so if you feel inclined. And once again, this video, along with everything else, is all ad-free for your uninterrupted enjoyment, made possible by donations on the PayPal and YouTube memberships, also Patreon, and those who want to check out the merch store. All the relevant links are provided in the pinned comment, video description, and channel description on the home page. And with all that being said, welcomes out of the way, let's begin our guide to Buddhist demonology. Well, you can't begin a guide to Buddhist demonology without Mara. We already mentioned the name, the arch-tempter and personification of delusion. Off to a pretty good start, I think. You see, in Buddhist lore, Mara is the cosmic kind of devil figure who assailed Prince Siddhartha on the eve of his enlightenment. Far from a simple satanic figure like the Christian bad guy sort of thing, Mara takes on multiple identities. You see, he is called Papima, that is evil one, Namuki, non-liberator, and even identified as Kanna, the dark one. According to early texts, Mara is both a specific being, often described as the Lord of the highest heaven in the desire realm, and also a symbol of our deepest weakness. For example, the Padana Sutta and the Sutta Nipata portrays Mara attacking the Buddha to be, not with flaming arrows or a sword or anything like that, but rather with soft and gentle words, appealing to comfort and fear. The Bodhisattva recognizes these as tricks and exposes Mara's army for what it really is, that is, sense desires, boredom, craving, hunger and thirst, cowardice, sloth and tabur, doubt, hypocrisy and stubbornness, gain and honor and ill-won fame. In other words, Mara's legions are pretty much our own human frailties. The Buddha declares none but the bravest seekers conquer such foes, vowing to shatter Mara's armies, quote, with wisdom as stone smashes a clay pot. It's a pretty powerful allegory, doesn't it? It makes isn't it rather? It makes a key point, though. From the earliest strata of Buddhism, demons like Mara are not merely external enemies, but they're rather stand-ins, kind of metaphors for your own internal battles. And I think you'll find that across many of our religious traditions across the world. But Mara is not purely metaphorical. The canon also records multiple literal visits by Mara to the Buddha and his disciples. In the Mara Samyutta, Mara lurks in the shadows, scheming to disrupt Dharma talks or frighten meditating monks. He appears in various guises, as a frightening cobra, as a charming villager, even as one of the Buddha's own cousins at one point, only to be unmasked by those who have the keenest insight. Each time, his effort fails, and he vanishes, disappointed, but always ready to try again. And there is that theme of recognizing the demon for what it is, regardless of its disguise. It reinforces a central Buddhist message, that is, by seeing through illusions, one robs them of power. The Buddha is recorded calmly advising Mara, quote, "I know you, evil one," before reiterating that Mara has no claim on one who has seen the truth. In one dramatic encounter, Mara unleashes his ultimate weapons, 3 seductive daughters, trying to tempt the Buddha with lust. Well, the ruse falls flat. The enlightened one, he remains unmoved, and the trio depart in shame. Now, these are all pretty supernatural in flavor, but they actually serve to kind of humanize the Buddha's struggles. They assure devotees that even the awakened one was tested by desire, fear, and attachment, and that we too can overcome our inner demons by cultivating that wisdom and mindfulness. But let's go beyond Mara. Early Buddhist scriptures introduce a menagerie of yaksas and rakshasas, nature spirits and ogres, that is. Now, they can either be benevolent or not so benevolent, even bloodthirsty. There is one famous story from the Sutta Nipata. It features Alavaka, the notorious yaksa, often rendered ogre or demon, with a taste for human flesh. According to commentary, Alavaka terrorized the town of Alavi, extorting a daily human sacrifice from the king. In fact, even little babies were not spared from his appetite. Now that's a real demon. Well, the Buddha heard about this cruelty. So what did he do? He didn't organize an army. He didn't pick up a sword. He didn't get angry. Instead, he walked straight into the yaksa's lair. Of course, Alavaka was pretty furious at the intrusion. He was not accepting visitors. He bellowed repeatedly, Get out, monk. But the Buddha was unmoved, and he stepped in and out of the demon's abode at each command until Alavaka tried a new tactic. Quote, from the text, "If you do not leave, I will strike you down, cleave your heart, and hurl you across the river." The Buddha calmly replied that no one in the world, Deva, Brahmin, or demon, could do such a thing to Tathagata, but nevertheless invited Alavaka to ask him any question if he pleased. Now what followed is one of the most beloved dialogues in the Pali Canon. Alavaka, with surprising earnestness, probably at the Buddha's disposition, posed a series of riddling questions about the essence of holy life. For example, what is a man's highest wealth? What brings the taste of bliss? How does one cross the flood of suffering? Now the Buddha's answers were very simple, straight to the point, but quite profound. As following, faith is the best wealth. Dhamma, well practiced, brings bliss. By diligence, one crosses the flood. By wisdom, one is purified, and so on. In any case, by the end, the once bloodthirsty demon is utterly tamed, not by force, but by wisdom, by Dharma. Alavaka explains in admiration that the Buddha has set upright what was overturned, and declares himself a disciple, taking refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. Thus, the fierce cannibal blood drinker turns into a protector. And that's just one other tale, plenty of them that we get from the Pali Canon, that shows this recurrent motive in Buddhist demonology, and that is not to destroy, but to convert. You see, demons, they're just kind of misguided spirits, and when confronted with truth and compassion, they can themselves be transformed into benefactors. The greatest victory, as the texts imply, is winning over a demon's heart, rather than simply destroying the malevolent presence. Now, another early figure who straddles the line between demon and deity is Hariti, known in Sanskrit as Haritika, and in Japanese, actually, you might have heard of him as Kishimojin. Heard of her, rather, excuse me. Well, her story is a poignant example of Buddhism's ability to engage with local demonic deities and elevate them onto the right Buddhist path. Hariti was originally a fearsome yaksa in Ragarha, renowned for a gruesome habit. She had hundreds of children of her own, and to feed them, she preyed upon the children of human families, abducting and devouring them. Of course, the villagers, they lived in understandable terror of Hariti, whom they called the mother of demons. Eventually, their desperate parents implored the Buddha for help. Rather than smite the child-eating ogress, the Buddha employed a skillful means tailored to teach her empathy. He quietly took Hariti's youngest son, in some versions named Priya, and hid the child under his begging bowl. When Hariti discovered her child was missing, she was thrown into a frantic despair. She searched the city high and low. At last her quest brought her, sobbing, to the Buddha's feet. And the Buddha gently observed and said, "Now you understand the pain that you have caused others. Imagine the anguish of all those mothers whose children you took." Well, Hariti was struck to the core. The Buddha certainly taught her a lesson with that one. And overwhelmed by remorse, she vowed to give up her evil ways and protect children instead of harming them. The Buddha then revealed her infant safe and sound, and Hariti's joy cemented her conversion. In gratitude, she promised to dedicate her prodigious powers to the service of the Dharma, according to scripture. In the later Mahayana texts, as well as the Vinaya Chinese texts as well, Hariti pledged to become a patroness of children and women in childbirth, ensuring that they thrive rather than suffer as her victims. Now that is certainly a dramatic turnaround. Well, the Buddha even allowed devotees to offer Hariti small sacrifices of food, since the hungry ghosts like her still needed nourishment of some sort, an acknowledgement of her liminal status between demon and deva. Over time, Hariti's image morphed from terrifying ogress to benevolent matron. In Gandhara and Mathura art, she is depicted as cradling a child or holding a cornucopia of grain, symbolizing abundance and protection. When Buddhism spread to China and Japan, Hariti, as Gui Zimo in Chinese or Kishimojin in Japanese as mentioned, was enshrined as a guardian spirit. The Lotus Sutra's 26th chapter has Hariti and her 10 demon daughters take a solemn oath before the Buddha. They vow to safeguard all who embrace the Dharma, especially those who uphold the Lotus teaching. This remarkable trajectory from literal child devourer to Dharma protector shows that Buddhist approach to demons again, that is to subdue the harmful impulse and redirect all of that energy towards good rather than evil. Hariti's tale, it might also carry a subtler teaching about attachment and loss, so familiar to human parents, especially of those older times. In her agony over a missing son, Hariti learned the lesson of compassion the hard way, a lesson the Buddha gently imparted to temper her immense motherly love with wisdom and non-harming. And so, to this very day, in Japan's Nichiren sect, Kishimojin is venerated as a goddess of easy childbirth and child-rearing, often portrayed as holding a baby and a pomegranate, which is another symbol of fertility. No one denies her demonic past, but rather they remember it as proof of the transformative power of Buddhist compassion. Of course, if Buddhism can convert demons like Alavaka and Hariti, it also recruited the very gods to guard against demons. The most famous of these heavenly guardians is the 4 great kings, that is, Katur Maharaja, worldly deities who occupy the lowest heaven and stand at watch at the 4 cardinal directions. In the Pali Canon's cosmology, the 4 great kings are said to guard the earth and protect the Dharma. They are not Buddhas or Arahants, but powerful Deva rulers who have a strong sense of duty. Their names are Vesavana, that is in the north, and Dataratha in the east, Virulaka in the south, and Virupaka in the west, became legendary across Asia. Each king commands legions of spirits, Nagas, Kumbhandas, that is kind of dwarvish goblins, Gandharvas, Yaksas, and more. Early Buddhists looked to these kings for protection from the very same demons and ill-willed Buddhas that plagued the worldly realm. One striking canonical text is the Atanatya Sutta, which is essentially a demon-repelling chant given by the 4 kings to the Buddha. The sutta recounts how King Vesavana, on behalf of his fellow kings, approached the Buddha and expressed concern that many unruly yaksas neither respect nor believe in the Blessed One. Because such malevolent spirits could harass monks and the laity alike, the 4 kings offered the Buddha a set of protective verses, that is, paritta, to be recited as a kind of safeguard. Now this became the Atanatya Paritta, and it's still chanted in Theravada communities today, as a ward against evil influences. The Buddha praised this act and instructed his followers to memorize the chant. And the text as well, it even shows that even the mighty four kings saw value in the dharmic practice free from demonic disturbance and took it upon themselves to ensure that protection. The suta's introduction frankly states it is a, quote, spiritual protection against evil spirits presented to King Vesavana, or by King Vesavana rather, to the Buddha. Within his verses, the four kings invoke a who's who of benevolent deities, from the 7 past Buddhas to that roll call of Yaksa generals, enjoining them to keep the Dharma community safe. They even threaten punitive action against any spirit who still dares to trouble a disciple who lives righteously. In traditional Sri Lankan and Southeast Asian practice, this Atanatya Sutta is only recited on special occasions, often by monastics who prepare with ritual purity, since it is essentially a last resort exorcism formula for stubborn hauntings. Good luck getting one of them out of the house. Or more commonly, gentler chants like the Metta Sutta, that is the loving kindness discourse, are used first, reflecting Buddhism's preference to soothe and reform rather than just intimidate and dispel. But still, that role of the four kings in Buddhist demonology is pretty important. They legitimize within scripture the idea that protecting the faithful from supernatural danger is part of the cosmic moral order. In East Asia, images of these 4 heavenly kings stand guard at temple gates, ferocious and imposing, one bearing a sword, another bearing a lute, another a snake, another a pagoda. Each pose and emblem represents subjugation of a vice. They crush underfoot the forces of ignorance, keeping the sanctuary of the Dharma free from negativity. Now, as Buddhism spread beyond India, it encountered new cultures, each with its own host of indigenous specters. Well, instead of rejecting these as pagan nonsense, Buddhism often assimilated local demons into its cosmology, much as it did with the four kings and Hariti. Now, the result is a fascinating regional diversity in Buddhist demonology that you don't quite get in a lot of other spiritual traditions. Demons took on local names and forms, yet their essential function within the Buddhist narrative remained. They either obstruct the path or get converted into protectors, as examples of a dharmic victory. So let's have a look at a few regions. First, let's have a look at Japan. You see, Japanese folklore already brims with creatures called oni, that is, horned ogres, often depicted with red or blue skin, big tusks, and iron clubs. These oni were thought to haunt wild mountains and abandoned places, but also every now and then to invade human settlements and bring disease or disaster. The bad guys, basically. So when Buddhism arrived in Japan, that is 6th century CE, people soon identified many oni with the yaksas and raksasas mentioned in the Buddhist sutras. In fact, scholars note that the Japanese concept of oni was heavily syncretized with Hindu Buddhist demons like yaksas, raksasas, and hungry ghosts, and over time, oni came to be seen as the very same creatures that in Buddhist lore serve King Yama's hell, or roam as malicious spirits. But far from being cast out by Buddhism, they only were given a place in the Buddhist universe. They became the wardens of hell. In Japanese they call that jigoku, and in Chinese they call it Diyu, which means underground prison, essentially. No, they would punish the wicked, and they were the manifestations of excess, greed, or anger on earth. In other words, Japanese Buddhism turned the Oni into pedagogical creatures. Fearsome, yes, but ultimately part of the moral order that encourages humans to avoid evil deeds, lest they have to deal with the Oni's club in hell, not the kind of clubbing scene that you want on a weekend. Now, even the imagery of Oni evolved under Buddhist influence. The classical red and blue horned appearance, likely crystallized in the medieval era, inspired in part by the Buddhist art's depiction of the Yaksa generals and neo-guardians. Some Oni are portrayed with a third eye or extra limbs, echoing tantric Buddhist depictions of wrathful deities. Now, I do remember when I was I would have been about 20, 21, something like that, going back a fair while. I won't tell you how long. There was this great temple of hell I went to in Japan. I can't quite remember where it is. It might have been about 40 minutes outside of Tokyo. I'm sure someone listening has been there before, if it's still running. But effectively a place to scare children into being good. They have a few places like that in China as well. I'm sure they have them in India too. But it was quite interesting. Anyway, just brought up a memory is all. Now, Japan also developed unique rituals to ward off demons of their own, and they blended Buddhist and Shinto elements. The most famous is Setsubun, that is the bean throwing festival, and that's held every spring's eve. To this day, families still shout Onni wa soto, fuku wa uchi, demons out, blessings in, while tossing roasted soybeans out the door, symbolically pelting any lurking demons and inviting good fortune. This custom, introduced from China in the 8th century, was early on linked to Buddhist temples and teachings. A delightful legend from the 10th century tells of a Buddhist monk at Kuramadera who was confronted by a pesky Oni. But the quick-thinking monk hurled soybeans at the demon's eyes, blinding and chasing it away. Nothing hits harder than a handful of soybeans, I'm sure. Well, thus began the practice of mamemaki, that is, bean scattering to purge evil influences. By the Edo period, Setsubun bean-throwing ceremonies were celebrated at both Shinto shrines and Buddhist temples nationwide, often with monks or even costumed local men playing the part of the Oni so villagers could gleefully pelt them. The Oni in this context clearly represent misfortune or bad karma accumulated over the past year. Essentially, negative energies have to be expelled through a cathartic, community-wide exorcism ritual. It's a pretty good example of how folklore and Buddhism coalesced. The Buddhist temple lent spiritual authority to an old rite, framing it as a cleansing, not just of evil spirits, but also of the spiritual impurities in one's heart. Now, at the same time, the folk belief in literal ogres was reinforced by Buddhist cosmology, which gave the Oni roles in the unseen realms of existence. Even today, temples like Kyoto's Yoshida Shrine or Tokyo's Sensoji host large Setsubun events, with priests and sometimes celebrities tossing beans into huge crowds. That chant of Oni out, luck in. It nicely captures the Buddhist ethic that to invite good, you have to first cast out inner demons, whether that's ignorance, anger, jealousy, whatever your poison is. Japan's Buddhist demonology also features compassionate twists. Consider Kishimojin, that is Hariti, whom we met earlier, once worshipped as a fearsome goddess of smallpox and calamity, but now petitioned for protection. Certainly a career change, that's for sure. or the 10 Rasetsu daughters, that is Raksashis in Hindi rather, who after converting in the Lotus Sutra became guardian spirits. In many Nichiren Buddhist temples one finds altars to Kishimojin and her 10 daughters, with devotees offering sweets or fruits. This isn't idolization of evil, don't get it mixed up. It's just a reminder that even demons can have a change of heart and use their powers for good. So show a little bit of mercy, I suppose. And indeed, some Japanese Oni tales end with the Oni taking refuge in the Buddha and ceasing their malevolence. Stories like that reinforce the idea that no being is irredeemable, a very Mahayana Buddhist sentiment. And indeed, anybody who has watched the animated series Inuyasha will definitely see these themes. A lot of the demons that they encounter, and even the character himself, Inuyasha, being a half demon, half human, something like that, is effectively, it effectively goes through those themes. And usually when they defeat one of the demons, sometimes they're cast out, sometimes they're destroyed, but a lot of the time, the story's a little bit deeper. And it turns out that, yes, those theories of redemption are pretty prevalent throughout the entire program. Remember watching that maybe 15 years ago. Now with this context, it's a lot more interesting in hindsight. Also, if you want to know more about Japanese and Shinto demonology, I've already done a full video on that. So we'll move on from Japan now in particular. Now let's look at Southeast Asia, those Theravada regions. In countries like Thailand, Myanmar, or Burma, whatever you want to call it, Cambodia and Laos, Buddhism encountered a very animated local spirit world. The people believed in myriad ghosts and nature spirits, collectively known by names as like the Phi in Thai, or the Nats in Burmese, or the Nectar in Cambodian. These range from the souls of tragically deceased humans to ancient tree-dwelling guardians. Many were considered to be dangerously capricious, or even downright malicious. I'm a poet, I didn't even know I was. Theravada Buddhism, being non-theistic, did not explicitly endorse these beliefs in its scriptures. Yet the religion bent to accommodate them, at least in practice. Now, the result is a rich syncretism where a devout Buddhist might take refuge in the triple gem and also hang amulets to appease local ghosts in his rafters. For example, Myanmar's 37 Nat spirits include Princess Peacock Maid and the Lord of the Great Mountain, both essentially ghosts of historical figures who met violent deaths and were elevated to divine status. Burmese kings long ago canonized, I suppose we can use that word, these Nats, and even hosted state ceremonies to propitiate them, recognizing that fear of demons was a social reality that certainly needed to be addressed and managed. And to this very day, you can visit Mount Popa in Myanmar and find a shrine to the Mahagiri Nats, where worshippers offer coconut and bananas to keep those volatile spirits happy. Burmese Buddhist doctrine might label such beings as petas or hungry ghosts or even low devas, but in popular religion, they are simply Nats, not quite Buddhas, not quite demons, but certainly powerful invisible neighbors who must be respected. Well, what about Cambodia? Well, if we go there, we find a detailed classification of pretty nasty spirits that almost parallels an ethnography of the demonic. There are the Kmok, or ghosts of the dead, the Pret and Besak, which are particularly vicious demons born of those who died by violence or great sin. The Arak, often female evil spirits that cause illness. and the local nectar, guardian genie of particular locales like a banyan tree or a crossroads. Cambodian villagers traditionally believe all these spirits demand proper respect and offerings. If neglected or insulted, they wreak havoc with illness, accidents, or madness. So where exactly does Buddhism enter the picture? Well, rather than refute these beings, Cambodian Buddhism supplies the means to contain and coexist with them. Monks are often invited to homes not just for blessing of the living, but explicitly to chant away angry spirits. They recite sutras believed to nullify wandering ghosts with loving kindness and truth. But in more severe cases, a monk or a ritual specialist might perform a rite to trap a demon in a bottle or negotiate a truce. The crew, that is one of the names for these ritual specialists, prepares a protective charm and a few amulets inscribed with Pali syllables or Buddha images to shield individuals from spirit attacks. And it's pretty telling that many crew in Cambodia are ex-monks, blending Buddhist knowledge with a bit of folk magic. The underlying message is that Buddhist virtue and mantra have authority even over ancient spirits, even ones that were there before Buddhism even came around. Indeed, the Cambodians hold that the mightiest of all nuts is Preah Torani, the earth goddess, who in Buddhist legend wrung out her hair to wash away Mara's armies when the Buddha called upon her. Thus, a local earth deity was woven directly into the Buddha's enlightenment story, giving hope that the land itself aligns with Dharma against demons. Similarly, in Thailand, we see a pretty complex picture of demonology, where Buddhist monastics engage in folk rituals. A colorful example of that is the Pi Takon festival in Loei province, the Ghost Festival, which is part of the merit-making celebration of Bun Pawet. Locals wear these ghoulish masks with phallic-like noses and dance around in procession. Ostensibly, there are ghosts accompanying the return of Prince Vesantara, the Buddha's past life, to his kingdom, a scene so uproarious legend says that even the dead come out to rejoice. Here the joyous dead are not malevolent at all, but their presence reminds participants of the thin line between worlds. On the festival's final day, everyone listens to Buddhist sermons, dedicating merit to spirits and ghosts, so that they might find peace. What a compassionate twist, The very ghosts that people fear and invited back to celebrate and then kindly sent off with a smile and blessings. In everyday Thai life, one finds a keen awareness of demons as well. From the fearsome Mara figure depicted in temple murals, Mara's assault on the Buddha is a popular motif in Thai art, to the ubiquitous Pi. Thais might refer to a particularly deluded person as being possessed by Mara, or a sudden obstacle as Mara Fet, that is, Mara's interference, showing how the language of demonology permeates even the most casual of speech. Yet the remedy is usually Buddhist, perhaps a stronger observance of the precepts of protection, tattoo of a yant image, or sprinkling holy water chanted over by monks. In short, Buddhism in Southeast Asia became the framework to understand and handle the spirit world. The demons are real to those who perceive them, but their power is curtailed by the superior power of Buddhist virtue and ritual. A simple village monk with a sutra in hand can become, in the eyes of devotees, a more effective exorcist than any sorcerer, because the monk calls on the truth of the Dharma, the ultimate weapon of which no demon can resist. But what about Tibet and the Himalayas? Well, in the Tantric Buddhist cultures of Tibet, Bhutan, and Nepal, we encounter perhaps the most dramatic integration of indigenous demons into Buddhism. Tibetan Buddhism in particular is famous for its rich pantheon of wrathful deities, many of whom began as fierce local gods or demons that were subjugated and sworn into the Buddhist fold. The figure at the center of this process is Padmasambhava, the 8th century adept credited with firmly establishing Buddhism in Tibet. Padmasambhava's hagiographies are essentially adventure epics of demon taming. When he arrived in Tibet, the land was perceived as teeming with wild spirits hostile to the Dharma. Every mountain and river had its god or demoness, who did not want the new religion to take root. Tibetan chronicles speak of monks trying to build the first monastery, Samye, only to find their work mysteriously demolished each night by the angry spirits. Padmasambhava was invited to solve this crisis. Riding on the wind itself on the back of a flying tigress, as the legend goes, he landed in Tibet, and when he got there he challenged each demon lord on its own turf. He defeated them not by annihilation, however, but by his yogic powers and compassion to bind them with sacred oaths. One by one, the gods of Tibet bowed to Padmasambhava's epithet, which is the Guru Rinpoche, and swore to protect the Buddhist teachings henceforth. This included terrible entities like Gyalpo spirits, that is, vindictive kings, ghosts, and Mamo demons, all forced to kneel. Most famously, Tibetan lore speaks of the Supine demoness, who was believed to be the very land of Tibet itself. The geomantic story goes that Tibet's landscape resembled a giant demoness reclining across the plateau, preventing the construction of central temples. Padmasambhava and the Tibetan king together performed a grand geomantic ritual. 12 temples were built on specific pressure points of the demoness's body: shoulders, hips, knees, hands, feet, elbows, and these all pinned her down. Only then could the great Jokang temple be completed at her heart in Lhasa, and the Samye monastery over her navel. Far from seeing this as a literal murder of the earth spirit, Tibetans interpreted it as the transforming of the land's energy, taming the demoness so that her life force became aligned with Buddhist auspiciousness. And indeed, Tibetan tradition holds that once subdued, the demoness became a protectress of the Dharma. Her very body's ley lines turn into meridians of Buddhist power. Well, ever since Padmasambhava's time, Tibetan Buddhism has maintained a rich practice of demon-binding rituals. Monasteries have entire cycles of ceremonies to exorcise harmful spirits or enlist local deities as guardians. For instance, the elaborate tantric dances, cham, often feature costumed monks in terrifying masks performing the roles of the Dharmapala, that is, protective deities who subdue demons. These masked dances were in part a message to the local populace. Moreover, the frightening forces you fear are somewhat under the enlightened control of the monks. Now, moreover, many of Tibet's wrathful meditation deities, such as Mahakala, Yamantaka, and Palden Lamo, have origin stories where they were once bloodthirsty gods or demons who were converted by great masters or vowed to defend the Buddha's doctrine. A striking case is that of Payar, originally a rogue deity captured by Padmasambhava and sworn into service. Payar becomes the oracular deity of the Nechung monastery, advising the Dalai Lamas through trances, a demon turned oracle by Buddhist sorcery. Padmasambhava is said to have hidden countless terma, that is, treasure texts for future ages, each guarded by a spirit whom he bound under oath to preserve and later reveal the teachings. And thus in Tibet, the line between demon and protector is especially thin. It is often the very same being, just viewed in two different phases, first antagonistic, later repentant and benevolent. Tibetan lamas, rather than exterminating the old gods, gave them a new life as perhaps a fierce guardian of a monastery or tutelary deities for Buddhist yogis. And this had a dual effect. It kept continuity with pre-Buddhist beliefs, so common folk still saw their mountain gods around, just now wearing monk robes, so to speak. But it also illustrated the Mahayana ideal that no sentient being, not even a demon, is unreachable by compassion. Well, that being said, Tibetan culture retained a healthy respect for the troublesome nature of demons. Village shamans and monks alike perform rites to this day to appease landlord spirits or expel malicious influences. One fascinating tantric rite is Chod, the cutting practice, where a yogi visualizes inviting all demons and ghostly, hungry ghosts to a feast. Well, the feast begins at the offering of the yogi's own blood, miraculously multiplied and transformed into a divine nectar. The demons, sated and quite delighted, either become friends or at least leave the yogi alone thereafter. Here again we see the principle of confrontation through fearlessness and generosity. The practitioner literally confronts inner and outer demons by offering them compassion instead of fear. Such practices show the psychological insight of Tantric Buddhism. The hardest demons to subdue are one's own fear and one's own ego. By feeding the demons, one robs them of terror. And that's a pretty profound twist. The demon that was an obstacle becomes the very means to one's spiritual growth. Well, by now, it's pretty clear that Buddhist demonology operates on quite a few different levels. There are the flesh and blood demons of folklore, taken quite literary by ordinary folk, but as you get into the Buddhist philosophy, you see that demons are also rich metaphors for psychological states and cosmic truths. Different Buddhist schools articulate this differently, yet all concur on the ultimate goal, that is to recognize demons for what they truly are, often manifestations of our own ignorance or karma. In Theravada Buddhism, the Abhidharma philosophy doesn't comment on goblins and ogres per se, but instead it analyzes experience into mental and physical phenomena. From this view, a demon troubling you is either an unseen being within samsaric existence or a projection of your mind, in both cases conditioned by causes. Now, the Abhidharma lists various realms of existence, and that includes a ghostly realm and hell realm, so it leaves room for those fiery-eyed petas and yaksas, but it doesn't dwell on them. It's more interested in the kilesas, the defilements, greed, hatred, and delusion, those evil entities that possess the mind. So in a sense, these defilements are one's personal demons. The Theravada commentarial tradition sometimes makes this quite explicit. In Pali commentaries, Mara is occasionally identified with Lobha, Dosa, and Moha, that is, greed, hate, and delusion, respectively, suggesting that whenever those arise, Mara has gained a foothold in one's heart. A famous Theravada simile compares the 5 hindrances in meditation, that is, sensual desire, ill will, sloth, restlessness, and doubt, to an enemy army encamped against you, clearly echoing that old imagery of Mara's 5-fold army described by the Buddha. Thus, even at the level of a meditation manual, demonology provides a convenient language. The meditator going to sit is like a warrior entering battle with the armies of Mara and his inner disturbances. And this mindset can actually really encourage perseverance. Think about it, a thought from the Buddha in the Padana Sutta, saying, better I die in battle now than live on defeated. Well, a meditator is urged to have similar courage against the demon of doubt or torpor. Now that's a dramatic personification, certainly, but it drives home the point that spiritual practice requires Herculean effort. It's not easy. It's not a one and done. No one clicks their fingers and gets enlightened. And no one gets enlightened by mistake. Well, Mahayana Buddhism takes the psychological interpretation of demons even further than that. The Yogacara school, for instance, suggests that all experiences are manifestations of the mind. From that standpoint, if you see a demon, it is literally a projection of some karma or mental imprint within your consciousness. Now, this doesn't mean that you can instantly just think it away. Karma has its own momentum, but it reframes the problem. The demon is in here as much as it is out there. Wherever you go, there you are, and there it is with you. One Zen story narrates a monk that was terrified by a demon that appeared in his cave each night. Finally, he worked up the nerve to address it. "Why are you here?" he asked it. And the demon replied, "I am your fear, given form. If you run, I grow. If you confront me, I will shrink." Empowered by this insight, the monk sat in meditation, turning attention inward. After some time, the demon vanished like a mist. And this is a very important tale, because it echoes the countless Buddhist teachings that our inner demons of craving, aversion, and ignorance actually create the outer demons that we perceive. But on a doctrinal level, the Mahayana texts sometimes enumerate 4 maras to drive home the omnipresence of the demonic as a metaphor. These 4 are Skandamara, the demon of the 5 aggregates; Klesamara, the demon of defilements; Mirtumara, the demon of death; and Devaputramara, the demon son of God, i.e. Mara as a deity. Skandamara means that our very psycho-physical constituents, that is, form, feeling, perception, consciousness, can be considered a demon in the sense that clinging to them as me or mine perpetuates samsara. And you're not going to get to nirvana like that, aren't you? Well, the old literature encourages meditators to see the aggregates as empty of self. To extend, one is seduced by the illusion of a personal self. One is under the sway of Skandamara. Well, Klesamara is a bit more straightforward. It is the personification of the afflictive emotions like greed, anger, pride, and jealousy. These are the classic inner demons that every practitioner must confront. And we might recall how Buddha in legend named Mara's daughters Tana, craving; Arati, aversion; and Raga, passion, making plain that Mara's seductions were really just these mental poisons in disguise. Mirtumara, the demon of death. It symbolizes the looming fear of one's own mortality, and the fact of mortality that can derail one's practice. Death is seen as a demon, not because it's evil per se, but because attachment to life and fear of death can tempt even earnest practitioners into abandoning the path. Indeed, one sutta recounts Mara approaching the Buddha when he was old and in pain, suggesting that he just give up and die. The Buddha dismisses him, resolving to teach to the very end. Finally, Devaputramara refers to Mara as a celestial being. essentially the lord of the desire realm, who tries to obstruct holy persons. This reminds us that even if one conquers the inner defilements, there is still the structural barrier of samsara itself, epitomized by Mara's cosmic role. In Mahayana thought, a bodhisattva must vanquish all four Maras to attain complete enlightenment. A fairly difficult feat to do. But it is notable that 3 of the 4 are clearly mental: self-illusion, fear of death, defilements, and while only one of them is an external deity, and even that external Mara is only effective if the internal conditions allow. You have to let Mara in. Thus, in a doctrinal sense, Buddhism brings even the grandest demons back to the mind. Everything is under our control. We just have to show a little bit of bravery. Now, Tantric Buddhism, that is Vajrayana, it adds another layer, deliberately utilizing demonic imagery as part of the path to purify the mind. In Tantric visualization practices, a yogi might visualize a wrathful Buddha form, let's say a ferocious deity with fangs and a crown made out of skulls. Not as something evil, though, but more of a manifestation of enlightened compassion in a very fierce clothing. Well, these images draw on the same palette as demonology. We're talking flames, weapons, severed heads. However, they are transmuted into symbols of cutting through illusion and guarding the Dharma. It's almost as if Tantra says, since people imagine demons, let them imagine an ultimate demon that is fully enlightened and ultimately on their side. Now this harnesses the psychological power of the demonic, raw energy, fearlessness and awe, and puts it into the service of the path of Dharma. A tantric practitioner is sometimes told to visualize every fear, every obstacle, just as a playful display of their meditation deity. If your deity is Yamantaka, the conqueror of Yama, lord of death, then death itself appears as a powerless phantom, bowing to your compassion. In effect, Tantra internalizes the demon, then eradicates it by over-identifying with a force of goodness that is even more terrifying to negativity. Now, across all these perspectives, an intriguing question emerges. Are demons real? Well, that's a little hard to say when it comes to Buddhism, because the answer that Buddhism gives us is a little bit nuanced. Yes, they are real within the conventional reality where our minds operate. Hence, the Buddha and later masters took them seriously enough to engage with them face to face. But ultimately, demons are just part of samsara. As such, they are empty of inherent existence and depend on causes and conditions, notably our own mental states. When this insight is realized, even a marauding demon army poses no true threat. Well, the Cleveland Museum's ivory carving of the Buddha defeating Mara captures this philosophically. Go and look that up. The Buddha sits unflinchingly amid a storm of demons and temptresses, because he knows that they have no inherent reality, and thus renders them completely powerless. It is a tableau of equanimity, born of wisdom. And so for Buddhist practitioners, this translates into an approach towards life's problems, our own demons, that is both pragmatic and deeply spiritual. If one is troubled by unexplainable misfortunes or psychological turmoil, one might perform rituals or seek counsel as if dealing with a real external malign force. There is benefit in that, and Buddhism provides those skillful means. But simultaneously, one is encouraged to examine one's own heart and mind, find the seeds of anger, delusion, and desire, that might be manifesting as those very troubles. An ancient Buddhist commentary puts it this way: Mara seizes an untended mind, like rain enters a poorly roofed hut. The demons might get in through those little gaps, our unguarded cravings, our aversions. In the Western vernacular, we say, the devil makes work for idle hands, or the devil finds us in our weakest moments. Tending to ethics, meditation, and wisdom, that's like repairing the roof. The demons simply stay outside in the storm. And, well, just to end on a little Chinese saying, you have to repair the roof before it rains. So there you go. Demons. External manifestations of internal conflicts. Think about that. Perhaps in ending this video, you can have a little think about your own demons. What's holding you back? What's scaring you? What comes to mind when you think of the history of Tibet? Perhaps you envision an idyllic mountain realm of monasteries and monks, a Shangri-La of spirituality and peace. Yet behind that romanticized image is a far more complex and, frankly, darker social reality. For centuries, traditional Tibetan society was built on a rigid hierarchy in which the vast majority of people lived as serfs or bound laborers under powerful lords and monasteries. In essence, old Tibet was far from a paradise. It was a land of feudal theocracy, where a small elite controlled all the land and wealth, and where ordinary Tibetans bore the heavy burdens of servitude, a life effectively in chains. This history of slavery and serfdom in Tibet is a story of contrast and paradox. It's a tale of a devoutly Buddhist society that preached compassion, yet tolerated a social order that kept many in hereditary bondage. And it's also a tale of abrupt transformation, how in the mid-20th century this age-old system was shattered by outside forces amid claims of liberation, another complicated aspect to the epilogue of the story. So today, we are going to journey through this contested history, from Tibet's feudal past through to the dramatic reforms of the 1950s, and we'll talk about the truths, the myths, the controversies surrounding slavery in Tibet. And don't worry, we'll give both sides equal time to talk about those. But before I start the video today, I'd like to welcome you to the channel. It's good to have you here if you're new, and if you're yet to click that subscribe button, I encourage you to do so. Like the video, leave a comment. It really helps in the algorithm. Now, this video will be completely uninterrupted for your enjoyment all the way through. Now, that is because of the generous contributions on Patreon, YouTube members, donations to the PayPal and Super Thanks on YouTube, and also those who checked out the merch store. Thank you very much. If you want to find those relevant links, you can have a look in the pinned comment, video description, or channel description. You'll get to where you need to go if you want to go there. Now, with all that being said, welcome's out of the way. Let's begin. Now, to understand slavery, or more accurately, serfdom in Tibet, we have to picture the structure of Tibetan society as existed for hundreds of years up to the mid-20th century. Traditional Tibet was essentially a feudal theocracy. And what does that mean? It means that both political and spiritual authority were intertwined, and land was controlled by two powerful groups, that is, the noble aristocracy and the Buddhist monasteries. From at least the 17th century onwards, especially after 1642 when the Dalai Lama's government was established, Tibet was ruled by a clerical elite centered in Lhasa. The Dalai Lama himself was the supreme authority, a spiritual leader who also governed the state. Below him, a small number of aristocratic families, perhaps only a few hundred families in total, and large monastery institutions owned most of the land and pretty much all the resources. These were Tibet's lords. Some were secular nobles with hereditary titles. Others were high lamas or monastic officials, and they wielded immense power over the common people. The majority of Tibetans in that era were peasants bound to the land, variously referred to as mi ser in Tibetan, literally common people, a term which has been translated into serfs, essentially. They worked on the estates of the nobles and monasteries and paid heavy taxes and labor dues. And by most accounts, roughly 90% or more of Tibet's population lived under this serfdom system. Essentially, peasants tied by birth to serving a particular lord or estate. Only a small slice of the population, such as about 5% of families who were nobility, and perhaps an additional few percent who were high-ranking lamas, officials, or wealthy traders, were free from these obligations. At the bottom of the social pyramid were also a minority of outcasts known as Ragyapa, who did most of the undesirable work, blacksmithing, butchery, garbage work, that kind of thing, and were treated as untouchables in this stratified society. So in short, the Tibet that Western travelers romanticize as a mystical Buddhist utopia in reality had a caste-like hierarchy with a privileged elite and an impoverished underclass which were bound in servitude. But what did it mean to be a serf in old Tibet? Because we know this word from the European context and all of that, and of course while the term serf is borrowed from European history, it captures key aspects of the Tibetan case. But the Tibetan serf system is a little bit different. See, serfs were hereditarily bound to their lord's estate. A family that tilled a plot of land under a lord could not freely leave or permanently migrate elsewhere without permission. They were not chattel slaves to be bought and sold on a whim. In theory, Tibetan serfs had certain customary rights and owned some personal property, but their lives were decidedly unfree. Each serf household owed taxes in kind, barley, butter, livestock, other produce, and had to perform corvée labor for their lord. This labor could include working in the lord's fields, building roads, transporting goods, or domestic service in the lord's manor. The requirements were often onerous. Many serfs had to spend weeks or months each year doing labor for the monastery or noble estate, in addition to tilling their own small plot to feed their family. Hard work. Now, if a serf failed to meet these obligations or attempted to flee, they faced severe punishments under the law of the land. Now, it is important to note that traditional Tibetan serfdom was also theocratic in nature. The largest landowners were not only secular nobles, but also the great monasteries and incarnate lamas. By the mid-20th century, monasteries like Drepung, Ganden, Sera, and others each controlled huge estates with tens of thousands of serfs. Devout peasants might faithfully deliver a share of their harvest to support monks and believe the religious elite deserved these offerings. Yet from a social perspective, the monasteries acted much like feudal landlords. High lamas could be, in effect, feudal lords in robes. This blend of religion and feudalism sets Tibet apart from, say, medieval Europe, where the church and nobility were separate estates. In Tibet, they were often one and the same. This ideology of karma also reinforced the social order. Many Tibetans believed one's position in this life, whether wealthy lord or poor serf, was a result of one's past life merit. As one observer noted, in old Tibet, the rich felt very little guilt about sitting on the necks of the poor, and the poor were taught to accept their lot patiently as the karmic order. Compassion was preached in theory, but in practice inequality was seen as just the natural way of the world. And so within this system, there were several categories of unfree people. Most common were the tralpa, or tax-paying serfs, who were attached to an estate but typically had the right to farm a small piece of land for themselves in return for heavy taxes and labor duty. They could not sell or relinquish their land without approval, and their children inherited the same obligations. Born, live, and die. A slave, basically. Now other serfs, often called duchung, that is small householders, had no land of their own and lived directly on their lord's household or on their lord's property, completely dependent on the lord's provisions. These individuals were more akin to household servants or slaves, often working as stable hands, servants, or artisans at behest of the lord. There even existed a class of nangzan, literally household slaves, in a few estates. These were people whose ancestors had been owned outright by the estate holders, a form of slavery that predated the later arrangement of serfdom. But by the 20th century, true chattel slavery, in which people were bought and sold like property, was reportedly rare in central Tibet. One British colonial officer in the 1920s observed that, quote, slavery is not common in Tibet compared to some neighboring regions. Nevertheless, a small number of Nangzan slaves were still present in certain manners even up to the 1950s, representing a vestigial form of bondage where humans were treated as transferable property of a lord's household. In one documented case, as late as 1943, a nobleman named Trimon Norbu Wangyal sold 100 of his serfs to a monastery official, essentially trading human lives as you might sell goats or cows. Well, this transaction was recorded in the Tibetan archives. It shows how an estate owner's power over, quote, his people could extend to outright buying and selling. Now, if that's not slavery, I don't know what is. So for the serfs and slaves of old Tibet, daily life was defined by obligation to the lord, and that could often be quite harsh. A typical family of serfs lived in a small farmhouse or shack on the land that they cultivated, barely managing to subsist on what remained after they turned over the prescribed share of grain and butter to the estate. Corvée labor was a particularly dreaded burden. Lords could demand that serfs transport goods long distances, spend weeks building a road or a manor wall, or attend to the lord's herds at a moment's notice. Families had to balance this unpaid labor with the struggle to work in their own fields and survive the brutal winters of the Tibetan plateau. And believe me, they are brutal. Hunger and poverty were commonplace. As the feudal dues were kept many households on the edge of subsistence. And it has been noted that Tibet society was extremely poor and subsistence-based, so even without malicious intent, this system left the lower classes chronically vulnerable to exploitation. Beyond economic exploitation, the serfs were also subject to their masters' legal authority and whims. In old Tibet, landowners possessed a great judicial and punitive power over the people beneath them. Local lords, including the big monasteries, administered most day-to-day justice, since a central court system was minimal. This meant a lord could punish a serf for disobedience or delinquency as he saw fit, punishments that could be shockingly severe. The routine one was flogging for serious infractions. Physical mutilation was historically used as well. Thieves might have a hand amputated. Debtors could be chained, put in stocks. Foreigners who traveled to Tibet before the 1950s recorded some gruesome scenes. Robert W. Ford, a British radio operator who lived in eastern Tibet in the 40s, recalled seeing a man who had all been deprived of an arm or a leg for theft, the stumps crudely cauterized if at all. Penal amputations carried out without antiseptics or sterile dressings. He described these sights to underscore that, whatever its spiritual renown, quote, Old Tibet was definitely not Shangri-La, end quote. Similarly, Sir Charles Bell, a British diplomat in Lhasa during the 20s, wrote that a Tibetan landlord could have his tenant beaten as severely as he wished, short of killing him outright, and could even place the serf in wooden stocks or iron fetters for long periods. The only check on the brutality was the traditional legal code, which politely urged moderation, advising that local lords not take things too far. In effect, however, the serfs had very little legal protection. They had no political voice and no ability to seek justice outside the feudal hierarchy, except in some cases by appealing to higher lords or the Dalai Lama's courts in Lhasa. But that is a long and uncertain road. Now I will remind you again that all of this is happening within the 20th century. This is not the medieval times, not even early modern times, but well and truly into the 20th century. Well, despite these oppressive features, it would still be pretty oversimplified to portray every aspect of Tibetan serfdom as unrelentingly horrific. The system was buttressed by a long-standing custom, and there were understood obligations on the part of lords as well. Many lords, secular and monastic alike, saw themselves as paternal figures to their serfs. They were expected to provide some security in lean times, to administer charity on religious holidays, and not to wantonly kill or mistreat their dependents. Social relationships could be personal and complex. In some estates, a form of mutual dependence is said to exist. The serfs provided labor and allegiance, while the lord provided stewardship and protection. A traditional saying is that, quote, the head of the family and the people drink from the same stream, implying a kind of community bond, or at least dressing up a poor system in its finest clothes, I suppose. To the extent that serfs believed in the spiritual authority of their masters, especially incarnate lamas, loyalty could even be willingly given. There were reported instances where serfs professed affection or respect for a benevolent master who treated them well. Indeed, foreign visitors noted that some serfs appeared cheerful or deeply religious, finding meaning in their faith while enduring hardship. And I suppose you have to remember too that serfdom was the norm of life that they knew. Few could imagine a radically different social order. Well, that being said, you shouldn't romanticize it. Even if certain enlightened lords were kind, the structure of society left serfs with no freedom of movement or economic opportunity beyond what their birth afforded to them. Ambition was stifled. A bright commoner's best hope might be to join a monastery. Becoming a monk was perhaps one of the escape routes from serf status for some boys, or to seek patronage as a servant in a noble household. Social mobility was pretty minimal, but a handful of serfs did manage to improve their lot. For example, through trade or craft, some became relatively prosperous, or even lent money to poorer neighbors, but they remained legally under a lord's domain. In principle, a serf family could also lease themselves temporarily away from their estate by paying a fee to the lord. a practice scholars call the human lease. Well, in such cases, a serf who could afford it might buy the right to live and work elsewhere for a year or more, essentially renting out some personal freedom. Well, this indicates that the practice of serfdom in Tibet had variations. It was not entirely static, not entirely uniform. But nevertheless, the fact that a person had to pay his master for the privilege to move or avoid labor duty shows how constraining the system was. Once again, a very ugly system dressed up in its finest. Concrete examples from historical records drive home the reality of this. We've already mentioned the sale of 100 serfs in 1943, an extreme but revealing case. And another infamous example often cited is a punitive mutilation case in 1924. In that incident, local officials ordered the eye gouging of a man as a punishment, a grotesque measure out of a medieval playbook. You weren't finding stuff like that in other parts of the world at that time, that's for sure. It's said that this punishment was so rare by then that the officials actually had to consult old texts to figure out how to carry it out, and nobody alive had practical experience with it. When the central government in Lhasa, led by the Dalai Lama, learned of this brutality, the officials responsible were themselves punished, because by the early 20th century, even Tibet's Dalai Lama and rulers recognized cruelty like that as excessive. In fact, the 13th Dalai Lama, who ruled Tibet in the first half of the 20th century, had formally banned capital punishment and torture in 1913, issuing edicts to end practices like mutilation. Well, this suggests that Tibet was taking slow steps towards moderating the worst abuses, at least under more progressive leadership. However, as the 1924 case shows, in remote areas, old habits died hard, and enforcement of reform was spotty. The overall picture is that while not every lord was a tyrant, not every serf lived in misery, systematic inequality and instances of severe abuses were inherent in the Tibetan social system. The majority of Tibetans had zero say in their governments, and their labor and obedience were extracted by tradition backed with force. The spiritual underpinnings of society did not prevent earthly exploitation, but rather they were used to bolster it. Well, by the early 20th century, Tibet was one of the few remaining societies in the world still largely untouched by modern concepts of equality or democracy. However, signs of change, or at least the desire for change, began to appear from within Tibet, well before communist China arrived on the scene. Facing the winds of a new century, some Tibetan leaders realized that their nation's archaic system needed reform. The 13th Dalai Lama, Thubten Gyatso in particular, tried to modernize Tibet during his reign, which spanned from roughly 1895 to 1933. This Dalai Lama had the experience of the intrusion of British forces in 1904 and the subsequent threat of Qing Chinese domination. These crises convinced him that Tibet must strengthen and update itself. He introduced a number of reforms, reorganizing and enlarging the small Tibetan army, attempting to streamline the administration and curbing some abuses by officials in monasteries. As mentioned, he outlawed brutal corporal punishments like mutilation and the death penalty in 1913, reflecting a modernizing vision of justice. And in a notable social gesture, the 13th Dalai Lama also declared an amnesty for runaway serfs in 1913, effectively forgiving those serfs who had fled their masters and allowing them to settle as free farmers on whatever land they would be cultivating. He decreed that any unclaimed land tilled by escaped serfs would become theirs, a policy aimed at undercutting the power of serf owners and rewarding enterprise. And this is a remarkable edict. It shows a top-down attempt to alleviate serfdom by encouraging a transition to small, independent farming. Yet, despite such progressive impulses, the feudal structure proved to be deeply resilient. The Dalai Lama's reforms were limited and met plenty of resistance. Powerful nobles and lamas had no interest in relinquishing their privileges, and the Dalai Lama, for all of his spiritual authority, often had to rule by consensus with those elites. In the decades after his death in 1933, Tibet's government largely stagnated under regents and conservative advisors who rolled back or slow-walked reforms. The young 14th Dalai Lama, Tenzin Gyatso, assumed full power in the 1950s as a teenager, just as new storms gathered around Tibet. Even in his shorter tenure of de facto rule before exile, the 14th Dalai Lama showed reformist inclinations. He was aware of his people's impoverishment and spoke of wanting to improve education, infrastructure, and, well, the lot of the ordinary person. In the mid-1950s, while still in Lhasa under the shadow of Chinese occupation, the Dalai Lama attempted some modest reforms. Notably, he reduced corvée taxes for poor peasants in certain areas and started Tibet's first secular schools. He even implemented land rent reduction on estates directly administered by his own office. These measures were small, experimental steps, pilot projects towards reforming serfdom. But by all accounts, the young Dalai Lama faced a delicate balancing act. If he pushed reform too hard and fast, he risked enraging the entrenched nobility and monastic hierarchs who formed his government's backbone. Ironically, even the Chinese authorities, who were then working with the Dalai Lama under a policy of gradualism, cautioned him against being too aggressive, fearing it would spark rebellion among the Tibetan aristocracy and clergy. You see, Beijing's official line in the early 50s was that Tibet was not ready for socialist reform and would have to change at its own pace. The promise made in the 1951 agreement when China first took control of Tibet. Thus, the Dalai Lama was encouraged by the Chinese to postpone land reforms, and he did so, waiting for a more opportune moment. You can't just click your fingers and remove a system like that. The last thing that the Communist Party wanted was blood on the streets. Well, despite all these constraints, there was a growing recognition among educated Tibetans by the mid-century that the old feudal order had to evolve. A few lay officials and moderate monks in Lhasa supported the Dalai Lama's mild reform initiatives. In the eastern Tibetan regions, like Kham and Amdo, which had come under direct Chinese administration earlier, some progressive Tibetan cadres even collaborated with Chinese programs to end usury and relieve peasants' burdens in the 1950s. However, the majority of the aristocracy, the noble estate holders and high lamas, saw any talk of land reform or serf emancipation as a dire threat to their power and, well, the social fabric of Tibet in general. Now, this divide in Tibetan society between a forward-looking minority and a deeply traditional establishment set the stage for the conflict. The common serfs themselves, for the most part, were not openly agitating for revolution. Tibet had little in the way of grassroots peasant revolt in its history. Many in the peasantry were illiterate, isolated, and imbued with reverence for their masters, thus not politicized as a modern class. But if given hope of freedom, it's likely they would have welcomed change. As events would show, once the old bonds were broken in 1959, former serfs did embrace their own land and a chance to be free of their lords albeit with a new government in charge. So as of 1950, on the eve of the great upheaval, Tibet remained essentially what it had been for centuries, a feudal realm of lords and bonded peasants, albeit one where the first glimmers of reform had appeared, the last holdout in the world of a medieval system. But the tragedy, or perhaps the irony, was that internal reform had not gone far enough or fast enough to spare Tibet from outside intervention. A society that could not fundamentally change itself would soon find change forced upon them, and that force came from the new revolutionary state to the east, the People's Republic of China. So the year is 1950, and the Chinese Communist Party turned its gaze to Tibet as the last unpaid debt of what it considered to be Chinese national unification. The People's Liberation Army marched into Tibetan areas that year, and by the following year compelled Tibetan delegates to sign the 17-point agreement for the peaceful liberation of Tibet. Under this 1951 agreement, Beijing promised to preserve Tibet's existing social system under the authority of the Dalai Lama, at least for the time being. In other words, in 1951, China did not immediately claim it was coming to free Tibet's serfs from bondage. Rather, the Chinese rationale was couched in terms of ending imperialist influence. They accused Tibetan elites of being manipulated by British or American imperialists and returning Tibet to the motherland. The communist leadership initially followed a cautious policy in central Tibet. They allowed the Dalai Lama's government to continue functioning and left the serfdom system essentially intact throughout the 50s. Now, it might seem surprising. One might expect communist revolutionaries to instantly abolish landlordism. But Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai calculated that Tibet was too remote and its society too devout and traditional to upend overnight without triggering a massive resistance. So they held off on land reform in central Tibet, and even while they were simultaneously carrying out radical land redistribution and collectivization just east of Tibet, in Chinese provinces, and even in Tibetan ethnic regions of Sichuan and Qinghai, it was a paradoxical period. Tibet under the Dalai Lama continued as a feudal theocracy, but now under the shadow of a communist state that had, pretty much everywhere else, abolished any trace of feudalism. Nevertheless, tensions were rising. In the eastern Tibetan regions of Kham and Amdo, many of which were outside the Dalai Lama's administration and incorporated into Chinese provinces, communist officials did push reforms earlier, starting in the mid-1950s. They reduced rents and tried to take land from local chieftains. These policies, combined with the heavy-handed suppression of a bit of the local culture, provoked violent backlash. Tibetan rebellions broke out in 56 and 7. In these eastern regions, Khampa fighters, fiercely traditional and often on horseback, took up arms to resist the Chinese changes. This guerrilla resistance later received covert support from the American CIA, a development that we will explore soon. The uprisings in the east were a clear sign that many Tibetans, especially those loyal to the old order, would rather fight than allow the communist revolution to remake their lives. So by 1959, the instability had reached the heartland of Tibet. A revolt erupted in Lhasa, driven by rumors that the Chinese planned to kidnap or harm the Dalai Lama. In the March of that year, thousands of Tibetans surged around the Lama's palace to protect him, and soon open fighting broke out between Tibetan insurgents and the Chinese army. The Dalai Lama fled into exile in India amid the chaos, and the Chinese military crushed the Lhasa uprising. In the aftermath, Beijing effectively tore up the 1951 agreement and dissolved the Tibetan local government. With the Dalai Lama gone, and the old ruling class either in flight or lying dead on the ground, the communists finally implemented the reforms they had long deferred. So what followed was, from one perspective, the long-awaited liberation of Tibet's serfs, then from another perspective, a period of trauma and upheaval, as an entire social system was dismantled by outsiders. China declared democratic reforms in Tibet in 1959. In practice, this meant the abrupt end of the nobles and monasteries' dominion. The communist work teams went village to village, organizing the poor peasants to denounce their former masters and the feudal system they were kept under. They held struggle sessions, where serfs were encouraged, or sometimes coerced, to speak out about the injustices they had suffered under feudalism, a cathartic and often violent process, reminiscent of what happened in China's own land reform. The estates of noble families were confiscated, monastic lands were seized by the state, serfdom and slavery were officially abolished. Tens of thousands of serfs were now told that they were free. They were no longer bound to any lord. Land was redistributed. Each peasant family typically got a piece of land, although some of the land had already been farming for their masters was now given to them outright, so it wasn't a big transition. The Chinese authorities later boasted that 1 million serfs and slaves in Tibet were now emancipated in this period, and indeed, former serfs recalled the bewildering excitement of receiving ownership documents for land, or of no longer having to deliver half their grain to the manor. You can certainly imagine it would be quite a relief. In addition, all of those old debts were cancelled. The enormous loans and interest that had kept many peasant families in perpetual bondage to lenders were wiped clean, and this was enforced by the new communist government. The new regime also outlawed any corporal punishment or extra legal authority by former lords. From 1959 on, only the communist law and police, and ultimately the party, could administer justice in Tibet. So a landlord beating a peasant now was a crime, when before it was just a norm. From a social revolutionary standpoint, these changes were staggering and achieved in an extremely short time. By the early 60s, the age of secular and clerical feudal lords in Tibet was all over. Many of the aristocrats, had fled to India with the Dalai Lama, and those who stayed were often imprisoned or sent to re-education camps. The large monasteries, which had been economic as well as spiritual centers, were emptied of their landed estates. And soon, during the Cultural Revolution a few years later, the monasteries themselves would be physically demolished or closed. A pretty tragic blow to Tibetan culture, but that's another part of the story. Rather a tale of mass psychosis, I suppose. But for the ordinary Tibetan peasant, one form of oppression, the localized, centuries-old oppression by landlord and lama, was lifted, only to be replaced by new pressures under the new government. You see, initially, many ex-serfs were grateful simply to have rights to the land and not to fear the estate's steward's whip. There are accounts of poor Tibetans displaying obvious relief and even joy at the changes around 59 to 60. They were finally free to marry whom they chose. Previously, a serf often needed the lord's consent to marry or risked having spouses separated if they belonged on different estates. They could travel without a permit. They could keep the full yield of their labor, aside from a few new taxes to the state, which were generally lighter than the old corvée by a great margin. And in a symbolic act, The Chinese authorities held public burnings of the old debt contracts and feudal title deeds, proclaiming a new era of equality. But it's not that simple. This liberation came at a tremendous human cost and coercion. You see, Tibet in the early 60s was under military occupation, and resistance was met with brutal force. Thousands of Tibetans, especially former officials and monks who resisted, were killed or jailed during the crackdown. Entire families of the old elite were impoverished or persecuted. And while serfdom was gone, the new regime imposed collectivization policies that required peasants to join collective farms or communes, effectively meaning that after a brief taste of private land ownership, they were organized into state-controlled farming units. Food production initially improved somewhat with the end of the exploitative tithe system, but then Tibet, like China, was swept up in that disastrous Great Leap Forward of the early 60s. This radical campaign caused economic chaos and famine across China. Tibet was not spared. Grain requisitions by the state and agricultural upheaval led to food shortages in Tibet as well. Former serfs, who thought their lives would be immediately improved, sometimes found themselves going hungry, now under new leaders. Additionally, the violent radicalism of the Cultural Revolution between 1966 and 76 brought in forced atheism, the destruction of religious sites, and harsh labor for many Tibetans. So, the 1960s were by no means a happy time in Tibet. Despite the end of old serfdom, one might say that one oppressive system was exchanged for another. The drudgery and hierarchy of feudalism gave way to this regimentation and the ideology of a communist revolution that had little tolerance for dissent. But the difference was, this was a short-term thing. It's certainly worth noting that after the extremes of the late Mao era, Chinese policy in Tibet moderated. In the 80s and beyond, economic reforms and some cultural leniency allowed improvements in living standards. Many former serfs and their descendants in Tibet today will acknowledge that their material life is better now than what their grandparents had under that serf system. The Chinese government continually points to roads, hospitals, and schools built in Tibet as proof of the progress. And indeed, the feudal order that kept people illiterate and tied to the land could not have provided these modern amenities. Yet, alongside these improvements came with that loss of political freedom and cultural autonomy which Tibetans dearly prize. But the thing is, they only ever had that for about a tiny percentage of the population. So when they say the freedom that Tibetans prize, they mean the freedom that the aristocracy prized. So it's kind of a bittersweet legacy. It's fiercely debated. Was it a liberation or an annexation? Well, the answer is probably both. It depends on which aspect you consider. It was the liberation of a class of people from effective slavery, but it was achieved through the annexation of a country and subjugation of a nation's independence. So, you give a little, you get a little, I suppose. Well, let's talk about both of those sides. Because in the decades since this has happened, there's been a war of narratives, especially concerning the old social system and the changes after the 1950s. And while I have my own opinions, which might bleed through a little bit, we have to tread carefully and critically here. Because both the Chinese government and the Tibetan exile community have often exaggerated or selectively presented facts to serve political ends. The subject of slavery in Tibet has become quite a political weapon, I suppose. So let's examine the main viewpoints. First of all, the Chinese government narrative highlights Tibet's pre-1959 society as one of an unrelenting feudal nightmare. Beijing official publications describe old Tibet as basically hell on earth for normal people, painting lurid pictures of landlords slicing off peasants' noses and lamas consigning child slaves to endless toil. Chinese historians stress that 95% of Tibetans were serfs or slaves brutally oppressed by the 5% of nobles and clergy. They often cite the existence of debt slavery, cruel taxes, and punishments to justify that China's intervention was necessary on a moral level. And in this narrative, the Chinese Communist Party is certainly the hero that peacefully liberated Tibetans from a backward and medieval system, ushering in human rights for the first time in Tibetan history. And indeed, since 2009, the PRC has even celebrated Serfs' Emancipation Day on March 28th to commemorate the abolition of serfdom in 1959. Well, I mean, that's certainly something worth celebrating, an Emancipation Day, but it is a pretty clear effort to legitimize Chinese rule to a historical moral claim. And there is a truth in the Chinese description of old Tibet's inequities, as we have detailed. They're just historical facts. Serfdom and harsh treatment did exist. Tibet was not a nice place to be, and it got a hell of a lot better once the Chinese intervened. But the Chinese narrative is also carrying its own biases. It tends to ignore any positive aspects of traditional Tibetan culture or the reform efforts that Tibetan leaders make. Do remember that, yes, while the 40s and 50s were certainly not good times, there were people within Tibet trying to do their best to bring Tibet out of its old ways. You know, it also conveniently forgets that China itself didn't initially invade Tibet to free serfs. That humanitarian rationale was retroactively emphasized. In fact, the Chinese rhetoric about liberating the serfs really became prominent only after the 1959 uprising, when Beijing needed to win domestic and international support by portraying its crackdown as more progressive. During the initial invasion of 50 to 51, Chinese propaganda spoke more about expelling imperialists and unifying the motherland, not much about freeing slaves, though for them expelling the imperialists, unifying the motherland, it kind of all comes in the same bag, really. The heavy focus on serfdom would come later, especially in response to the worldwide sympathy for the exiled Dalai Lama. You know, that one guy, kiss my tongue. Ugh. Was it suck my tongue that he said? I don't know if you've seen the video. Certainly lost him a lot of respect, that one, didn't it? In any case, we're not going to go there. Well, it was a way to undermine the Dalai Lama's moral authority by casting him as the former head of a slave-owning regime. Moreover, the Chinese accounts almost never acknowledge the suffering inflicted by China's own policies. For example, the famine and political purges of the 60s, which is rather convenient they don't mention them. They prefer to cherry-pick and idealize a demonized past, which certainly is a one-sided equation. Now, on the other hand, the Tibetan exile and pro-independence narrative often downplays the worst aspects of old Tibet and highlights the atrocities of Chinese rule. The Dalai Lama himself has openly acknowledged that the old system was unjust, and he has called the relationship between landlord and serf in Tibet a form of serfdom, but argues it was milder than the Chinese version of serfdom, and that the poor in Tibet fared better than the poor under Chinese warlords. Which is a brave argument, I suppose. Tibetan exiles emphasized that by the mid-20th century the Tibetan government was already moving towards a reform, and given time the Tibetans could have just modernized on their own without violent intervention. They point out that no nation has the right to invade another to enforce social change. And from this exile perspective, whatever problems old Tibet had did not justify the immense destruction and repression that befell Tibet after 1950. They also questioned the Chinese betrayal by noting that many claims of extreme cruelty are exaggerated or unrepresentative. For instance, exile scholars and Western sympathizers often note that serious punishments like eye gouging had been legally banned by the Dalai Lama long ago, and was virtually unheard of in later years. That 1924 case is cited as an aberration. They also argued that many serfs had avenues to improve their condition, or that communal ties soften class oppression, essentially suggesting that Tibet's serfdom wasn't as systematically savage as the Chinese accounts make it. Some prefer to call the common people subjects or peasants rather than serfs to avoid the pejorative connotations. And indeed, there is lively academic debate over the term serf. Critics say it's a Marxist lens imposed on Tibet, whereas defenders, like the scholar Melvin Goldstein, say it's an accurate depiction of hereditary bondage in any case. Well, regardless of the terminology, the exile narrative stresses that Tibet's social ills were being addressed gradually by Tibetans themselves, and that the efforts were cut short by China's invasion and assimilation policies. But the exile side, they also have their own vested interests and biases. Many leading voices in the Tibetan diaspora come from the old aristocracy or high monastic circles. Understandably, they have pride in their own heritage and might be reluctant to fully acknowledge their ancestors' system had grievous and barbaric flaws. There's a tendency in some pro-Tibet literature to nostalgically portray old Tibet as harmonious and spiritually rich, glossing over the fact that a large segment of the population lived in grinding and enforced poverty. Furthermore, during the Cold War, the Tibetan exiles received significant backing from the United States via the CIA and others who were eager to embarrass communist China. This support influenced how Tibet's story was told internationally. For example, in the 1960s, the CIA funded a secret program to aid Tibetan guerrillas fighting the Chinese. They also provided an annual subsidy on the order of $180,000 a year directly to the Dalai Lama's office in exile. Now, this doesn't mean that the Dalai Lama was a complete puppet, but there are certainly strings. It does mean that the Tibet cause was entangled in geopolitical interests, and people don't give out money without expecting something in return. Now, Western media during the Cold War often uncritically adopted the image of the Dalai Lama as a noble and unblemished victim, and Tibet as this long-lost paradise of Shangri-La. It was inconvenient in that narrative to acknowledge the pre-1950 Tibet had major human rights issues of its own, and, well, most of them had disappeared under the new rule, at least after the Great Leap Forward and Cultural Revolution had gotten out of the way. Thus, until more recent decades, relatively little popular attention was given to the plight of Tibet's serfs under the Dalai Lamas. Instead, focus was on the plight of all Tibetans under communism, this CIA-sponsored Free Tibet movement. Well, let's try and remain neutral. We have to try and cut through these competing exaggerations. Now, most would agree that yes, Tibet was a feudal serf society before 1959, and that is a reality that cannot be sugar-coated. But you've also got to realize that Tibet was not uniquely evil in this. Its social structure was comparable to many traditional societies in Asia before modern reforms. For instance, China itself had a landlord-tenant system and even quasi-serfdom in some regions into the 20th century. Many Himalayan kingdoms and even European countries had serfdom in earlier times. Sure, but by the mid-20th century, The problem is Tibet's retention of serfdom. This retention was anachronistic, sure, but it wasn't a wanton hellscape of torture at every turn, as propaganda might imply. Anthropological studies, using interviews with earlier elderly Tibetans, have revealed a picture where some serfs recall harsh treatment and humiliation, but others look upon the old days a little bit more favorably, emphasizing their community bonds or perhaps a kind patron. In any case, both realities coexisted, and we can't just throw one in the dustbin to serve some kind of political narrative. Crucially, historians note that after Tibet's incorporation into the People's Republic, both sides in the conflict started to mythologize history. The Chinese regime needed to justify its rule, so it fostered the narrative of that liberation from slavery, going so far as to publish books of former serfs testifying how grateful they were, or staging exhibits of torture instruments allegedly found in monasteries. Now, on the other side, Tibetan exiles, to bolster their claim for sympathy and support, often highlight the devastation of Chinese rule, while maintaining dignified silence or vagueness about the old class system. And they're also quite silent upon the child abuse within the Tibetan monasteries. You think the Catholic Church is bad? Well, it wasn't the only one. Perhaps a video for another time. It's only in recent years that exile right has become more frank in admitting that yes, the old system was flawed and unjust. But they didn't deserve foreign invasion. This is mainly what they say. The Dalai Lama himself in his later writings acknowledges that, quote, the old feudal system was exploitative and outdated, and that one of his regrets was not being able to enact reform before exile. He has even thanked the Chinese in a way for awakening Tibet to the need for change, while of course condemning the brutality of the methods. So it's a bit of a juxtaposition of narratives, but you have to acknowledge the Cold War context too. The Tibetan struggle for peace became a kind of a piece on the Cold War chessboard, I suppose. The CIA's involvement, training Tibetan fighters in Colorado, nonetheless, airdropping weapons into Tibet in the 1950s, funding the Dalai Lama's exile administration in the 60s, was driven by the US aim and propaganda efforts to smear and destabilize communist China. And this meant that a lot of information about Tibet was filtered through intelligence efforts, getting sympathy on the home front and abroad. For example, in the 50s and 60s, many sympathetic Western journalists and academics learned about Tibet via channels tied to the exile movement and its sponsors, which naturally emphasized Chinese atrocities and skirted around awkward questions of Tibet's former social inequality. Meanwhile, communist bloc writers towed Beijing's line, focusing solely on the evils of the old society, and never on the sufferings post-1959. And so we see how Tibet has kind of been the meat in the sandwich, used as a propaganda tool by both East and West. The Chinese had their own vested interest, to claim a moral high ground in Tibet and deflect calls for self-determination, and the exiles and their supporters had their own interest to win international support by presenting Tibet as a noble and poor victim, an unjustly crushed people. But for us seeking truth, it's important to recognize these interests and read between the lines. In any case, maybe you want to find out the truth for yourself. So how about you get on a plane? Ignore all the CIA propaganda, ignore all the propaganda from the other side. Just go and see it for yourself. Tibet's lovely. Lhasa is beautiful. Potala Palace is fantastic. It's even on the Chinese currency. Hey, they've even got Tibetan script on the Chinese currency, along with, I think there's 4 scripts on it. How many scripts let me have a look. How many scripts are on it? Let's take a look. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 scripts on Chinese currency. Yes, I've just got some sitting there. The desk is a little messy, okay. Well, you'll find Tibetan on there as well. But, yeah, do go and have a look at Tibet. It's best if you go on a tour. There's a lot of driving and it's quite high elevation. In any case, thank you for joining me today. Perhaps a video a little bit on the political side. We don't want to go too much into politics, but you can't really ignore politics when you're talking about this kind of issue. In any case, thank you for seeing both sides of it. Let me thank my top-tier patrons and supporters. Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Kerry, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfid Nair, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Dalbury, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Guga Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Neftis, Alexander, Gokhan, Dorsey, Venita, Claire, Courtesy, Carol, Robert, Mary, Bridget, Nefertari, Yvette, Miss Mochi, 11, Allison, Free American. I bet he's CIA funded. Probably not. Well, Jennifer, Brittany, David, Cody, Brian, Are You My Mum, Rhonda, and Gary. Thank you so much. All right, well, leave your thoughts in the comments. Let's have a very civil conversation. Good night, everyone. Lots of love to you all. Oh, my food is here. Good night. Bye-bye.